Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. So today we will now be continuing with the theory for your SFM syllabus. So theory is something which will come for around 20 marks. So when we look at the applicability, this will come for around 20 marks in your syllabus. Can you leave this as an option? Well, you do not have that luxury anymore. In your old syllabus, you could have still done that. In the old syllabus, this is still, this was a separate question which was dedicated to theory, which is not the case in the new syllabus. In the new syllabus, in every question there will be around 4 to 5 marks of theory, and as a result you can easily expect around 20 marks of your attemptable paper. 20 marks of what you will need to attempt. Let's say 16 to 20 marks. Sometimes in a question also there might not be theory, but generally in every question there would be theory. So around 16 to 20 marks is what will be there in theory. So what we have done over here is there will be some theory at the back of your textbook. You can go through that. That theory is directly taken from the study material. It's directly from the study material on the questions which we considered are important. You can go through that, but more importantly, even if you do not have the time to go through what is there in the study material, I've actually prepared a compiler, and I would strongly recommend you to actually go through this, and I can vouch for it that your theory is largely going to come from here. It's very sure. In fact, what we have actually done is, and you can very clearly see, we have covered all that is there in the institute's material from the old as well as the new syllabus. I will again repeat, old as well as the new syllabus, so that we can get more questions. Because a lot of topics in SFM, unlike in things like financial reporting, SFM, largely your old syllabus and new syllabus is the same. So I've actually looked at each and every question, and in each and every question which is there in the old syllabus versus the new syllabus, which are common questions, we have included it. So we have covered all applicable questions from the ICAI exams. This is old and new. Mock test papers, again old and new. RTPs, again old and new, and practice manual you only had in the old. So this is applicable from November 2020 onwards. Why? Because there were certain exclusions that were given by the institute in the last year. In SFM, there were 3 chapters which are dedicated theory chapters. There was the Indian financial system. Then there was small and medium enterprises, and there was another chapter. There were 3 chapters. I think International Financial Center. Yes, International Financial Center. There were 3 chapters which were pure theory chapters, and these have been excluded by the institute just last year. Now, why am I discussing this? Well, because when you go the day before your exam, or probably a few days before your exam, you might actually refer the RTPs, you might actually refer the past questions, and you might see that these things appear. For example, there was Islamic finance. There were concepts like riba given over there, which have been asked in the exam, but the institute has removed that entire International Financial Center, and hence Islamic finance goes out. There were topics like in Indian financial system, in which case you had the regulators like RERA or IRD, and you will see short notes, and National Pension Scheme, and you'll see, well, we have not covered any of this because they have been removed. There have been 3 chapters. Like in FR, also there were certain topics which were removed by the notification dated, I think, notification in June of 2019. The institute removed 3 chapters. We have not included it in our main book. It is not even there in the compiler. However, if you go through and refer the May 2018, May 2019, November 2018 exam papers or RTPs or MTPs, you might see certain concepts like Islamic finance, like small and medium enterprising, the procedure for listing an SME. All of these were there, but they have not been covered. So it is not very helpful, trust me, to refer the RTPs directly, to refer the MTPs or even the exam questions directly, because a large chunk of theory has been specifically scrapped off by the institute. 3 chapters have been removed, and a lot of theory that has come in the past exam questions, RTPs as well as MTPs, is from those 3 chapters. So I would recommend that you refer this and this only. I've filtered down and removed each and every item which is not there. And even from the old syllabus, there are topics like capital budgeting, leasing, dividend policy, factoring, which are there in the old syllabus, which are not there in the new syllabus. So in your practice manuals as well as old papers, you don't have to refer everything. So I've actually removed each and everything. So this is around 50 pages, and just refer this, and I can vouch for the fact that यार अगर आपके 4 से 5 questions आते, उसमें कम से कम 80% of them will come from this 40 or 50 pages only. So you just refer this and you are good to go. Definitely you are good to go for the theory section of your syllabus. Now, when do we do theory? When do we revise theory? Well, typically invest a day now. When you are done with your SFM practicals, just one full day. This is around 50 pages, and you don't have to refer it in a manner that you study law. As you will read this, you will realize जैसे अपन law कैसे word to word पढ़ते वैसे जरूरी नहीं होता. यहाँ पे there are a lot of these theory questions like what is interest rate caps, floors and collars. ये हमने already पढ़ के रखा है. The difference between futures and options नहीं हमने already पढ़ के रखा है. तो ये तो अपन फटाफट सिर्फ glance through कर लेते हैं because we have actually studied this. However, there are certain things like securitization, like pitch book, reports, like venture capital financing, angel investors, which you will have to study. So what I've actually done is I've segregated this, and this is in your institute. This is not in the order which is there in our textbook. This is in the name as well as the order which is there in the ICAI study material, the November 2020 onward study material. This is applicable even for May 21, November 21, May 22 as well. So but this is in the order of the ICAI SM, because theory अपन अपने जो order में अपन ने लिखा है, theory we study essentially from the institute's material. So this is in the order. If you want to see, the index is in the order of ICAI new syllabus study material of ICAI SM study material. Now they had 14 topics and we have actually put it in the exact same order only. So you can see around 50 odd pages are there, and this is very scoring because this 50 pages can actually give you 20 valuable marks. So please do not undermine the importance of theory. Please do not just leave it for the last day. It will not really help you. Dedicate one full day. 50 page है theory का, पढ़ सकते हो 5 pages an hour when you are studying one full day. Even if you study 5 to 6 pages an hour, that is around 10 to 12 hours जो अपन एक average study leave में पढ़ी लेंगे, and finish this entire thing in one full day, nothing else, no diversions, and you do this, and then वापस आप एक बार read कर सकते हो. तो अपन ने क्या करके रखा है, अपन ने ये first chapter सबसे boring chapter है. What happens is most of the students they start studying theory. चलो ठीक है यार theory पढ़ते 20 मार्क है, and ये पहले से एकदम ही पकाऊ chapter है. To be honest, very boring on what is strategic management, what is policy, how is financial policy and strategic management linked, how are organizational goals sustainability. I mean, it's good in theory, but it's a little boring to be honest, and hence I would not recommend you start with chapter number 1. Chapter 1 बीच में एंड में किधर करो, अदरवाइज आपका थियरी का रिदम मेजॉरिटी बच्चों का मैंने देखा उधर ही चले जाता है. स्टूडेंट्स से कि यार क्या थियरी, क्या पकाओ है, तो you lose your rhythm over there, and I would strongly recommend you do not start with chapter number 1. I'm not telling you leave chapter number 1. Do not read between the lines. I'm not telling you leave chapter number 1. You do it, but you do it right at the end. Well, you're done with the other 13 topics of theory. उसके बाद आप chapter number 1 पढ़ो, उसमें फिर लास्ट में अपन फिनिश कर लेंगे. बट वो स्टार्टिंग में पढ़ेगे तो आगे ही नहीं बढ़ेगे, वैसा चीज हो जाता है. एकदम लास्ट में पढ़ो. So generally the importance in theory is inverted, which means what is important from a practical question perspective, like we have said derivatives very important, we have said foreign exchange very important, portfolio very important, वो सभी चीज यहाँ पे important नहीं है. Why? Because the institute would test you full-fledged questions. They will test you numericals on this part. So things like portfolio management, which is actually very important from a numerical sum perspective, or a derivatives, or chapter 9 foreign exchange, which are very important from a numerical sum perspective, are not important from a theory perspective. Does that mean we have not included theory? No, we have included what we thought was there in MTP, RTP, we have included. And the structure is, if you see, what I've done is below every question I've actually mentioned the source from the institute material. So as you can see, this question number 2, एक ही चीज again and again. If it is new syllabus, so new syllabus, old syllabus, old syllabus. RTP, MTP, ICAI May 18 means ICAI's exam question of May 18 had this, for example. Okay, so I've mentioned that below every question, so you are good to understand the source, and obviously you are more smarter than I am. And जहाँ पे आपने ज़्यादा दिखेगा आपको, देखो कि भाई इतना सारा चीज है important question number 2 का, तो आपको थोड़ा ज़्यादा डिटेल में पढ़ोगे. अगर आपको कोई एक आधा चीज ही दिखेगा, for example, I mean it is included just barely at a place or so, like for example question number 4, you'll just go through it quickly. So for what it is worth, I've actually below every chapter I've actually put the important exam concepts. So whichever are the concepts that you need to focus on, I've actually written below each and every chapter, and below the index, I've given you the list of important questions or topics and their respective page numbers. So जैसे ये जो question है वो काफी important है, question 2 वाला, the linkage or interface between financial policy and management. So I've given a reference कि भाई last day पे अगर आपके पास time नहीं बचा एंड SFM इज पेपर 2, आपको इतना सारा प्रैक्टिकल पढ़ना होता है, तब वो थियोरी के लिए शायद थोड़ा टाइम कम बच सकता है. सो आई हैव गिवन लिंकेज और इंटरफेस बिटवीन, दैट इज पेज नंबर. ये तो आप पढ़ो ही पढ़ो, इसलिए तो आप पढ़ो ही पढ़ो. बेयर मिनिमम यू स्टडी दिस. इवन इफ यू आर आउट ऑफ टाइम यू स्टडी, इवन इफ यू आर ड्राउनिंग यू स्टडी दिस. इतना आप पढ़ो एग्जाम के पहले के दिन, बिकॉज थियोरी अदरवाइज आपको याद नहीं आएगा. एंड हेंस आई हैव काइंड ऑफ पुट अराउंड 10 और 11 रियली क्रूशियल पॉइंट्स. एक तो 50 पेज है, उतना तो आपको 20 मार्क के लिए मेहनत करना चाहिए. अभी आप उसमें भी थोड़ा आलस और सुस्ती दिखाते हो तो अपन ने उसके लिए आपको इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस दिए, बट दिस इज ओनली इफ यू आर ड्राउनिंग, इफ यू हैव नो टाइम एंड यू डू दिस. Otherwise, I would recommend that this is barely around 50 pages. If that gives you 20 marks, why not invest the time and get those 20 marks properly? Barabar? But you will have to read this. This is not something जैसे लॉ होता है, टैक्स होता है, जिसमें आप रटाने वाला चीज होता है. आप एक बार पढ़ लो, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. ऐसा नहीं है. 4-4 मार्क के क्वेश्चंस आते हैं. आई हैव रिप्रोड्यूस इंस्टीट्यूट लैंग्वेज ओनली, सो यू डोंट, आई हैव नॉट काइंड ऑफ एडेड माय लैंग्वेज को आपको कंफ्यूजन है. 4-4 मार्क के क्वेश्चंस आएंगे. यू नॉट गोइंग टू गेट 7, 8 और 10 मार्क क्वेश्चंस. सो आपको बेसिक 4 और 6 पॉइंटर्स लिखने हैं एंड यू आर डन विद दैट. यू डोंट हैव टू इलैबोरेट एंड राइट 3, 4 pages. You just have to write 4 to 6 pointers and you are kind of good to go. Okay, so among all of these topics, there are 2 topics which I would recommend are very important in all the exams that have gone by. They have always had weightage in theory. There is securitization and there is startup finance. We'll dedicate a lot of time in today's class to these 2 topics because ये हर एक क्वेश्चन पेपर, अब देखो इसमें से क्वेश्चन आए हुए थियोरी का. एंड हेंस व्हेन आई हैव इवन पुट द इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस और टॉपिक्स फॉर स्टार्टअप फाइनेंस as well as securitization, I've given the entire chapter. You study the entire chapter. We are not filtering here because यार 2 chapter है, वो तो हमेशा out of the 4 or 5 questions that are going to come, 2 are sure. 1 from startup finance, 1 from securitization. Why take a chance? Study that in full. वहां पे क्या फिल्टरेशन करने का. अच्छा, दूसरे सारे चीजें उसमें हमने फिल्टरेशन डाला हुआ है, ये दोनों में हमने फिल्टरेशन नहीं डाला है. Yes, okay. So this is from where you study theory. This is from where you score 20 marks. 80 marks तो आपको आने वाले, प्रैक्टिकल तो आपने अच्छे से करके रखा है. बैलेंस 20 marks भी अपन लेके आता है. Yes, okay. So please do study this and do not take it lightly. I'll discuss. I'm not going to run you point by point over here. I'm going to discuss what each of the topics and each of the constituents are. When you are reading the theory, ये सब आपको जो आपने अगर बराबर सुना रहेगा, please listen to this lecture very carefully. Do notes if you want to. Otherwise, I've given you everything over here. But ये आपको समझ में आएगा. Okay, and you will be able to reproduce your theory slightly better. I'm not going to give you mnemonics or things to remember. These are for 4 marks. Questions are small. And it does not justify making songs and giving you mnemonics for this short content. So we'll focus on the understanding and less on mugging up. And let's go ahead then. Okay, so we'll quickly discuss. We'll dedicate the balance part of today's lecture into these topics. So where do we start with? Well, let us start with securitization, which is one of the most important topics. Let us first start and do securitization properly, please. So over here, let us say we want to study about securitization. What does the word securitization mean? This should be on page number 20 to 27. This is definitely going to come in your exam for 4 marks. Each and every attempt that has gone by in the new syllabus, and you have had weightage for this. So ये आपको bare minimum 4 mark के लिए आने वाला है. So this is something that you should not by any means leave. So over here, go to page number 20, please. Okay, page number 20. In terms of important concepts, I've just mentioned the concepts. Right now, we are just focusing on the understanding first. What do you mean by securitization? What are we going to study in this chapter? Who are the participants in the securitization? In the securitization process, what is the steps? How is the securitization process happening? What are the instruments that you are going to use? How has securitization proceeded in the Indian environment, and what are the challenges? So if I give you an overview, what we are going to study in this chapter is the securitization process. What is there in the securitization process and why is securitization required? Now what happens actually is there might be a lot of these companies like SBI, State Bank of India, ICICI Bank. They might have given a lot of loans, receivables. These can be mortgage bank loans like housing loans, these can be credit card loans, these can be automobile or car loans. There are various loans that these companies give. Now what happens is the loan has a very long tenure. The loan has a very long tenure, and the money is going to be received as and when the borrower pays over 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Now let us say for whatever reason ICICI Bank needs the money immediately, HDFC Bank needs the money immediately, SBI needs the money immediately, or it does not want to get into this hassle of sitting and collecting money. So what SBI can actually do is, SBI is called as the originator. In our example, there is State Bank of India. Let us say SBI is the originator. SBI refers to the originator. This is one of the primary participant. SBI is the originator of the securitization process. SBI has given a lot of, let us say, car loans to borrowers. इनको बोलते हैं अपन obligators, who are under the obligation to repay. So SBI has given a loan. Let's say it has given 100 loans of let's say 1 lakh rupee each, for example. So it has given to various borrowers 100 loans of rupees 1 lakh each, which means the total, if you bundle all of these loans together, this becomes a bundle of 1 crore rupees. So I don't want to go into this hassle of every time calling, following up, waiting for the money to be recovered. This is an illiquid asset. This is an illiquid. It's a pool of illiquid assets. Be mindful of these words. You'll see a lot of these words in your theory answers. There is a pool of illiquid assets. And what does SBI want? SBI wants immediate money. It will tell the borrower बोला मैंने अभी तो गाड़ी खरीदा, मैं किधर आपका लोन अभी repay कर सकता हूँ? I will not repay it. So what SBI does is it packages it, it pools it together and transfers this pool to a separate company. इसको अपन बोलते हैं special purpose vehicle, SPV. So this is a second participant. This is called as the special purpose vehicle or an SPV. So over here, this will be a special purpose vehicle. Or also called as an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, or also called as I think my screen was, there's some technical issue on the screen. Okay, so I'm sorry. Okay, so I was just discussing. अगर आपने even सुना भी रहेगा तो कोई problem नहीं है, screen में आपका कुछ खास miss नहीं हुआ है. So SBI is the originator over here. It would have a special purpose vehicle also called as a SPV. What does the SPV do? What does a special purpose vehicle do? The special purpose vehicle over here will kind of buy all of these assets from SBI, and it will be responsible for then collection of money on these assets. Now, this seems to be a good mechanism as long as we have to figure that how is the SPV. ये तो अपन ने अभी एक company incorporate किया. SPV is a company which is a new company that you will incorporate. How on earth is the SPV going to get as much money? 100 crore. This is, let us say 1 crore. This is worth 100 lakhs. Let us say this is a pool which is of 100 lakhs. SBI will sell it at a predetermined price. Let us say उसमें काफी सारे factors देखे जाते हैं कि भाई how much are the non-performing assets, how good is the credit rating, etc. Let's say SPV is agreeing to sell at a specified price. How is a newly incorporated company, a special purpose vehicle, going to get that kind of money to buy this pool of assets? No, it does not have that kind of money, and hence it will, जैसे होता है ना अपने FM में होता है, there is a source of fund and investment or deployment of funds. So this company will have to kind of earn some or get some cash flow, and as a result it will have to have investors. So over here there will be investors. There will be investors who will invest. So these are the three primary participants. First, there is the originator. who has given the loans. Then is a special purpose vehicle or a SPV who has actually purchased these loans and who is responsible for collecting money, etc. And there are investors. Investors will invest money in the special purpose vehicle through various instruments, and we'll try to study those instruments. This can be pass-through certificates, stripped securities, etc. इन लोग invest करेंगे. And SBI will use the money that it has received from SPV will use the money that it has received from the investors in order to buy these loans, etc. from the originator. अच्छा, this special purpose vehicle, this is a special purpose vehicle. Okay, and this special purpose vehicle is going to issue securities. We'll study all of this. We'll study each of these. This special purpose vehicle is going to issue securities to the investors. Who are these investors? Big mutual funds, private equity funds, debt funds. These are investors. What are these investors going to invest? जैसे debentures होते हैं, equity shares होते हैं, there are special securities. The securities over here are called as, for example, pass-through. This is the most common. Pass-through certificates or pass-through securities. Let's say pass-through certificates बोलते हैं. One of the most common securities, and we'll study other as well, but पहले अपन PTC पे focus करते हैं. PTC, pass-through certificates. What does the pass-through certificate means? An investor, let us say, is ready to contribute around, let's say these are loans having a face value of 100 lakhs, but यार अपन बोलते हैं कि यहाँ पे तो bad debt भी हो सकता है. There's a possibility of bad debt, and all said and done, investors are contributing, let us say, 60 lakh rupees. Investors are contributing 60 lakh rupees. These are a lot of investors, but वो किसके अंदर कर रहे हैं? Securitization. What does the word securitization means? Securitization means you are converting a pool of illiquid assets. Probably a lot of these are non-performing. They are not able to repay. A pool of illiquid assets into liquid cash by issuing securities. These securities can be like pass-through certificates, PTC, stripped securities, for example. In which case investors को क्या मिलेगा? By investing 60 lakhs, they will, let us say, get, for example, let's say 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%, whatever is agreed, share of the proceeds. So pass-through certificates में क्या होगा? When I invest as an investor, when I invest in the pass-through certificates, it means that the special purpose vehicle will collect money from the borrowers, from these borrowers or obligators, as the case may be. The special purpose vehicle will obligator, not originator. This is the borrowers. These are people like you and me who have actually taken car loans. Obligator will pay the money not to SBI, but it will be to the account which is for the special purpose vehicle, and special purpose vehicle will actually pass through, and that is why these are called as pass-through certificates. They will actually pass through the money received, to the investors. Let us say they are contributing 90 lakhs. Let us, keep it a little more understandable. तो 90 लाख से अगेंस्ट उनको क्या मिलने वाला है? लेट अस से 100% प्रैक्टिकली होता नहीं है, 80, 90, 95% रहता है. सम ऑफ द कैश फ्लोज आर केप्ट विद द एसपीवी इन प्रैक्टिस. व्हाई? बिकॉज अपने को चाहिए कि अलाइनमेंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट. अदरवाइज एसपीवी को क्या इंसेंटिव है? अगर पूरा का पूरा पैसा इन्वेस्टर का ये, तो एसपीवी आराम से बैठेगा पैर ऊपर करके, वो बोलेगा क्या फर्क पड़ता है, इफ आई कलेक्ट द मनी और आई डोंट कलेक्ट द मनी, पैसा डूबेगा तो इन्वेस्टर का डूबेगा? नो. बट इफ 10% of these proceeds that are collected are going to be kept by the SPV and 90% are going to be given to the investor, then the SPV will work really hard, employ stronger collection mechanisms, follow up aggressively for collection. So ये सिर्फ अपने को समझाने के लिए, ये सब आपके questions में है नहीं. So if there is a pass through certificate, ये 90 lakhs भर के, if I've bought pass-through certificate, not a debenture, not an equity share, a pass-through certificate, then whatever are the cash flows that are collected from the borrower, if the entire 100 lakhs is collected, then the entire 100 lakhs is passed on. If only 50 lakhs is collected, then only 50 lakhs is passed on. If there's a prepayment, the borrower prepays everything, then whatever is prepaid is passed on. Pass-through certificates, which means whatever is collected is actually passed on. Whatever is collected is actually passed on. And hence, the real risk of the loan is now passed on to the ultimate investor. SPV is a company which is set up in the middle who buys not all loans of SBI but only those pool of loans which SBI wants to transfer. And ये जो 90 lakhs आया, probably SBI is ready to sell this for 85, 80, 90, whatever it is, agreed price for a particular amount of lakhs. SBI will sell this loan generally on a non-recourse basis. On a non-recourse basis means अभी जो हुआ वो तुमको देखने का. So as a result, let us say if this is what will happen is SBI is very worried कि भाई ये pool of money है 100 lakhs से, but हमको मिलेगा 100 lakhs या नहीं पता नहीं. So we are ready to let go of something and we would say यार कल उठ के अगर कुछ भी नहीं है तो कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, तो एक काम करते हैं, we will sell this, let us say, for around 80 lakhs. We will sell this for around 80 lakhs to a special purpose vehicle. Now special purpose vehicle is keen. It says that I have a lot of bouncers, bodybuilders, they can collect money. I have a lot of people who can follow up, lawyers who can give legal notices, and we will collect money. We have all the time. SBI does not have time, it has to do so much business. However, we have all the time. We will focus and we will recover money. A lot of times these companies are called as asset reconstruction companies, and they say okay, we are ready to buy at 80 lakhs. From where are you going to get 80 lakhs? ये तो बहुत छोटा, I mean 80 lakhs आपके और मेरे लिए बड़ा है, but for big companies is very small number. Reliance के लिए rounding off में चले जाता है, but generally this is in hundreds of crores. These securitization transactions can go into hundreds of crores. How are you going to arrange that kind of money? Well, because there are investors who are ready to take interest in this pool of assets. There are investors, and investors would say कि यार हम 90 lakhs invest करेंगे, शायद हमको पूरा 100 lakhs भी मिल जाए, because this is good credit rating, we trust the collection agent, and hence they might invest 90 lakhs, and if the entire 100 lakhs is recovered, then yes, उनको interest तो मिलेगा ही. 100 lakhs पे जो interest मिलना है वो तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, but उसके ऊपर उनको पूरा principal value of 100 मिल जाएगा. But what if only 50 is collected? Well, they'll get only 50. So at the end of the day, what has happened now is SBI, who is the originator, has converted its pool of illiquid assets, into immediate cash of 80 lakhs. Yes, उसमें हमारा 20 लाख गया शायद, yes हाँ वो तो शायद जा सकता है, but we have generated immediate liquidity. We are not really bothered about any future collection proceeds, etc. And as a result, we have converted a pool of illiquid assets into liquid money by incorporating an SPV, transferring assets to that SPV issuing securities, and hence that process is called as a securitization transaction. SPV issuing those securities, and against those securities investors giving the money, and then whatever is the collection which is going to be received by the SPV will generally be passed on to the investors in the agreed proportion. If 60% is to be passed on, then 60%. Then investors शायद इतना invest भी नहीं करेगी. If 80% has to be passed on, then 80%, 90%, 100%, whatever it is. So what have we done in securitization? We have converted a pool of illiquid assets into liquid money by issuing securities. The process involves issuing of securities. Securities are not debentures. They are not equity shares. They are either pay through securities, we'll study what that means, pass through securities or certificates, or strip securities. There are three instruments. Are we getting this? So now this is a broad understanding. We'll just see in terms of the questions on what it is asked. I'll just run you through everything. So ये जो process है, ये securitization बोलते हैं. There are a lot of specialized agencies in India. For example, there is RSIL, Asset Reconstruction Company of India Limited. Each specializes in these securitization transactions. There are so many, JM Financial, Kotak, Edelweiss, all of this have set up their ARCs. They specialize. So the SPV will kind of appoint a person who is in charge of collection. This can be the ARCs, and they will also appoint trustees who will see, जैसे आप let's say colleges में जाते हो तो colleges में कैसे trustees होते हैं, people give donation to trust, and that is going to be used for the benefit and welfare of students like you, but whether it is actually used for the benefit of students, उसके लिए board of trustees होते हैं. So the SPV will have trustees. They will have they will subcontract or contract to agencies or companies who specialize in this recovery process. And इसके लिए देखो ना 10 लाख का उनके पास पैसा बचा ना, SPV के पास भी इन्वेस्टर को 90 lakhs दे रहा है, 80 lakhs में अपन लोन खरीद रहे हैं, दूसरा 10 लाख हमें मिल रहा है, एंड अल्टीमेटली प्रोबेबली अगर इन्वेस्टर को पूरा 100% पैसा नहीं देना है तो यू माइट इवन गेट मोर. Depends. It's proper terms and conditions of contract. You don't have to do any PhDs in this. You just need to know the broad securitization process. There is no chance that you get a sum on this. जो questions आएंगे वो theory के आएंगे, वो भी pointers के रहते हैं. Okay. So who are the primary participants? Who are the primary participants in the securitization market? We will have questions on this, but who are the primary participants? So when we're trying to look at the participants in the securitization market, there are primary participants, यानी इनके बिना तो चल ही नहीं सकता. And then there are secondary or additional. So यानी they are not, they don't, जैसे होता है ना lead actors in a movie, and उसके बाद supporting actors. So the secondary participants are like supporting actors. Primary participants are like the lead actors. ये तो हमें चाहिए ही चाहिए. Primary. And then there is secondary participants. Who are the primary participants? As we have discussed, the primary participants are the originator, like SBI, who has actually given the loan, is the special purpose vehicle, which is the company which is set up in order to, and that is the company which issues the securities, and third is the investors. These are usually funds, individuals भी कर सकते हैं, but these are usually high net worth individuals. अपने पास जैसा small retail investors इतना knowledge and capability नहीं होता to assess the quality of loans, and hence small retail investors usually stay away from these securities. These are your primary participants. Now there can be secondary participants, like there's a borrower. Yes, it's an important participant. Borrower has to pay. अभी वो SBI को pay करे, SPV को pay करे, his job is to pay. So he does not play a, even if there was no securitization, borrower has the same role. He had to pay, repay the money. So there is a secondary participants. There can be various. We'll just discuss that. I'll just write a few of them over here. Primary is ज़्यादा important है. आपको exam question भी जो है वो primary के ऊपर है. But we have also covered the secondary participants as well. So there can be the obligator. Obligator is nothing but the borrower. So there can be the obligator who is under an obligation to repay, like the borrower. There can be credit rating agencies. There can be credit rating agencies. ये जो securities pass through certificates issue हो रहे हैं, these investors will be worried. They will be worried कि what is the quality? I don't know ये 100 lakhs के loans में कैसा quality है, and hence I will say that you get the credit rating of these loans done. Appoint credit rating agencies like CRISIL, if you are aware, ICRA, Fitch, all of these are credit rating agencies. CARE, these are credit rating agencies. You will say that appoint credit rating agencies. Let the credit rating agencies do a credit rating. Tell me what is the kind of loans that I'm getting into. Do they have a high credit rating, AAA, AA, A, or a low credit rating, BBB, B, or let us say C, D? We want to study the credit rating. So there can be credit rating agencies. There can be trustees who are responsible for overlooking the process and seeing that the investor's interest is not jeopardized, they are not cheated. There can be a financial intermediary who is responsible for collection. So there are a lot of secondary participants as well. So if we just discuss this participants, okay, so you have let's say the question over here is question 5. This is on page number 22. You can just refer the screen. You don't really need to kind of go through the entire solution right now. वो अपन अपने फुर्सत में देखेंगे. So you can see in RTP as well as in the main exam questions. So this is primary participants and secondary questions. This means ICAI November 18. This is in the main exam of the new syllabus. It's RTP of the new syllabus and the mock test paper of the new syllabus, for example. So discuss about the participants. Primary and secondary. Primary is the originator. In our example, SBI special purpose vehicle. He is the entity which is created for the securitization, and the investors. Secondary participants are the obligators, like the borrowers, the rating agencies, like we discussed, CARE, CRISIL, Fitch, etc. Receiving and paying agent, a person who is responsible for receiving the money from the borrower and paying it to the investor, passing it through to the investor. Receiving and paying agent, agent or trustee, जो अपन ने बताया था, who is responsible for managing and seeing whether the process is done fairly or not. Credit enhancer, कितनी बार क्या होता है, investors would say that I'm not touching, credit rating खराब है, I'm not touching, it's a double B or a single B rated loan. Credit rating agencies को लगता है कि loan repay नहीं होगा, मैं क्यों मेरा पैसा दूं? I'm not going to do that, and hence you might need a guarantor. Let's say SBI or one of its subsidiaries might guarantee and say कि अच्छा आपको टेंशन है ना, मेरे को आज का आज पैसा चाहिए, आपको टेंशन है ना, पैसा नहीं आएगा, I give you guarantee. So he's like a surety. So investors are now secured कि हाँ borrower से पैसा नहीं आएगा तो शायद credit enhancer या फिर जिसने guarantee देकर रखा है उसके पास से आ सकता है. So credit enhancer होना जरूरी नहीं है. If there are good quality loans, you don't need a credit enhancer. But let us say this is like a surety, a guarantor, that if the borrower defaults, we will pay. And a structurer, this is typically a middleman, an agent, a banker who will kind of coordinate. Broker होता है ना, जैसे real estate deals में there's a buyer and there's a seller, but एक middleman होता है ना जो buyer and seller को मिलाता है. In a similar way, this is like a banker or a middleman who ensures that the legal regulations etc. are actually met, and he acts as a middleman between the investors as well as, let's say, the originator and the SPV. Barabar? So these are like arrangers. Okay, so this is question number 5. It's a very straightforward question over here, so you can just go through. ये सिर्फ आपको अगर concept पूरा process जाना तो ये easily बैठ जाएगा. Then you go to question number 2 once. Question number 2, describe the steps involved in the securitization mechanism. We have actually discussed these steps. Let us try to go through कि institute यहाँ पे क्या बता रहे. The steps involved are creating a pool of assets. Now SBI might have hundreds of crores of loans. Does that transfer everything? No, it will select and it will say कि ये loans है, मेरा headache बहुत है, मेरे पास इतना team अच्छा नहीं है, I want to transfer this bundle of loans, and hence that creation of pool is the first step. Next, you are transferring this pool to a special purpose vehicle, an SPV, who is special. Okay, if more is correct, I think there was some technical issue in the middle. So if more is, what I was discussing is the securitized papers. We have discussed the pass-through certificates. The pass-through certificates are something where securities are given, and these securities to the investors. If more is collected, more is given. Less is collected, less is given. So this is why this process is called as securitization. It converts the pool of assets which are predominantly illiquid into liquid securities. Administration of assets. This is the responsibility of the receiving and paying agent along with the trustee. They will administer on whether the principal and interest is collected timely or not, and that is timely paid to the investors or not. Recourse to the originator. This is relatively less. Certain cases, जैसे credit enhancers, where the originator has said that ठीक है यार, I will, if money is not there, then you can have recourse to me and I will give the money back. So it's relatively less, but sometimes there can be recourse to the originator as well. And if the borrowers are unable to pay, if it is written in the agreement, then you can go back to the originator and recover money from the originator as well. The repayment of funds, once you collect the money from either the originator or the borrower, and these funds are going to be passed on to the investors, and in case credit rating is required. So this is the broad process of securitization. You can see this has been asked so many times in your, it has come in 2 main exams. So this has come multiple times. So this is, once you understand the concept, yes, if you go through bhi kar loge, I'm not running you through point by point. You are more than equipped and competent to actually handle that. I'm just running you through the concepts in the least possible time, in the most efficient manner. Acha, now securitization, is it a hit in India? Is it a flop in India? When did it start in India? Which is who started it? Well, it was started by Citibank. A few years back, it was started by Citibank, where it took its auto loans and it securitized. And as time passed, more and more banks like HDFC, Axis, ICICI have also started doing securitization. Though Indian market is not as developed as the US market, etc., there is a good 70,000 odd crore of transactions that have actually done on the securitization in the year 15-16. So that is the scenario in India. And in order to aid securitization, a separate law, आप शायद law में पढ़ोगे, I'm not sure whether it's there in your law of paper 3 or 4 or it is there in paper 6 of elective, but there is a SARFAESI Act. SARFAESI Act, that is a securitization and for enforcement, कि अगर कल उठ के borrower नहीं पे करता है तो कोर्ट के लेंदी प्रोसेस पे जाना नहीं पड़ेगा, हम डायरेक्टली अटैच करके जैसे हायर परचेज में कैसे रिपोसेशन करते हैं, वैसे SARFAESI Act gives you a lot of powers to attach a security without going through the lengthy court process in order to give a fillip, in order to push the securitization in India. So SARFAESI Act is a very important landmark in the Indian context. So if you were to discuss, and there is a question, I'll just go back and forth. I'm not doing it in the order, I'm just explaining. So over here, when we look at securitization in the Indian context, this is what we, it's just come in one MTP, it's not very important. And we have said that Citibank is the pioneer of securitization in India, more than 70,000 crores, 2 or 3 points. जो आपको याद रखना है, Citibank 70,000 crores in the financial year 16 के transactions हुए, and the SARFAESI Act. ये 3-4 point आप लिख के आ जाओ, and more than enough है. So this is the scenario of securitization in India. More important than this is the problems. Why is securitization not growing in India the way it should have grown? Like US, it's a big hit. Why? Well, because of a lot of, it's relatively new in India, and a lot of bottlenecks. What are the bottlenecks? First of all, stamp duty. There's no clear stamp duty state-wise, and there is no clear, what do you say, single rate of stamp duty. In certain states, it goes as high as 12%, and that kind of is a very big dampener. Even in property deals, if you see, around 5 to 6% का stamp duty लगता है. It's a very, very expensive. अगर आप 3-4 करोड़ ले रहे हो का एक 3 BHK, उसके ऊपर अगर आपको 5 से 6%, it's 15 to 20 lakhs of stamp duty पे करना, that's a huge cost. That's for property. In a similar way, there is hundreds of crores of loans. उसके ऊपर अगर अपने को फालतू में 12% का स्टैम्प ड्यूटी पे करना पड़ेगा, अपन बोले कि छोड़ो यार, उतना तो बैड डेट भी नहीं होगा, किधर फिर अपन ट्रांसफर करें, इतना बड़ा स्टैम्प ड्यूटी पे करना है तो. So stamp duty is a very big. A lot of states have actually reduced their stamp duties in order to make securitization a lot more viable. But stamp duty is one of the biggest factors which is causing a problem. So stamp duty is there. Taxation and accounting, there is not as much clarity. It's a very complex transaction. It's a very, very, अपन ने सिर्फ overview लिया, it's a very complex transaction के भाई, who is earning the income, who is bearing the real risk, who is bearing the real reward, but who has a legal title, ये सब अलग अलग हो गया. So taxation laws do not offer as much clarity. People, investors are scared, SPV is scared, originator is scared कि कल उठ के tax burden किसके सर पे आके गिरेगा. Accounting wise, we are not very clear. Now 109 gives you a lot of clarity, but it gives you principles. We are not very clear on the accounting, on when the risks and rewards are actually shifting, when they are not shifting. So there's a lot of problem in accounting, in taxation. So over here, if you see question number 1 mein, you can see multiple times again, this has been asked as recent as November 2019 main exams. Stamp duty, one of the biggest factors. Taxation, lack of clarity. Accounting, again lack of clarity. Inadequate debt market, this is the biggest problem in India. India does not have a very equity market अभी भी develop हुआ है, currency market develop हुआ है, but debt market is not as developed. Most of the people अगर debt में invest करना है, they will go and invest in a bank fixed deposit, not in a tradable debenture. डिबेंचर में ही इन्वेस्ट नहीं करते तो किधर भी ये सब सिक्योरिटाइज पास थ्रू इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे. सो दैट इज व्हाई इट्स नॉट वेरी हिट, बिकॉज the debt market is not as developed, and ineffective foreclosure laws. Now with SARFAESI and the insolvency and bankruptcy code, this drawback is actually not as big a drawback as much, but still we are still aware of how fast in India it is to get any legal work done. So this is still a drawback. So these are the 5 main drawbacks: stamp duty, lack of clarity in taxation, lack of clarity in accounting, inadequate debt market. According to me, 2 of the biggest factors, if I would be answering, is the stamp duty and inadequate debt market. The government is doing a lot to actually remove the foreclosure laws. There have been good foreclosure laws that have come, like SARFAESI, like the insolvency and bankruptcy code. Steps have been taken, but debt market is still not as developed. Stamp duty is still high in a lot of places. So this is the challenges for securitization. Okay, so other points you can actually go through. So this is, so this is question number 1. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2 भी हमने डिस्कस कर लिया. क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 we'll just quickly discuss, explain the benefits of securitization from the perspective of originator and investors. ये अपना वही स्टैंडर्ड इकोनॉमिक्स में जैसा क्वेश्चन होता था कि भाई बेनिफिट्स बताओ, फीचर्स बताओ, एडवांटेजेस बताओ, डिसएडवांटेजेस बताओ. We'll just quickly glance through. From the angle of originator, it gives you financing. The biggest advantage, it gives you financing. You can focus more on your main business. So this is the point where you remember off balance sheet financing. It gives you financing. वो आपको 80 crores 80 lakhs मिल गया ना अपने SBI के एग्जांपल में. More specialization in main business. You can focus your energy and efforts into your main business rather than focusing a lot on collection. Helps improving financial ratios. पैसा एक बार आ जाता है, bad debts वगैरह हो गए नहीं. Additionally, reducing the borrowing cost. So these are you transfer it to SPV, उसका credit rating भी आपने लेकर रखा है, so probably the borrowing cost would be lower. So because ये जो non performing assets है तो आपने risk आपके balance sheet के बाहर निकाल दिया, so that ways your overall borrowing cost can be lower. So you can just go through this. From the angle of investor diversification of risk, it's a very different instrument. Like gold is different, like shares, debentures, it's a very different instrument. So this can help spreading over the risk. Regulatory requirements, certain times for banks etc. you can actually invest in loans. जैसे प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग होता है, अभी आपने HDFC बैंक प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग नहीं किया हुआ है, आरबीआई के हिसाब से 40% प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर पे जाना चाहिए, तो अपन बोलते हैं भाई एसबीआई ने किया था, उसके एक सिक्योरिटाइज इंस्ट्रूमेंट से अपन उसके अंदर इन्वेस्ट कर लेते तो अपना प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग मीट हो जाएगा. इट कैन हेल्प यू इन मीटिंग the regulatory requirement and protection against default, provided there are credit enhancers or provided a guarantee is received. So over here you have that additional flexibility. Okay, so this is about the benefits. Then you have asset securitization. This is this you can say is similar to actually question number 2. So this is debt securitization or asset securitization, which can be you can go through, but this is in similar to question 2. ये आपका मेनली ओल्ड सिलेबस का क्वेश्चन है. ऑल दैट यू सी इज इन द ओल्ड सिलेबस, दिस इज नॉट इन द न्यू सिलेबस. न्यू सिलेबस में आपको आई मीन इट्स द सेम थिंग, इट्स अ सिक्योरिटाइजेशन प्रोसेस जो आपने पॉइंट 2 में पॉइंट वाइज समझा है. यहाँ पे दे हैव काइंड ऑफ गिवन टू यू इन अ पैरा फॉर्मेट. बट सो द सिक्योरिटाइजेशन फंक्शन, द ओरिजिनेशन फंक्शन, यहाँ पे अपन ने क्या करके रखा है, यहाँ पे अपन ने क्रिएशन ऑफ पूल ऑफ असेट्स दैट इज ओरिजिनेटिंग, ट्रांसफरिंग इट एंड गिविंग सेल ऑफ सिक्योरिटीज. सो we can just remember, I mean I'll just keep this video open as well so that ये अब जब भी बाद में इसका हार्ड कॉपी भी आपके पास एक बार आ जाता है, so you can actually do the marking as well. So this is similar to question 2, nothing much, but आपको solution थोड़ा अलग दिख सकता है because वो old syllabus में वो pointers नहीं थे, यहाँ पे pointers है. But I mean I would kind of once I read question 2 I would kind of keep this aside as well. So even if the question tells me explain about asset securitization and its process or a debt securitization and its process, I will kind of explain what is there in question number 2. Okay, so this is similar to question 2. Question 5 we have discussed. Question number 6 is undoubtedly an important question. Over here we will discuss all the 3 types of securities. The types of securitized instruments. Well, there are 3 types of securitized instruments. First, there is a pass-through certificate. What is the feature of a pass-through certificate? Whatever is the money received, that exact money will be passed through. Whenever and by whatever amount, when it is received, it will be passed through. अच्छा, तो इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या है? अनसर्टेनिटी हो सकता है. There is a lot of uncertainty in this instrument because sometimes what might happen is the market rate of interest might go up significantly or go down significantly, in which case the borrowers might actually prepay और डिफर देयर पेमेंट. तो अगर बोरोअर प्रीपे करता है तो सडनली आपको सभी पैसा आ जाएगा, आपको असेट लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट हिल सकता है. बोरोअर अगर लेट पे करेगा तो आपको लेट पैसा आएगा. देयर इज नो क्लैरिटी ऑन हाउ मच मनी यू आर गोइंग टू रिसीव व्हेन, and hence comes the pay through securities. But still a lot of pass through certificates are more hit according to me. In a pay through security, what happens is a clear repayment schedule is outlined. So for example, you have been told that every month you are going to get 1 lakh rupees. Even if a borrower prepays, and जैसे हाउसिंग लोन अगर आपके पेरेंट्स ने लिया रहेगा तो आपको ध्यान रखा कि हाउसिंग लोन 20-20 साल के होते हैं, बट कितने लोग उसको 10 साल में पे करके खत्म कर देते हैं. Borrowers can prepay. Even if the borrowers will prepay, the money will be kept with the securitization company and they might reinvest, earn some return, but पैसा तो एक fixed schedule में ही आएगा. And hence अपन बोलते हैं कि आप पैसे जल्दी आ जाते तो अच्छा होता है, वैसा नहीं होता, वो आपको लगता है. आई मीन योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ फाइनेंस इज स्टिल ऑब्वियसली अ लिटिल शैलो. देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज असेट लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट. बैंक्स वुड हैव प्लान्ड देयर फ्यूचर सेइंग कि हाँ ये टाइम पे हमको 1-1 लाख मिलने वाला है. अगर पहले आता है लेट आता है तो पूरा असेट लायबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट हिल जाता है. सो पे थ्रू सिक्योरिटीज दैट वेज गिव्स यू अ क्लियर पेमेंट शेड्यूल. And hence, if the money is recovered earlier by the SPV, it does not dump that money earlier. Or if the money is going to be paid later, SPV does not pay it later. It is going to pay at specified times. And hence, pay-through securities are preferred by those companies who like asset liability management. Pass-through certificates are preferred by those companies who are risk takers, who are actually investing for earning return from this and not just to balance your asset and liability. So, what is the biggest difference between pass-through certificates? Pass-through certificates will give money received as and when recovered, and in pay through certificates there is a fixed payment schedule. Broadly, this is the broad difference. Stripped securities. Stripped means generally when you receive payment from let us say receive the payment from let us say the borrower, payment is for interest as well as for principal. So generally we pass on interest and principal both. Now there might be certain investors who are interested in receiving money at the end only. उनको अभी immediate पैसा नहीं चाहिए, like a zero coupon bond. So they say we want only the principal. Certain people want an annuity, like retired people who want money regularly. So they want only interest. उनको एक साथ एक बड़ा lump sum payment नहीं चाहिए. So what you can actually do is, while you are making this, you can issue certain interest only securities. This is for senior citizens or people who like to receive money in an annuity. And principal only securities, people who want money at one shot at the end, like a zero coupon bond. They want to invest less today, but they want to get a higher amount at the later date. So this is like interest only securities and principal only securities. So ये सिर्फ आपको वर्ड्स पता होने चाहिए. उसके अलावा यहाँ पे एक नोट आपको देकर रखा है. इनफैक्ट एक MTP के अंदर सिर्फ स्ट्रिप्ट सिक्योरिटीज के ऊपर भी क्वेश्चन आया था. So over here you can see so many different varieties of, and that's why I've kept all the different ways in which the same question can be asked. Different types of securities, various securitized instruments, only stripped securities. Then सिर्फ point 3 आएगा. Differentiate between PTC and PTS is pay through security and PTC is the pass through certificate. दोनों के बीच में difference. So आप point 1 and point 2 अगर आपको आता है तो आप वो दोनों को लिख दो तो difference भी हो जाएगा. So this is in stripped securities. Can be interest only securities, can be principal only securities. देखो यहाँ पे ना I've reproduced the institute's language as it is because वो इंस्टीट्यूट के सजेस्टेड आंसर में आप देखो तो सेम दिखेगा. बट 4 मार्क के लिए आपको इतना बड़ा कहानी नहीं लिखना. ये तो 10 मार्क का आंसर भी नहीं, यानी उससे भी ज्यादा हो जाएगा. इफ यू सिट एंड राइट दिस एग्जैक्टली व्हाट इट इज, दैट विल गो फॉर 2 and 3 sides. You read this, absorb the information and write it in your own words. It's absolutely fine. So interest only securities, you can just elaborate and say that these are securities which will give only the interest. Principal only securities will give only the principal, will attract investors who do not want annual payments, who want a single lump sum large payment. So over here they've just explained this as each investor receives a combination of principal. It can be stripped into 2 portions, first of interest and principal. Accordingly, holder of IO securities receives only interest and PO security holder will receive only principal. So being less highly volatile, these securities are less preferred by investors. This is just general understanding, उसे आप read कर सकते हो, बराबर. So ये आपका question होता है. The pricing of securitization transaction is not very important. It's not important as such. Pricing is actually determined by market factors, credit enhancers, the nature of loans, the possibility of it going bad, non-performing asset, etc. So this is not very important. So discounting the best estimate of expected cash flows using the yield to maturity of comparable security. ये जो usually अपन credit quality देख के, average life देख के, like bond valuation. And we have discussed the scenario in India. 2-3 crucial words अपन highlight भी कर दिए थे यहाँ पे. And explain the features of securitization. ये सब अगर आपको सिक्योरिटाइजेशन प्रोसेस समझो तो फीचर्स भी लिख सकते हो, पूलिंग ऑफ असेट, कन्वर्टिंग इनटू सिक्योरिटीज, this will be creation of financial instruments. But basically this is like PTC, etc. PTS, pass through certificate, pass through security, pay through securities. Bundling and unbundling. Bundling is pooling and unbundling is issuing small securities. It's a tool of risk management. People can use this for managing the risk. Structured finance, you are structuring specially the pay through securities. This will be structured in a manner that you like. So this is structuring. सब बड़े बड़े words actually. Homogeneous, trenching यानी different tranches. Tranches यानी year 1 में क्या मिलेगा, year 2 में क्या मिलेगा, year 3 में क्या मिलेगा. You can actually structure it in different tranches. And homogeneity, under each tranche the securities are of homogeneous nature. बट अलग अलग ट्रांचेस, 10 साल का लोन है, 10 अलग अलग साल है. एट एवरी ईयर देयर कैन बी 10 डिफरेंट ट्रांचेस. विद इन वन ट्रांच ऑल सिक्योरिटीज आर गोइंग टू रिसीव यूनिफॉर्म कैश फ्लोस, बट ट्रांच 1 कैन बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम ट्रांच 2 डिपेंडिंग ऑन द नीड्स ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर्स एंड द कंपनी एटसेट्रा. सो ये सिर्फ आप गो थ्रू कर सकते हो. अंडरस्टैंड द सिक्योरिटाइजेशन प्रोसेस. You do not, I'll again repeat, you do not need to read this like you read a direct tax, like you read indirect tax, like you read let us say law. वो अपन वर्ड टू वर्ड एवरी वर्ड को बहुत वजन देके अपन एकदम डिटेलिंग में पढ़ते हैं. ये अपन ऐसा पढ़ते हैं एज इफ अपन नॉवेल पढ़ते हैं या फिर एक न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते हैं. आई होप यू आर एबल टू डिफरेंशिएट दैट व्हेन यू रीड अ न्यूज़पेपर इज वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द वे यू और यू रीड अ न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल or a blog is very different from the way you actually read your textbook. वो लॉ indirect tax में इतना डिटेलिंग में पढ़ो. यहाँ पे आपको एक ओवरऑल अंडरस्टैंडिंग आना चाहिए. 4 मार्क के लिए लिखना है, वहां पे आपको 100 मार्क के पेपर नहीं लिखने हैं इसके ऊपर. यू जस्ट नीड टू हैव एन ओवरऑल अंडरस्टैंडिंग, नीड टू रिमेंबर पॉइंट्स. अगर कोई चीज एकदम ही टेक्निकल लगता है तो उसको जाने दो. आपको एग्जामिनर को वो सब नहीं, आपको फीचर्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटाइजेशन प्रोसेस बताने का है. ब्रॉडली यू कैन एक्सप्लेन द प्रोसेस, गिव द पॉइंटर्स एंड उसमें उसके बाद तो अगर आपने टीवाई बीकॉम तक आपने क्लियर कर दिया तो आप तो उसमें चैंप हो गए. यूल बी एक्चुअली चैंपियंस. अगर आपको पॉइंट याद है तो आप बड़ा बड़ा कहानी भी बना सकते हो, बट आपको पॉइंट याद रखना है. उसके लिए आपको कॉन्सेप्ट समझना है. एक बार आपको कॉन्सेप्ट अंडरस्टैंड हो गया, देन यू कैन एक्चुअली वर्क अराउंड अ लिटिल एंड ऑल्सो काइंड ऑफ गेट दीज answers out of the way. Yes, okay. So that is securitization, a definite 4-mark question in your exam. The next important thing that we proceed is the last part, just startup finance, and this I would rate as a lot more easier as compared to the securitization chapter, which has a lot of technical things. Startup finance does not have as much technical things. We will finish startup finance and then stop for a small pause for a small break. It's too much of theory. You might want to have a break as well. So over here, the second part is startup finance. Now, while we are discussing startup finance, there is no real technical working that we need to do. There are 2 or 3 important words that I've mentioned over here जो आपको पता होने चाहिए. Venture capital, what does that mean? What are the features? Angel investors, what does that mean? Angel, Pari, Apsara. So angel investors and then there is pitch book presentation. ये 3 चीज आपको broadly पता होने चाहिए. Nevertheless, we'll discuss each and every question over here. Though I'm not going to run you through word by word like we do in sums and detailing, we're not going to do that. That'll leave it on you to read it once, that one dedicated day that you have kept for this. So what is startup in startup finance? If you are having a startup, and what is essentially a startup? A startup is a company which you have probably formed to solve a particular problem. To solve a particular problem, you want, just as Zoom was a startup, it was to solve the problem of kind of people having to travel to actually meet, and people when they are on the phone they might not be having as well of a decision making access, body language, a lot of things are not seen, and then Zoom developed a solution where it had really good video conferencing, in which case that helped solving a particular problem which Zoom is kind of encashing on right now. And as a result, when we are looking at a startup is basically a company which is, or an institution which is formed in order to solve a particular problem. It is a problem is identified and various solutions and a method to solve that problem is actually determined. That is a startup broadly. Now, a startup, in order to solve that problem, needs a lot of money, and it is a chicken and egg situation. The biggest problem that every startup is going to face is not the lack of ideas. अभी आपने तो CA शायद क्लियर अब तक नहीं हुआ है आपका, राइट? शायद नहीं, डेफिनेटली नहीं हुआ. If you are watching this video, आपका डेफिनेटली अब तक नहीं हुआ है. But you have so many ideas कि यार लाइफ में ये कर सकते, वो कर सकते. What holds you back is funding. The biggest thing that holds back any enterprise is funding. And so अपन बोलते हैं ठीक है यार, हमने तो FM वगैरह पढ़ा, हम बैंक के पास जाएंगे और हम लोन लेके जाएंगे, and bank will kind of, I mean, it will not even let you discuss your idea, because banks typically want collateral, bank wants security, and if you are a startup, the thing that you don't have is assets, is enough security to give to the banker. These established companies have that, but startups don't have that, and hence one of the biggest sources of funds, that is banks, generally throw you out. And as a result, how do we fund the startup is one of the biggest problems. Well, generally, how do people fund startups? The best way to do that is to fund it from your own money to start with, from your own savings. अभी आपके पास शायद इतने savings है नहीं, तो probably you can go to your parents, your families, your relatives, your friends, and they will probably trust you. They know your potential, they will probably trust you with their money. शायद अपने दोस्त करे ना करे पता नहीं, but generally they should, right? So अपने दोस्त अपने लिए थोड़ा बहुत पैसा भी अपने को trust नहीं कर रहे. So let us say our friends trust us with that, and you can raise money either from your own personal finance or from your friends, from your family. But again, उनके पास भी एक limitation होगा, आपको कितना पैसा दे पाएंगे, and hence you might actually run out of money in a very short span of time. And generally gestation period for startups are very long. You need a lot of money to come in continuously, and hence once you are out of your own personal savings, your friends, families, relatives have actually put in their money, and it becomes now awkward for you to attend family get-togethers because you have actually taken their money and your business is not doing as well. You have to repay them the money as well. So you will then go to, let us say, angel investors. Who are angel investors? They are accomplished individuals. Like, I mean, in India, there's Ronnie Screwvala, there is Rajan Anandan, head of Google, etc. These are accomplished individuals who have a lot of money and who want to back entrepreneurs. So, are they doing social service? No. They will take stake in your company. They will take angel investors are individual investors. Venture capital are funds like mutual funds. वो बाद में आते हैं. But a venture capital will look at your company if you are of a sizable अमाउंट. अगर आप ये छोटू सा कंपनी हो, वेंचर कैपिटल, अभी आप इधर उधर नवरात्रि के पास बेच रहे हो, उसको आपको थोड़ी ना कोई वेंचर कैपिटल फंड आपके अंदर पैसा डालने वाला है. नहीं, आपका खुद का पैसा है, आपके फैमिली का पैसा है. यू वांट टू डू अ स्लाइटली बिगर वेंचर, इन विच केस यू माइट टैप एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स. यू माइट वांट टू डू इवन बिगर. लाइक यू लुक एट ड्रीम 11 राइट नाउ. इट इज सच अ बिग, इट्स एक्चुअली गैम्बलिंग. विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट, इट इज एक्चुअली गैम्बलिंग, बेटिंग. अपन भी छोटे मोटे, अपन तो नहीं करते, बट छोटे मोटे बेटिंग इधर उधर होता है. Now you want to take it to the next level. Yes, from family savings, personal savings, and then you would want to go to venture capital as well at a later stage, but not to start with. A small betting institution you have set up is not the right thing to set up, but let's say, just to continue that example, then you will look at your own personal savings. Then if not your personal savings, then you will look at your family and friends, and then angel investors. Company is doing well, you see that, well, a lot of people are interested in legal betting. You go to venture capital and it keeps on increasing, something like that. Yes, okay. So over here, when we are looking at angel investors will take an equity stake in your company. If the company does not do well, the money is lost. But if it does well, the money multiplies in a manner which is unthinkable. Imagine those angel investors who had invested in Facebook, in Twitter, multi-billionaires right now. Venture capital, because you'll get stake at a very cheap price. For let's say $1 or $2 lakh, you will get 20, 30, 40% stake, and these are now going to be worth billions of dollars. And as a result, angel investors are people who are accomplished, who are very high risk takers, and who who back individuals. They're not institutions typically, they're individuals. And then comes venture capital funds. Venture capital funds are the funds who invest, like Nexus Venture Partners, like Sequoia. All of these are venture capital funds which invest in startup ventures. Private equity uske baad aate. Private equity funds like KKR, Blackstone, etc. do not invest in startups. They invest in accomplished companies. So venture capital funds are going to be funds which invest in a company which is a startup, which is of a sizable amount. It is not just a newborn company. They have some, they have a team, they have actually started doing work, they have a process. Angel is, and family and friends are at the stage where thing is only on a paper, it is on Excel, you have not done anything. Venture capital will need you to have a team. Venture capital will need you to have some certain displayable product, prototype, something to for them to show. So that's the next stage. That is when venture capital comes in. Now, why is venture capital investment, or why are venture capital funds different from mutual funds? Because mutual funds do not invest in unlisted companies. Mutual funds do not have as long a time horizon. Venture capital funds, these are private, small, unlisted companies. Venture capital funds invest in them to earn what is called as multi-bagger, a huge return. And hence, their investment horizons are slightly long, minimum 3 years, maximum around 10 years. Venture capital funds also have partners who are operating specialists. So venture capital funds do not just invest and forget. Mutual fund क्या करता है, वो पैसा इन्वेस्ट करता है, भूल जाता है, वो सिर्फ बैठ के जब भी टाइम राइट रहेगा मार्केट में बेच देगा. It will not advise Mukesh Ambani on how to run the business if a mutual fund has invested in Reliance Industries. However, when a venture capital funds invest, they will take a board seat, they will have operating partners, they will designate people on the board and help in operating. वेंचर कैपिटल फंड्स के इतने सारे पोर्टफोलियो कंपनीज हो गए, उनके कॉन्टैक्ट्स, कनेक्ट्स, दे विल कॉन्टैक्ट एंड हेल्प take the company to the next level. These are startup entrepreneurs, they do not have as much network, contacts. Venture capital partners and funds have a lot of contacts. They have so many companies in which they have invested money. They have so much contacts with specialists, and hence they have operating partners. They will also help in running the day-to-day affairs, strategies of the company. So venture capital takes a much more active role in the company running as compared to what a mutual fund does in a bigger company. So the benefits of venture capital, well, venture capital is going to give you long-term money. It understands that it is high risk, and hence expects a higher return. It wants to exit around 3 to 10 years. It will have specialist contacts, so it will also help you in running the business, and it will kind of actively participate in the management of the affairs of the company as well. Okay, so if you look at the brief characteristics, if you go to question number 1, I think this is on page number 48. Brief characteristics of venture capital. You can see this is a main exam question. Long term time horizon around 3 to 10 years. So यहाँ पे आपको सिर्फ ये heading याद रखना है, 3 to 10 years. Lack of liquidity. So venture capital funds know that the investments that are making, they are not liquid. Liquid means they are listed on the stock exchange and you can sell whenever you want to know. Venture capital funds invest in companies which are private, and hence there is lack of liquidity. It is high risk, and they will take an equity participation. They will take an equity stake in your company. These are the basic characteristics of venture capital. Question 2 we will discuss in some times. This is Startup India initiative. This was launched by our respectable Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Modi in 2016 to encourage startups in India. We will discuss this in some time. पहले अपन ये सब venture capital वाला discuss कर लेते हैं. Explain briefly the sources of funding for a startup. यार कहाँ से funding लेके आएंगे? Well, or innovative ways to finance a startup. Well, personal financing, आपका खुद का savings, personal credit lines like credit cards etc. आपके खुद के borrowings, family and friends if your borrowings, savings etc. are all exhausted, peer-to-peer lending. So there are जैसे आपका कितनी बार ऐसा समाज होता है या फिर trusts are there, or let's say your peers who are into similar activities. So there is, for example, Indian Angel Network, Mumbai Angels वगैरह है, तो आपके peers है, तो उन लोग भी आपको contribute कर सकते हैं. And then there is crowd funding. ये काफी चलता है, आप गूगल अप कर सकते हो, आपको मेरे से ज्यादा पता रहेगा. बट क्राउड फंडिंग मे बी एन आइडिया वेयर आई वांट मनी एंड आई अपील टू द वर्ल्ड एट लार्ज, टू द क्राउड, टू द मासेस, एंड ऐसे के देखो भाई अगर आप 10-10 रुपए भी कंट्रीब्यूट करते हो तो एक बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट बन जाएगा. सो दैट इज क्राउड फंडिंग. So I'm appealing to the world at large. There is I think crowdfunding.org या कुछ एक वेबसाइट भी है, उसके ऊपर आप अपना आइडिया और क्या किसके लिए पैसा चाहिए, उसमें they don't get equity stake, they just contribute because if you are doing a noble deed like जैसे ये अभी कोविड-19 में काफी लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे काम किए एंड क्राउड फंडिंग के थ्रू पैसा रेस किया था. So people are ready to contribute. Micro loans are loans. I mean, these are microfinance, आपने सुना रहेगा वैसा, बंधन बैंक etc. These are into microfinance, small loans given to small individuals. वेंडर फाइनेंसिंग नाम बहुत बड़ा है बट इसका मतलब होता है जब भी आप एंट्री पास करते हो परचेस अकाउंट डेबिट टू क्रेडिटर्स, दैट इज वेंडर फाइनेंसिंग. अभी आप बोलते हो उसमें क्या बड़ा बात है, देखो बड़ा बात होता है आप चल के जाओ किधर कोई शॉप में और उसको बोलो उधार देने को, आपको कोई उधार नहीं देता. ये तो क्या, इफ द शॉप इज नियर बाय एंड द शॉपकीपर नोज यू, ही स्टिल गिव्स यू क्रेडिट. अदरवाइज इफ यू जस्ट गो एंड से कि मेरे को आई विल बाय लेट्स से 10 पैकेट्स ऑफ शैम्पू एंड आई विल गिव यू मनी टुमारो, आपको कोई भी नहीं देगा. यू हैव टू कन्विंस देम to give vendor financing. They will, if actually in business when they have to give credit, अब बहुत सारा चीज देखा जाता है, your current ratio, your last balance sheet, your track record, a lot of things are seen before vendor financing is available. Vendor financing is very helpful for a startup because if I want to buy and sell goods, the biggest drawback I face is if I have to sell I need to buy, but if I want to buy I have to pay. But if I can, if the vendor is giving me credit and using that credit I can stock the goods and I can sell it to the buyer and वो जो पैसा है उससे मैं repay कर दूं, so I can actually get my wheels rolling. So that is purchase order financing. Like this is like अगर हमारे पास purchase order, एक बार हमारे पास order आ गया तो we can go to the bank and say कि ये order है, वो order complete करने के लिए हमें पैसा चाहिए and it's a firm commitment, it's an order. So if you give me the loan right now, I can use that to make products on this order, sell this, and जो पैसा है उससे मैं आपको दे दूंगा. That is purchase order financing. And this is then the last is factoring of accounts receivable, which means if I've actually sold goods, but अभी आप तो नए हो, आपको business grow करना है तो आपको credit देना पड़ेगा. आप क्रेडिट देते हो लोगों को, 6 महीने के बाद पैसा आने वाला है. So what you can do is you can actually factor, appoint a factor. You might have studied this in inter-CA receivables management. Factors are agents who buy your receivables in return for a compensation. They'll give you money right now, they'll charge you certain fees, but आपको पैसा immediately मिल जाएगा तो उससे आपका working capital cycle चलता रहता है. These are just pointers, okay? ये आप इसमें से 6 पॉइंट भी याद रखो तो more than enough, because you don't have to write essentially 9 points. You are never going to get more than a 4 or a 5 mark question for theory. Explain angel investors. We have discussed that these are basically individuals. What are angel investors? Well, angel investors invest in small startups. Often angel investors are entrepreneurs, families or friends. They can be accomplished individuals as well. May be one-time investment to help the business propel on an ongoing to carry on the company. They give more favorable terms. They are not as stringent as venture capital because they are not funds, since they are usually invest in entrepreneurs starting the business rather than the viability of business. They are informal investors. They are actually individual investors, private investors, seed investors. ये 2-4 words आप याद रखो, more than enough होता. Angel investors typically use their own money, unlike venture capitalists who take care of pooled money from many other investors. Venture capital fund is like a mutual fund, but mutual fund में objective क्या रहता है? To invest in listed companies. Venture capital fund also raises money from outsiders, and the objective is to invest in private companies, for example. So angel investors usually represent individuals. So basically, you can just go through these pointers. We have just explained what angel investors mean. Explain the advantages of bringing venture capital in the company. We have discussed this. They will invest in the long run. They will contribute to the management. They will give you techniques and contacts which can scale you and take you to the next level. It gives long-term equity finance. It's like a business partner, not just an investor. He acts like a business partner. Provides practical advice and assistance. Network of contacts. Can also give additional rounds of funding. आपका एक बार if he is invested in you and आपको और पैसे का जरूरत है, he can invest even more. And they are experienced. अगर आगे जाके see, ultimately they're not social service people. They want to encash, and they will typically do an IPO. For example, you must have read recently that Airbnb has filed for an IPO. So venture capitalists who have invested in Airbnb want to exit now, and they will do an IPO, sell their stake to the public at large, and earn a return. It's an $18 billion or something IPO. It's around 7,000 crores is $1 billion. So this is your advantages. Okay, now we want to discuss about Startup India initiative. So this is specific to India. In डेट याद रखने का, on 16th of January 16, मकर संक्रांति के बाद आपका रिजल्ट उसके आजू बाजू में आता है, याद रखने का. अभी आप नवंबर एग्जाम देने वाले हो तो 15-16 जनवरी के आसपास रिजल्ट आता है. सो दैट्स अराउंड 16th of January. Startup India initiative was launched by the government, which gave a lot of tax concessions and other benefits to startups. But who is eligible to be called as a startup? Well, if it is less than 5 years as on the date of launch of the initiative, if the company is less than 5 years and its turnover in any of those 5 years is less than 25 crores. The moment the turnover crosses 25 crores, you are no longer called as an eligible startup. So for a company which is a startup, it is an entity incorporated in India at the date of initiation of the scheme, not prior to 5 years. So it's maximum 5 years with an annual turnover not exceeding 25 crores in any preceding financial year. And it's not just any business. आपने ऐसा दुकान खोल के रखा हुआ है buying and selling का, वैसा नहीं. It is using some technology or intellectual property to solve a particular problem, working towards innovation, development, deployment of new products driven by technology or intellectual property. So ये 3 conditions है. And एक नीचे negative condition है, जैसे आप टैक्स में पढ़ते हो, this is not formed by a demerger or splitting of a business which is already there. Otherwise क्या हो सकता है, बड़े बड़े कंपनीज हैं, उन लोग अपने छोटे छोटे डिपार्टमेंट्स कर देंगे जिसका 25 करोड़ से कम रेवेन्यू है, and they will wrongly take tax concessions under the Startup India initiative. That is not the case. It is a company which is not formed by splitting up or reconstruction of a business already in existence. ये demerger करके नहीं, ऐसा नहीं कि कोई बड़ा कंपनी और उसका एक छोटा अपन ने न्यू कंपनी फॉर्म कर दिया, because demerger तो एक नया कंपनी फॉर्म करना पड़ेगा less than 5 years, and उसका टर्नओवर भी कम रहेगा because आपने एक छोटा सा पार्टी ट्रांसफर किया. No, but that is a part of a larger company. So we want to support genuine small startups. So provided that entity shall cease to be a startup if its turnover of any previous year exceeded 25 crores, or it has completed 5 years from the date of incorporation. Provided further, a startup shall be eligible for tax benefits only after it has obtained certificate from interministerial board. So आपको एक certificate लगेगा from the interministerial board. So there's nothing much over here. Then based on this, you will go to question number 6, which tries to contrast startups and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a wide term. If I'm starting a coaching institution, or if I'm starting a shop, that is also a new business. That's entrepreneurship. But then that is not, I'm not using any technological or innovation to solve a particular problem, and hence I'm doing something which is already there. That's entrepreneurship, but that's not a startup. That is covered under the startup definition that we have just studied. So startups are entrepreneurs, but not all entrepreneurs can get themselves registered as startup under the Startup India initiative. So as you can see, startup is a part of entrepreneurship. For example, entrepreneurship is a broader concept, is what we discussed. The challenges which startups in India are actually facing, it's a separate section. The challenges which they are really facing are getting the right talent. It's very difficult. Like, I mean, आजकल तो अब इकोसिस्टम काफी अच्छा डेवलप हो रहा है, but now once you qualify, you are good talent, you are real talent. आपको शायद अपने आप को बहुत अंडर एस्टिमेट करते हो because you are always with the peer of CAs. However, you are very talented. I mean, you are almost studying. You are studying what 99. You are more educated than probably 99% of the country. And hence you are real talent, but you want to work with PwC, you want to work with Deloitte, you want to work with KPMG, you want to work with the big brand names, and there's nothing wrong. I don't have anything against them, there's nothing wrong with that. But if there's a startup which is giving you internship, which is giving you less pay, you would not want to work over there. You are the real talent, but you don't want to work over there. There might be some of them who want to, at least in today's system, but you don't want to. You want to have a secured job, and अपन बोलते यार 20 साल इतना CA में मेहनत किया तो क्या अभी भी स्ट्रगल अपना कंटिन्यू करे, अपने स्ट्रगल तो चलता रहेगा. सो वी से कि नहीं भाई, हमको सिक्योर जॉब चाहिए, and that is what is hampering. If you go to US में there's a place called as Silicon Valley, if you are aware, on the east coast, on the west coast, Silicon Valley है, where people just go over there for where Stanford University is, if you are aware, just for the sake of learning, for the thrill of working in a startup and entrepreneurs, and probably they are working on internships, they get equity stakes in companies. So वो ecosystem अब तक इंडिया में develop नहीं हुआ. We are still following the big brands, we are still following a secure job, and that is the biggest challenge. The priority is, if you go to see, the main challenge with startup is getting the right talent. Undoubtedly, the biggest challenge is finding the right talent. Then there is this concept of bootstrapping. Bootstrapping नाम बहुत बड़ा दिखता है, आप solution solve नहीं कर पाओगे, but bootstrapping का मतलब क्या होता है? Bootstrapping over here is nothing but if you have financed your own startup with your own money, you have not taken money from, let us say, a venture capital angel, किसी आपने अपने खुद के पैसे से खड़ा किया, उसको बोलता है bootstrapped venture. So over here, what do you mean by bootstrapping? An individual is said to be bootstrapping when he or he attempts to build a company from personal finances or from operating revenues of the company. Basically, you are not tapping angel investors, you are not tapping venture capital funds. आप अपने खुद के पैसे से setup करते हो. That is what is called as bootstrapping. What are the methods in which startups can bootstrap? नीचे थोड़ा bootstrapping के बारे में बताया गया है. ये ना बहुत ही बड़ा चीज है, इतना बड़ा आपको लिखने का जरूरत नहीं है. You can just explain in short. First is trade credit. Trade credit is nothing but vendor financing. Trade credit is if I want to bootstrap, I want my vendors to finance. I want to purchase on credit. I want to have credit purchase. I want to have arrangements whereby I negotiate with the vendor, whereby I tell him that I will pay money once the goods are sold within a specified time frame of 3 months. So if you can manage that, half of your problems are solved, because the biggest risk in business is you're buying something and you're unable to sell, तो पैसा कभी आएगा, वो सब काफी difficult होता है. तो vendor financing, trade credit. Second is factoring. Factoring, आपने बेच दिया, पैसा debtor बोलता है कि अब 6 महीने बाद देगा. You approach a factor and tell them, भाई चलो 5-10% कम दो, but मेरे को आज का आज पैसा दे दो. Factoring, so that my working capital is rolled, I can use that to pay my salaries. And leasing, you don't want to invest a lot of the money that you have to buy assets, don't want to buy a car, buy a property, take it on rent. It is cheaper, it is to start with. Once you have enough money, then you can think of buying a property, not immediately. Okay, so यहाँ पे काफी सारा गैस और थियोरी देकर रखा है. दो लाइन में आप लिखो. लीजिंग क्या है आपको पता है? लीजिंग इज इट इज cost effective. If you are starting your own, bootstrapping in startup language, your own business, then take things on rent rather than buying. Approach your creditors, your vendors to give you trade credit, to give you goods on credit. Factoring, if money is going to be collected, approach factors, approach them and kind of take a slight haircut meaning a little less money, but get the money immediately so that you can pay salary, rent, etc. So 3 basic things. Creditors के लिए vendor financing, trade credit, debtors के लिए factoring, and for assets, so basically for the inventory purchases, trade credit. For the debtors, you can have factoring, and for the assets you can have leasing. इससे आप अपना कैश बेटर मैनेज कर सकते हो, ट्रेड क्रेडिट एंड फैक्टरिंग. एंड लीजिंग से आपका यस यू विल हैव टू पे रेंट, बट वन शॉट आपका कैश पूरा सेविंग्स वाइप ऑफ नहीं हो जाएगा. Fair. So this is about bootstrapping. You need to know what the word bootstrapping means. That's it, and you'll be able to write. And then comes pitch book presentations. So question 8 and 9 are both on pitch book presentations. Describe the words pitch presentation, that is question number 9. And what are the basic documents that are required to make financial presentations? So what is a pitch book presentation? What is a pitch book? It's basically a PowerPoint, PPT. We have done a lot of pitch books when we work in investment banking or private equity. Pitch book up. I mean, I as an analyst, when I was working in Morgan Stanley or JM Financial, the maximum time you would spend is on 2 things: PowerPoint while making pitch books and excels for making financial projections and models. That is it. At a higher level, obviously you become a vice president, executive director, and you will use those pitch books that we prepare as analysts for meeting with CEOs and CFOs. As analysts, we don't get that opportunity. Our associates, वो आपको थोड़ा higher level पे मिलता है, but उसके लिए एक pitch book होना चाहिए जो presentation रहता है. So what is there in the pitch book? As an investor, you would want to prepare a pitch book presentation. In the pitch book, you are pitching to the venture capital funds or you are pitching to the angel investors on why you should invest. Typically, the pitch book presentation should not last more than 20 to 30 minutes. उसके बाद लोगों को नींद आने लगता है. So you should make it short and crisp. क्या होना चाहिए pitch book presentation के अंदर? Well, you should have introduction. You should have a very basic, short and sweet introduction about yourself, and more importantly, your team. अब अपने बारे में बोलो, but आपसे ज्यादा आपकी टीम के बारे में बोलो, because the team is, when a venture capital invests, when a venture capital fund invests, he is not investing in an Excel model. He is not investing in your past revenues. There are none. He is investing in the individuals. He is investing in the team. He is investing in the motivation and the dedication that the team has, and the zeal, the fire it has to solve the problem. And hence, venture capitalists will typically invest seeing the enthusiasm and the zeal in the individual more than the Excel projection. Excel में तो कुछ भी डालो, garbage in, garbage out होता है. Higher number डालो, higher आएगा. But how motivated, how enthusiastic are you to solve a particular problem is what actually moves a venture capitalist more than your idea is important, yes. और उसके साथ में आपका execution idea तो आपके पास भी दिमाग में बहुत होगे. आपने execute कितने किया, आप अपने आप से पूछो. पढ़ाई का ही सोचो आप. छोड़, अभी वो सब टेंजेंट पे नहीं जाते, फोकस करते. सो व्हेन वी आर लुकिंग एट योर pitch book team, your key managerial personnel who are actually running, the product developers, the design specialists, marketing people, ये आपको हाईलाइट करने के कौन है, कैसे इन लोग प्रोपेल करेंगे कंपनी को. सो द टीम इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड देन कम्स द प्रॉब्लम एंड द सॉल्यूशन. लाइक Zoom, when it would have raised venture capital money, it would have identified a problem that in today's communication age, where everyone likes to do online shopping, why would I want to go physically to each and every meeting? This is pre-COVID-19. Why would I want to go physically to each and every meeting? There will be a time where I would prefer to do video conferencing. And hence, I have developed a solution, and this is my solution, this is my app, this is my product, whereby I can probably aid people in doing that, and I can actually earn money. I can market myself by giving 40 minutes free, but then for larger audiences and for larger meetings, I would have a paid plan. And that is how I plan to solve the problem and earn money in that process. Marketing and sales. How are you going to market? How are you going to sell the product? How is it going to reach the consumer? And projections and milestones. And for projections, you will need to show, जो इसके पहले का question है, you will need to show the projected income statement, the projected balance sheets, as well as the projected cash flow statements. You will have to show the projections. Yes, अभी तो अपना idea है, but वो idea में कितने consumers है, कितने लोग इसको कितना बड़ा audience है, कितना बड़ा market size है, how big are the number of people who are going to take your products, what is your market share, who are your competitors, very important. So Zoom के सामने पहले तो इतने competitors थे नहीं, but अभी आप देखो there's Jio as well, and there's Google Meet, there's Microsoft Teams. There are so many applications which kind of act as competitors to them. So we'll say that why our product should have a deeper penetration as compared to the competitors. And the business model. Business model means यार पैसा कहाँ से कमाओगे, ये सब चलो आइडिया अच्छा है, आपने वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग किया, ठीक है, व्हाट डू यू से, आपने सोल्यूशन है, ठीक है, हाउ आर यू गोइंग टू अर्न मनी, व्हाट इज अ बिजनेस मॉडल? वी विल से दैट वी विल मार्केट बाय गिविंग 40 minutes free. However, for paid plans beyond a specified number of users, we'll have a paid plan. And as a result, so then they will say कि देखो competitors है, web WhatsApp है वगैरह. We'll say यार web WhatsApp में किधर आप not web WhatsApp, WhatsApp call वगैरह में किधर आप 6-8 जन से ज़्यादा ले सकते हो. Here in Zoom you can take so many people together. So that way you can engage with larger audiences, and hence you will have to show कि भाई आप पैसा कहाँ से कमाओगे. What is your business model? How are you going to earn revenue? And financing, where has the money being raised, and what is your financial plan, what is your target debt to equity ratio, from where is it going to be raised. So pitch book में क्या क्या आना चाहिए? Introduction about yourself, the presenter along with the team, then the problem which you're planning to solve and the solution, competitive landscape, layout, who are the competitors and how you plan to earn get your business model, and how you plan to market and sell the product as well, and how do you intend to finance it. So various points, आप इसमें से 6-7 पॉइंट भी याद रखो, more than enough है. Explain the various, so इसके पहले का क्वेश्चन क्या था आपका, what are the basic documents that are required to prepare. देखो डॉक्यूमेंट्स और तो खास कुछ चाहिए नहीं, आपको प्रोजेक्शंस के लिए डॉक्यूमेंट्स चाहिए. जैसे मैंने आपको बोला, पावर पॉइंट में अपन पूरा पिच बुक बनाते हैं, एक्सेल में आपका मॉडल बनता है. मॉडल में क्या रहता है, इन फाइनेंशियल मॉडल यू प्रोजेक्ट द इनकम स्टेटमेंट, प्रोजेक्ट द बैलेंस शीट एंड प्रोजेक्ट द कैश फ्लो, एंड यू शो द इन्वेस्टर एट हाउ मच यू आर प्लानिंग टू, और हाउ मच इज योर इनकम, योर असेट्स, एंड हाउ मच इज योर कैश फ्लो पोजीशन. सो द बेसिक डॉक्यूमेंट्स आर नथिंग बट इनकम स्टेटमेंट, कैश फ्लो स्टेटमेंट एंड बैलेंस शीट. Okay, explain the stages, the last part, stages. ये सब देखो, of venture capital funding. Seed, as the name goes, is very low level. This is typically where angels invest funds to provide a new idea. You have not started anything, just an idea. Startup is early stage funds that need money for expenses associated with marketing and product development. अभी आपका आइडिया एक्चुअली रियलिटी में आपने टीम रिक्रूट कर दिया, प्रोडक्ट्स आपको डेवलप करने के लिए पैसा चाहिए. फर्स्ट राउंड इज फॉर अर्ली सेल्स. आपका प्रोडक्ट अभी बन गया, अभी आपको सेल करना चालू करना है, दैट इज फर्स्ट राउंड. सेकेंड राउंड, सेल्स आपके अच्छे खासे हो रहे हैं, बट इतने सेल्स हो रहे तो आपको अभी इन्वेंट्री मेंटेन करना है, सो वर्किंग कैपिटल चाहिए हमें. थर्ड राउंड इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज मेज़नाइन फाइनेंसिंग. दिस इज एक्सपेंशन मनी. अभी आपका सेल्स हो रहा है, इन्वेंट्री भी अच्छा खासा, नाउ यू वांट टू एक्सपैंड, गो टू मोर लोकेशंस. थर्ड राउंड. And the fourth round is intended to going public, which means you now want to do an IPO, give exit to all the investors who have invested now by an IPO. So seed money, idea. Startup, it is just now to meet the expenses for product development. First round, sales have started. Second round, sales are increasing. You need to have more inventory, so to finance the working capital. Third round, expansion into new locations. Fourth round, going public, giving an exit. Barabar hai? Yes, so these are the two most important chapters, and I'll just stop for around 15 odd minutes, and then we will continue with the other chapters as well. Okay, so we'll try to finish this in today's class only. These are the two topics which are the most important, but having said that, other topics bhi ek baar aap सुन के रखो तो आपको एक ओवरऑल आइडिया आ जाएगा, एंड व्हेन यू आर रिवाइजिंग इट विल बी अ लिटिल मोर इजियर टू काइंड ऑफ रिमेंबर द पॉइंट्स. जस्ट गिव अनदर 2.5 to 3 hours and we should be done. Okay, we'll stop for around 15 minutes and then we continue. Okay, chalo, see you. Okay, so we will continue now. So we just about ended at the startup finance. So the first two topics are done. Okay, let's go to the next topic now. So we will go to risk management, that is chapter number 2. So these two were the important topics. Other topics we'll just discuss, go through as well. So we'll go to chapter 2. As we had discussed, chapter 1 अपने को last में रखने का. Chapter 1 is not something that we'll do right now. Chapter 2 is risk management. What is important in the exam, whenever risk management has come, it has come pertaining to largely two concepts. First is value at risk. We have done sums on this as well, so I hope you should be faintly remembering stuff on about value at risk and about the financial risk. So there are these two aspects. We have also mentioned this. So there is financial risk and features and applications of value at risk, which are the two important parts over here. We'll go to risk management. Now, what is value at risk? VAR, or value at risk, if you remember, was a measure of financial risk. It is a maximum possible loss that a particular investment can make. And while you are calculating this maximum possible loss, what do you need to consider? Well, you need to consider three items. First is the standard deviation, usually considering the time period. So the standard deviation, that is the deviation of that security on an average. And second, you need to consider a time horizon, 1 day, 10 days as the case may be. And third is the confidence level, which is also called as the Z factor, 99%, 95%, etc. Unless otherwise, so the 99% VAR is the most common way to calculate the VAR. The 99% VAR is the most common way to calculate VAR. So when we look at the application for value at risk, and the calculation for value at risk. Value at risk is nothing but, you can see so many questions. Question number 2 is all there is so many questions being asked for question number 2, whether it is on the RTP. Just a second. So whether it is on the RTP or whether it is in the exam questions, you will see a lot of questions which are dedicated towards VAR. So this is what is value at risk. As we have said, value at risk is the maximum value of your portfolio that is open to the risk. The maximum value of your portfolio which is open to risk is the value at risk. VAR is a measure of the risk of the investment. Now, 3 factors determine VAR. First, as we have said, is the standard deviation. Second is the time interval, and third is the Z factor, unless otherwise in the 99% interval, which is 2.33 value that you should say. What does VAR seek to answer? 2 basic questions. First, what is the worst case scenario, and what will be the loss if that worst case scenario happens? So the components of VAR are the time period, the confidence level, and the loss in percentage or in amount. So basically this will be measured by the deviation. VAR is essentially the features of VAR. The features of VAR is, it's essentially a statistical method. It is for a specified time horizon, considers the probability and the Z score. Z score is the confidence interval. So these are the few features of VAR. You can go through this. Application of VAR is mainly to ensure that there is efficient asset liability management. It gives let us say the traders, it gives traders the limits के beyond which आपको ये limit के आगे जाना नहीं है. Stock exchanges, it helps in calculating margin. So when we look at the application of VAR, 2 very important questions. When we look at the application for VAR, VAR can be applied to measure the maximum possible loss on any portfolio or a trading position. To measure the maximum possible loss, it's a benchmark for performance or any operation. It helps in fixing the limits. यानी एक लिमिट के आगे जा नहीं सकते ट्रेडर्स वगैरह के ऊपर आप लिमिट सेटअप कर देते हो. And it helps in the asset liability management strategy. So these are the features of VAR. These 2 questions are important. We have mentioned that earlier as well. Third is about financial risk. So if you go to the beginning of your material, we had 2 questions. First is the features and applications of VAR. VAR is the maximum possible loss. It seeks to answer the questions that what is the worst possible scenario and what is the loss in that scenario. The components of VAR are the time factor, the deviation, as well as the Z factor. Applications can be used for setting up limits, asset liability management, and it is also helping in setting up the margins. Okay, then comes financial risk. So ये दोनों अपना पढ़ के हो गया. Then comes financial risk. This is on the next page, I guess. So over here, this is page number 8. How do different stakeholders view financial risk? Different types of the same questions. How is financial risk can be viewed from different viewpoints? Explain financial risk from the view of stakeholder, company, and the government. And financial risk can be viewed from a different perspective. So basically all the 3 are going to have the same solution. There are 3 stakeholders जिसके perspective से risk measure होता है. First is from the perspective of shareholders. Second is from the perspective of company, and third is from the perspective of government. When we look at the risk from the perspective of shareholders, the financial risk is a risk that you will not be able to repay. The best way to measure this is the debt to equity ratio. So over here यहाँ पे आपको debt to equity ratio रहेगा, वो आपके लिए important है. So this is the ratio of view financial gearing, that is ratio of debt in the capital structure. So even when you look at from the shareholder, the financial risk is the risk that the company will not be able to, or they will not be able to pay the debt which is due, and hence the company may have to go bankrupt. So that is a financial risk for the shareholder. For the company as well, company is a separate legal entity, remember, as compared to the shareholder. From the company's point of view, if the company defaults, it will be forced into liquidation. shareholders will continue, but company will have to liquidate. So if it defaults, then there might be a potential liquidation. So liquidation is an important word over here. The debt to equity or ratio of debt, the gearing ratio is an important word over here. And for the government, it will result in loss of jobs. It will result in probably loss of savings. So things, what happened to, let's say, the Lehman Brothers, or what is happening in PNB Bank, not PNB, the PMC Bank. So wo sab, it is going to affect the larger interest, not just the shareholders, not just the company, but also the trust, the faith that people might have on the system might actually collapse. So over here can be viewed as failure of any bank or downgrading of any financial institution, leading to spread of distrust among society at large. For example, अपना जो PMC बैंक वाला केस था, वैसा चीज है. From a company's perspective, financial risk can be measured by the debt to equity ratio. From the company perspective, the possibility of this going into a liquidation. And from the government's perspective, jobs as well as breach of trust for the stakeholders is the importance of financial risk. बराबर एकदम ही general चीज है. Okay, then you have currency risk. Currency risk अपने foreign exchange में काफी पढ़ के रखा हुआ है. Explain some of the parameters to identify currency risk. In foreign exchange, we have studied how to hedge the foreign exchange risk, but why does foreign exchange risk come? Well, foreign exchange risk might come due to government action. For example, Brexit. When Brexit happened, this is the same example we have quoted over here as well. Exchange rate changed significantly. So government action can result in a significantly high exchange rate risk. Nominal interest rate and inflation rate, IRP, interest rate parity, inflation rate parity theory. Natural calamities like floods, earthquakes, etc. can change the exchange rate situation. War. God forbid if there's a war, the country's exchange rate goes for a toss because people would stop dealing or trading with that country, and hence there'll be very adverse impacts on the exchange rate. And government action as well as a change in government. So first 5 points are enough over here. The government action, interest rate as well as inflation rate, and any natural calamities or a man-made calamity like a war, natural calamity like flood, earthquake, or even a virus outbreak, or a man-made calamity like war can also affect the exchange rate risk, currency risk. Countries जहाँ पे ये सब ज़्यादा है, जैसे war, इराक है, सीरिया है, वहाँ पे आपका exchange rate risk बहुत high रहेगा because there was war going on for a lot of times. So inflation, interest rate, government action, all of these are going to impact your currency. Yes, okay. So this is your question 4. When you go to question 5, this is counterparty risk. This is not very important. Counterparty risk is the risk that when you are dealing with some other party, that other party might default. If you are a bank or if you are a financial institution and there is a customer who comes walking to you, and if that customer defaults, then you will suffer a loss. So that is a risk that a counterparty might default. Currency risk is a risk that financial risk is the risk that that the company might not be able to pay the money. Currency risk is a risk of changes in exchange rates, can happen due to various reasons. Counterparty risk is a risk not just for a bank, for any institution. If there's a debtor, if there's a creditor, if the counterparty defaults, अपन कैसे detect कर सकते हैं? Well, you look at his past history, you look at the security that he's offering, you look at the position that the company is in. So over here, is there any restriction from the government? Is there any is it let down by any third party? So is his orders being cancelled? Has the party become insolvent? Does he have the necessary money or the resources to complete the project? This is how you assess the counterparty risk, and the techniques to manage it would be to first carry out the necessary due diligence and see if the party is capable of paying. Do not overcommit to a single entity. Diversify it across your customers. Know your exposure limits. Limit it up to a particular limit to a particular single consumer. Review limits and procedure for credit approvals, and rapid action in the event of defaults. So you can quickly try to enforce the security and use instruments like guarantees. Just go through, not very important. So this is your second chapter. This is on risk management. Then you go to security analysis. Now there is a lot of theory which is there in the study material as well for security analysis, though rarely, I mean there's just one or two concepts that have come which is largely linked to economic and industry analysis. आगे technical analysis है. So there are two types of analysis. When we are looking at अगर आप CNBC या कुछ track करते हो, तो there are two types of analysis that investors do. First, there is something called as a fundamental analysis, And then there is something called as a technical analysis. There is a fundamental analysis, and then there is a technical analysis. What is there in fundamental analysis? You will study the economy, you will study the industry, you will study the company's risk, the company's rewards, the company's performance, and you will study the future prospects. So for example, Gordon's formula is an application of fundamental analysis, the present value of future cash flows. On the other hand, technical analysis does not look at the company's future sales growth, company's potential. It looks at price trends, demand supply. It believes that whatever price trends have happened, chart रहता है ना, सब ऊपर नीचे आपका chart जाता है. Whatever price trends have happened in the past, we expect that those price trends will repeat in the future. So that is what is technical analysis. It assesses the value based on pure demand and supply without looking at the growth prospects of the company. Fundamental analysis does not look at the demand supply buying and selling patterns. It looks at the cash flow earning capability of the company. Okay, so over here the important concepts over here are economic analysis and industry analysis, and then there is efficient market hypothesis. So what are the factors? If you look at the first 2 or 3 questions, that is linked to factors affecting economic analysis, the techniques in which you can do the economic analysis, and industry analysis. We'll just go through them. So economic analysis and its techniques, question 1 and 2, economic analysis and its technique. What is economic analysis? You analyze the entire economy. What is the most important number for the economy? Well, the GDP, the national income, the growth rates of national income. When you are doing economic analysis, जैसे India, China आपने सुना रहेगा, the fastest growing economies, the fastest growing economies, क्या grow हो रहा है? How do you say India is the fastest growing economy, China is the fastest growing economy? Well, you look at the GDP. The national income, the growth rates of national incomes are to be considered here. And once you understand the growth rate of national income, which is the top line, you also want to see how various industries, like China is known for manufacturing, India is known for services. So we want to see the rates of growth in the industrial sector. India is a service driven economy. आपने पढ़ा रहेगा शायद more than 60% of our GDP comes from services, around 20 or 30% from manufacturing, around 14 to 15% from agriculture. China on the other hand is predominantly a manufacturing economy, very less services, because it's the language barrier is there. अपने लिए we speak a lot of English, and as a result we can render a lot of services internationally as well. Growth rates of the industrial sector, sector wise you can study. Inflation is a very important parameter, especially for consumer companies, consumer driven companies जो रहते हैं, Hindustan Unilever, Nestle, Procter and Gamble, all of these track inflation closely, because if the inflation is very high, the price of products will increase, and by default consumers will not say कि price किसके वजह से increase हो रहा है, आपके product का quality बढ़ रहा है या whatever is there. If there's a price increase, there's a fall in demand. So inflation is a very important factor while you are studying the economic analysis. And monsoon, for a country like India, which is a lot of it is agricultural driven, monsoon plays a very, very important role. And a normal monsoon kind of generally a very healthy and a flourishing economy generally follows a normal monsoon. So over here monsoon. So these are the 4 factors. 4 चीजें. Economic analysis, what are the factors? 4 point per factor. National income, then industry wise growth rates, then you have inflation, and then you have monsoon. वैसे तो बहुत सारे दूसरे factors भी है, but अपने exam perspective के लिए institute ने 4 दिए तो more than enough. Okay, now what are the techniques in which you can do economic analysis? The most common technique, and ये देखो आपने बहुत पूछा गया, institute ने काफी almost every MTP, well this is coming, so this is quite important. Various techniques used in economic analysis. Anticipatory surveys. So even if you read the press, there are so many surveys which say that you survey 500 CEOs and you ask them that what is the impact COVID-19 is expected to have, and what they believe, what is the average outcome of that survey is what we believe is going to happen. And hence, when you are doing economic analysis, you can do a lot of surveys, and survey is one of the best way. In fact, national income में भी क्या होता है, आपके घर पे या इस population में भी आपको घर के आपको टोटलिंग करता है. National income में भी आपको टोटलिंग होता है. That's through a survey only. So these are surveys and looking at a lot of barometers or indicators. So indicators तीन type के होते हैं, एक होता है leading, एक होता है coincidental and एक होता है lagging. What do you mean by leading indicators? Leading indicators are indicators which lead, which means before the actual recovery happens, you can see that this is an indicator of an actual recovery happening. For example, when you see a lot of people buying commercial vehicles, trucks, when a lot of trucks are bought, people believe that the industrial activity is now going to kind of increase significantly because commercial vehicle demand is a leading indicator. It leads the actual growth that happens in the economy, because when I foresee कि मेरा production बढ़ रहा है, बढ़ने वाला है, I need to transport it, and as a result the commercial vehicle industry is a very good leading indicator. Trucks के sales बहुत बढ़ जाते तो अपन मानते काफी अच्छा leading indicator है. For example coincidental or even stock market. For example Sensex, अभी आप देखो कितना बढ़ रहा है आपका Sensex. Now to be honest, if you ask me, I believe that this is, and that is my humble opinion, that it is way too overvalued. I mean, it's disconnected from the actual underlying reality where a lot of people have actually lost their jobs. A lot of business models have changed significantly. So Sensex going up, I mean, from 26,000 to 38,000 in a matter of 4 months kind of completely ignores the fact that COVID was there. Earlier it was 40 or 42,000. So that is probably a leading indicator that, I mean, maybe I'm wrong and I'm happy to be proven wrong, that the economy is going to revive. There's going to be a V-shaped recovery. नीचे गया and V. It's not a U. U means बहुत time नीचे रहता है फिर ऊपर जाता है. W means, so there are three types of recoveries. There is V-shaped, नीचे गया and then it goes up. V. U नीचे गया, वो काफी टाइम तक नीचे रहता है and then it goes up. U shaped. And W नीचे गया, ऊपर आया, वापस नीचे गया, फिर वापस ऊपर आएगा. Up and down. So people are expecting that if there is a second, अभी इंडिया तो फर्स्ट में से ही बाहर अब तक नहीं निकला है, but if there is a second wave, then that's a W shape. World economy is going up and then again it will go down. So these are leading indicators. If stock market activity is so up, it's very good news for us that the market in general is kind of believing that the economy is going to revive. It has not yet revived. You can see empty restaurants, you can see empty malls, but we are believing that ठीक है वो temporary phenomena, it is going to revive, and hence the Sensex has gone up. A leading indicator, for example, roughly coincidental indicators which are approximately the same time as economy. For example, आपके जो results आते हैं, quarterly results आते हैं, they are coincidental indicators. They will show what has actually been earned. If an actual recovery is happening, then EPS will improve. Actual recovery is not happening, EPS will not improve. भले market price कुछ भी हो जाए. And lagging indicators, these are indicators जो बाद में पता चलते हैं. Typically a lot of times पूरा साल खत्म हो जाता है, उसके 5-6 महीने लगते हैं, उसके बाद थोड़े सर्वेज होते हैं and then आपको पता चलता है. जैसे नेशनल इनकम इज नॉट अवेलेबल इमीडिएटली, वो बाद में पता चलता है, काफी टाइम लगता है अपने को नेशनल इनकम फाइंड करने को. सो दीज आर लैगिंग इंडिकेटर्स. वो रिकवरी होने के बाद पता चलता है कि हाँ रिकवरी हो गया था. So these are I mean techniques you can use, and then economic model building. You can develop financial models and try to predict on your own. So 3 techniques. Factors कितना है economic analysis के 4. There's national income, then there is industry level growth, then there is inflation, and then there is growth. Techniques के अंदर आते हैं 3 main techniques. First is a survey, second is the indicator barometer approach, and third is a model building. In case of an indicator approach, there are 3 indicators. There is the leading indicator, lagging indicator, as well as there's a leading indicator, lagging indicator, as well as the coincidental indicator. And economic model building will build models. So अगर आप starting में देखो, अपन ने ये point भी important mark करके रखा था. So this is something else. We must explain the factors affecting economic analysis and techniques, and we have discussed that as well. So काफी easy है. अगर आप देखो ये सब exam questions है, इतने easy questions. Okay, and then there is efficient market. We'll do efficient market in some time. Then there is factors affecting industry analysis. So now we are not at the economy, now we are at the industry level. So for example, coaching industry, for example, software industry, for example, the retail industry, the automobile industry. What are the factors that are going to affect product life cycle? Typically, product life cycle means if the product is at the early stages, there's lot of profit. Middle stages, there is average profit, and last stages, there is very low profit then. So a lot of people are saying that in automobiles, we are now going into the last stage of petrol and diesel driven cars. We are going to move to electrical vehicles soon, and hence we are at the last stage. Automobiles आज से 40-50 साल से अच्छे खासे चलते आ रहे. These same diesel and petrol driven, now they are at their last stage. That is a product life cycle. Demand supply gap. Typically, if demand is high, supply is less, prices are high. Demand is less, supply is high, prices are low. So depends on your industry's demand and supply matrix. Barriers to entry. ये सब आपने economics में पढ़ा रहेगा. There are certain sectors like mining which have a very high barrier to entry because इतना सारा investment करना है. On the other hand, there might be sectors like coaching, for example, very low barrier to entry. जिसको भी enter करना है वो काफी easily कर सकता है. गवर्नमेंट एटीट्यूड. सो गवर्नमेंट टिपिकली जैसे रियल एस्टेट के काफी अगेंस्ट रहता है गवर्नमेंट, बिकॉज काफी सारे झोल झपाट हुए रहते हैं. एंड हेंस गवर्नमेंट एटीट्यूड टू सॉफ्टवेयर, इट्स वेरी प्रो सॉफ्टवेयर बिकॉज लॉट ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट एंड बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट कम्स फ्रॉम सॉफ्टवेयर. Instead of competition in the industry, if the competition is very high, the profits are normal. Economics में आपने पढ़ा रहेगा super profit नहीं आता है perfect competition में, it's normal profits. You can't earn more because there are so many competitors. If competition is less, then the profits are relatively more. Cost, conditions and profitability, and technology and research. So these are, how expensive are your ingredients, how much of technology, जैसे mobiles etc. कितना सारा technological development हो गया. So basic theory, you can just go through this. Then there is co-location and proximity hosting. Actually, to be honest, I could not find it anywhere, so it's completely out of the blue. So I don't even know whether it is applicable in this chapter or not, because old new किधर भी आपको ये दिखता नहीं, but institute ने पूछ के रखा हुआ है May 19 के अंदर. So maybe it is removed also. We are not very sure. So we have just included it for safety कि भाई एक बार एक चीज पढ़ के रखने का, उसमें कोई harm है नहीं, because ये ना ओल्ड आपके जो मॉड्यूल्स है उसमें किधर दिख रहा था अपने को एज क्लियरली, ना अभी अपने को इतना क्लियरली दिख रहा है. मे बी इट इज रिमूव्ड, बट नेवरदलेस विल जस्ट डिस्कस दिस वंस. व्हाट इज स्कोप, लोकेशन और प्रॉक्सिमिटी होस्टिंग. जैसे जो स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस रहते हैं उसके जो ब्रोकर्स रहते हैं, वो ब्रोकर्स को आपको डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन देने का, एंड यू वांट टू कीप देम. नाउ स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस आर एक्सपैंडिंग, नॉट ऑल ब्रोकर्स कैन कम एंड सिट इन द स्टॉक एक्सचेंज, सो यू वांट देम टू बी एट अ डिफरेंट लोकेशन which is proximate, which is nearby, and every stock exchange is responsible for giving those members. जैसे कोई BSE and NSE है, these are two recognized stock exchanges, they have to give direct server access even if you are not sitting inside the main stock exchange building. So this is your co-location or proximity hosting. It's a facility which is offered by the stock exchanges to stock brokers and data vendors, whereby the trading or data vending systems are allowed to be located at close proximity to the premises of stock exchanges. That is what it means. It's quite literally what the word means, that co-location or proximity hosting, the systems, softwares etc. Will be kept at a close proximity to the stock exchanges. This will help in better management of space, time for these companies as well. Okay, explain the challenges to efficient market theory. We have written efficient market theory in our notes, and there are three forms of efficient market hypothesis, if you are aware: weak form, semi-strong form and the strong form. What is a weak form of market hypothesis? Where the prices are determined based on the past price and volume only. The weak form hypothesis believes that the prices are determined by past data on prices and volume. उसके आगे और कुछ भी determinating factor ही नहीं है. That is a weak form hypothesis. Second is a semi-strong form. We have written notes for this. उसके ऊपर ऐसा कोई खास question आया नहीं है, so we have not included over here. Second is a semi-strong form, where we say that yes, we look at the price and volume data of the past, but we also look at the publicly available information. So when a press release is given by a company on its future projects, we try to incorporate that information into our forecasts as well. And strong form of hypothesis means that apart from the price and volume data, apart from the publicly available information, investors are so smart that even information which is not publicly disclosed, even that information they are able to assess and incorporate that into the effects of the price. So that is efficient market theory. Now, what are the challenges in efficient market theory? What are the challenges in putting it into any of the three baskets? Well, the challenges are information inadequacy. Now, practically speaking, we don't have enough information of all the companies to assess their exact growth prospects. Inadequate information is there. Limited information processing capabilities. As a human being, you can't, even if all the information is laid in front of you, to have the big picture where you can connect all the dots and figure out कि ये सभी information का price के ऊपर क्या impact होएगा. There's a limited ability for humans to process that, and to assume that strong form exists होगा is next to impossible because of the limited information processing capabilities that humans have, and the adequacy of all the desired information that you might require. Irrational behavior. Well, we generally tend to assume that investors behave rationally, but that is not always the case. There can be some irrational behavior as well. Choices can be made irrationally as well. Monopolistic influence. Generally, price ko, if there is a lot of liquidity, बहुत लोग buy sell करे, it's very difficult to manipulate price. However, out of the 8,000 companies which are listed on BSE, not more than 200 or 300 companies have active trading. Otherwise, दूसरे जो 7,000 जितने companies है, उसमें hardly दिन में 2 से 3 trade होते हैं. In which case, the promoter or the management who holds so many shares can easily manipulate the prices. And as a result, even if the information is available, if there are not enough people to buy and sell, the prices can be artificially manipulated through the monopolistic influence that a shareholder which has a big block of shares actually holds. So this is a drawback. So 4 drawbacks of efficient market theory. To assume that there will be an efficient market is not possible because of 4 drawbacks. First, information may not be adequately available. Second, limited processing capabilities. Even if information is available, to process that information and translate it into price may be very difficult. Third, irrational behavior. Investors might not behave rationally always. There certain behaviors might be irrational as well, impulsive as well. And then you have monopolistic influence. A shareholder who's holding a big block of shares might actually influence the price unilaterally, even if other factors suggest otherwise, because he has a big block of shares. So demand supply, he can actually single-handedly alter the demand and supply position. Okay, so this is question number 5. Describe the concept of evaluation of technical analysis. Now, what does technical analysis do? Technical analysis tries to predict the price movements through charts. Prices of the past and volumes of the past are used as a base to predict the prices of the future. So this is charting technique. So technical analysis have supporters as well as critics. Supporters say that there is crowd psychology. अब देखो चार्ट ऐसा ही दिखता है आपको, zigzag, ऊपर नीचे. So basically we believe that if these price trends are true, what has happened in the past should repeat in the future. And we should kind of try to learn from that. Shift in demand and supply are gradual, does not happen in an instant. It happens over a few minutes or hours, and we can actually use that time before the shift in demand and supply is going to happen to make profits. Fundamental information about a company is observed and assimilated by market over a period of time. जो fundamental growth factors है वो जो daily, and to be honest, I strongly believe in fundamental analysis, but I also believe in technical, because do you think the fundamentals of the company are changing every second? You can see prices are changing every second. How are prices changing every second? अगर company का growth है, company का dividend है, if those are broadly constant, how are these factors changing every second? How are the prices changing every second? Well, because there is demand and supply. So अगर आपको fundamental same है, थोड़े ज़्यादा लोगों ने buy कर दिया, price बढ़ गया, अभी traders बोलेंगे चलो बेचते, अच्छा दिन का थोड़ा प्रॉफिट कमा लिया हमने. So fundamental information about a company is observed and assimilated by market over a period of time, but prices change every minute, every second. That is due to technical factors. So that is what they are saying. Hence the price movement tends to continue more or less in the same direction till information is fully assimilated. So ऊपर नीचे होते जाता है, price बढ़ता है. Detractors and people who are against technical analysis say that technical analysis is not offered to a convincing explanation. अगर technical analysis से कंपनी का प्राइस ऊपर नीचे जाने वाला है तो अपन sales growth, business चलाने में focus ही क्यों करें? So it does not give an explanation on why it should always hold true. Empirical evidence in support of random walk hypothesis. We will study that. Random walk means एक एक ड्रंकर्ड होता है, ल्यूनेटिक, बेवड़ा जो अपन बोलते हैं, उसका जो चाल होता है, चलने का होता है, वो कोई भी डायरेक्शन में जाता है. इफ यू सिट एंड प्रेडिक्ट कि हाँ, इफ देयर इज अ ड्रंक मैन, he has now taken left, he should now take right, he should walk straight, वो आप प्रेडिक्ट ही नहीं कर सकते हो, तो अपने हिसाब से चलेगा. Random walk, a drunkard person, random walk theory. Now you might find this to be illogical, but there's a proper theory and there are so many people. और अपन इसके ऊपर आगे क्वेश्चन आई थिंक नेक्स्ट वाला, हाँ, रैंडम वॉक थियोरी, इसके बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे. The walk of a lunatic, a walk of a drunkard person, बेवड़ा in our language, cannot be predicted. He can walk in any direction. वो रास्ते के बीच में भी चलने लगता है कितनी बार. So you can't just predict it. So your entire exercise of sitting and predicting share prices is like predicting the movement of a drunkard person. Share prices, the random walk theory says, moves in random directions, and hence it is a futile exercise. फ्यूटाइल, अपन ने जो इतना फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट पढ़ा, रैंडम वॉक थियरी, वो तो थियरी है. आई डोंट बिलीव इट्स फ्यूटाइल, आई एम श्योर यू आल्सो डोंट बिलीव इट इज फ्यूटाइल, बट इट इज नॉट एग्जैक्टली एक्यूरेट. ऐसा नहीं कि भाई गॉर्डन का जो फॉर्मूला आएगा वही आंसर का फाइनल प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ में आता है, वो नहीं आता, वो कुछ अलग रह सकता है. सो देयर आर रैंडम मूवमेंट्स, बट टू बिलीव दैट share prices move entirely randomly is not exactly correct, and hence you are studying this entire paper too as well. But yes, there is a theory where people believe that देखो ये तो कुछ ज्यादा कुछ सोचने वाला चीज है नहीं, शेयर प्राइसेस मूव रैंडमली, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. अभी टू बी ऑनेस्ट नाउ, आई मीन जस्ट टू गिव यू अ पर्सपेक्टिव, आप अगर वीडियो आर्काइव लो मार्च और अप्रैल के मंथ का, and you see all of these experts who come in ties and suits on CNBC and see how they are reacting, they would say stay away from the market, stay away from the market, it's uncertain, uncertain, uncertain. Now everyone is saying buy, buy, buy. अरे जब भी मार्केट 40 से 50% बढ़ गया तभी आपने बोला स्टे अवे, अभी बोल रहे नहीं मार्केट का बुल मार्केट है, इंक्रीज करने का, ऐसा कैसे? बिकॉज यू आर अनेबल टू प्रेडिक्ट इट. इट वॉज अ मूवमेंट विच टुक द बेस्ट ऑफ द इन्वेस्टर्स वर टेकन बाय सरप्राइज. रैंडम मूवमेंट, वो जो फॉल भी हुआ, टुक द स्पीड ऑफ द फॉल टुक एवरीवन बाय सरप्राइज. सो random walk theory, there are certain movements which are random, but to say that everything is random is actually an exaggeration. So empirical evidence actually supports random walk, which means they are saying that वो price trend कुछ भी बताए, prices तो randomly move होता है. The third is one of the most important points. By the time an uptrend and downtrend is picked up, is signaled by a technical analysis that already taken place. By the time a technical analyst says that you should go and buy, वो prices change in seconds. That price has already changed. So this is one of the most important drawbacks, and ultimately technical analysis is self-defeating. I mean, what does this mean? It means if more and more people employ technical analysis, there's less and less chances for an error happening, a price inconsistency happening. So that is what point D means. So you can just go through technical analysis. The people in favor would say fundamental information takes time to absorb, but the price movements happen daily, every minute, and hence that is due to technical factors. Demand and supply shifts are gradual, they're not instantaneous, and there's a crowd psychology which is at play, behavioral finance, and as a result you should look at it. The detractors say that it does not give any explanation on why the price should go up. It is not linked to growth, cost of capital. It does not give convincing information. Again, price movements have been seen to be random. So the daily movement अगर ऊपर नीचे जा रहा है, you cannot kind of predict and say कि हाँ अगर अभी ऊपर गया तो आगे नीचे ही जाएगा, for example. And ultimately, the uptrend and downtrend, by the time it is detected, a lot of times it happens that the price movement has already happened. So this is a note about technical analysis. Across your syllabus, you're not taught more about technical analysis. You're taught about fundamental analysis. That is the Gordon's formula. Random walk theory. As we said, what does random walk theory say? The behavior of stock market is unpredictable and there is no realistic relationship between the present prices and the future prices. According to this theory, prices of stock market can never be predicted. The reason is that price trends are not the result of any underlying factors, but they represent a statistical expression of past data. And you can't really forecast or predict it. That is what the random walk theory says. कोई आपको नहीं बोलता ये सही है गलत है वो prove करो. It is just a theory. There are certain people who believe, तो वो ले सकते हैं. There may be periodical ups and downs, but there's no connection that can be established between two successive peaks and troughs, that is down. So this is random walk theory. ये अपन क्यों पढ़ के रखते हैं? बिकॉज अगर कल उठ के एग्जाम में आ गया, देखो MTP में आया 2-4 बार, अगर आ गया तो अपने को पता होना चाहिए. अगर अपने को दो तीन चीज भी पता है ना, रैंडम वॉक क्या है, अपन तो इसमें चैंप है, अपन मस्त आधा पेज का डेकोरेटिव आंसर बना सकते हैं. बट अपने को 2 चीज पता होना चाहिए, तो अपन उसके ऊपर मसाला तो अपन ऐड कर सकते हैं. वी आर क्वाइट इक्विप्ड टू डू दैट. बट व्हाट इज रैंडम वॉक? द सेंटेंस दैट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर ओवर हियर दैट द प्राइसेस कैन नॉट बी प्रेडिक्टेड एंड द प्राइसेस mimic the walk of a drunkard person. Quite literally this is what is written. यहाँ पे आंसर में है नहीं, but random walk theory में the prices mimic the walking of a drunkard person who walks randomly, and as a result it is unable to, वो सीधा जाता है, लेफ्ट जाता है, किधर भी जा सकता है. It's a futile exercise to sit and predict, look at the person and predict कि वो किधर जा रहा है, because his walk is going to be random, and that is the same case with the share prices as well. These are people who kind of, अगर इनका माने तो फिर आपका और मेरा जॉब ही नहीं लगेगा कभी, बिकॉज रैंडम वॉक है तो लोगों को कोई फाइनेंशियल कंसल्टेंट या एनालिसिस चाहिए ही नहीं. वो तो फिर आप ड्रॉ में से एक उठाओ और उसके अंदर पैसा डाल दो. So that is not entirely correct, honestly. You have people like Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, Warren Buffett, etc. They've made Rakesh Damani. They've made so much money, right? So it's wrong to just believe that random price movements sometimes are random, but to say that everything is random is an exaggeration, in my humble opinion. ये exam में नहीं लिख के आने का. Then there is another theory called as the Dow Jones theory. This was made by a person called as Charles Dow, who was a founder of the Dow Jones theory. So, or the Dow Jones index as well. You would be aware that the US index, जैसे इंडिया में Sensex and Nifty, वैसे US में Dow Jones Industrial Average. So, this is originated by Charles Dow. So you can just remember his name. The founder of Dow Jones Company in the late 19th. It is a theory which gives you a way to determine the strength of the stock market movements, and he looks at 2 indicators. जैसे अपन ने पढ़ा था leading and lagging indicators. He looks at 2 indicators. He looks at the Dow Jones. ये आपको याद रहना चाहिए. Is based on the movements. The Dow Jones theory is based on the movements of 2 indices. That is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. आजकल जो आप देखते हो मार्केट में कि भाई डाउ जोन्स इतना ऊपर गया, इतना नीचे गया, दैट इज अ डाउ जोन्स इंडस्ट्रियल एवरेज. एंड द डाउ जोन्स ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एवरेज. ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एवरेज इज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स टू काइंड ऑफ see the movement of transportation companies and industrial companies. Nasdaq is software. So US में सब अलग अलग indices है. Dow Jones is industrial indices, Nasdaq is software, and the transportation are the logistics ones. These averages reflect the aggregate of all kinds of information available in the market, industrial as well as transportation, and the movements are divided into 3 classifications. ये आपको ध्यान रखना है. ये 2-3 चीजें. सबसे पहले चार्ल्स डाउ का नाम आपको याद रखना है. Second, we have to say that this theory is based on the movements of 2 indices, that is the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the Dow Jones Transportation Average. And third, there are 3 movements. First is the primary movement, जो long term 3 to 5 years उसका जो trend है. Second is the secondary movement, जो आपका 2 weeks to a month movement जो चलता है, जो एकदम near term वाला है. And third is a daily movement. So Dow Jones के 3 movements है, वो आप ध्यान रखो. The movements of, ये अपन पढ़ रहे, the movements of the market are divided into 3 classifications, all going on at the same time. The primary movement, this is the most important. The secondary movement and the daily fluctuations. Primary movement is anywhere between 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years. जो structural trend है, जो अपन मानते कि भाई देखो अभी सॉफ्टवेयर तो on a primary basis on an up move. Real estate, especially commercial real estate, is on a down move with work from home. So that is the primary, for example. The secondary movement is the movement for around half to 1 month in the near term. So the near term impact, if you go to see, of restaurants, hotels is very bad. Negative. Airlines, कोई यूज ही नहीं कर रहा, hotels तो चल रहा ही नहीं है, barely चल रहा है, restaurants barely चल रहा है, at least in Bombay. But that does not mean that the primary movement is negative. In fact, अगर आप देखो तो PVR है, Inox Leisure है, उनके share prices देखो अभी बढ़ने लगे. Because now there's been noises all around that theaters and multiplexes, at least single screens, are going to open from the next month. Does not mean we go and sit in a multiplex. We have enough facilities to watch really good movies at home. and listen to lectures also at home. So utilize your time in viewing lectures as a first preference. But nevertheless, you can see that the prices of PVR, INOX is actually recovering from their lows because they are going to increase. So बीच में उनके prices एकदम ही नीचे चले गए थे. That was a secondary movement which was pulling it down, but the primary movement still people used to believe कि हाँ ये तो temporary है. अभी 15-20 एक महीने तक ये डाउन रहेगा, बट ये ऊपर आने ही वाला है बिकॉज थिएटर्स तो वापस चालू हो गए, एयरक्राफ्ट तो वापस यानी लोग यूज करेंगे. सेकेंडरी मूवमेंट एंड थर्ड डेली. डाउ चार्ल्स डाउ सेज के भाई डेली मूवमेंट को आप छोड़ दो, ये प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी पे फोकस करो. द प्राइमरी मूवमेंट इज द मेन ट्रेंड. दिस इज द मेन ट्रेंड which lasts for 1 to 36 months or longer. The trend is commonly called a bear or bull market. ये जो bear और bull market होते हैं वो primary trend होता है. The secondary movement is shorter in duration than the primary movement and is opposite in direction. कि भाई PVR का value तो ऊपर जाने वाला है in the long run, but secondary movement is pulling it down, for example. But temporary. It lasts for 2 weeks to a month or more, and daily fluctuations are narrow movements. ये technical के हिसाब से होता है. These fluctuations are not part of the Dow Jones interpretation theory. He says वो daily जो change होता है उसको देखने का ही नहीं. However, daily movements must be carefully studied as they themselves go and make the longer terms movements. So over here you have 3 types of movements in this theory. There is the primary movement, which is anywhere between 12 to 36 months. Let's say we keep this in months. This is the basic trend. Is you can put this as a bear or a bull trend. Then is a secondary movement. This is for around the next half to 1 month. This is generally opposite of the usual trend. And daily. This is to be ignored in the Dow Jones theory. बराबर है. सो ही लुक्स एट, अच्छा किसका मूवमेंट अपन बोलते हैं ये प्राइमरी मूवमेंट, सेकेंडरी मूवमेंट, डेली मूवमेंट किसका देखने का? अरे वो डाउ जोन्स इंडस्ट्रियल एवरेज एंड डाउ जोन्स ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एवरेज, ये दोनों का देखने का. ये दोनों का देखने का. यस, हार्ड कॉपी अभी तो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट रहेगा. We will keep it ready the moment things normalize. Our office is currently not functioning and you can also travel. Yes, you can take the hard copy, but currently even our office is not working and staff is working from home, so it's a little difficult to kind of arrange a hard copy now. But having said that, we will provide a hard copy for this. Or otherwise, अगर आपको travel नहीं करना है, it's printable format. The PDF file you can even get it printed. It's around 50 odd pages. Okay, so this is about the Dow Jones theory. Then is the Elliott wave theory. अगर ये सब देखो practice manual में, old practice manual में इसका MTP you have not had any main exam question on any of these. Not even the random walk, not even the Dow Jones theory. But well, you never know, right? So it's better to prepare because अगर mock test paper में आया हुआ या RTP में आया हुआ, there's a possibility it lands up in the main exam. Okay, next is the Elliott wave. The Elliott wave theory of technical analysis, again inspired by the Dow Jones theory. So it's an extension of Dow Jones theory, formulated by someone called as Ralph Elliott. नाम याद रहता तो अच्छा है, otherwise बोल सकते हो by Mr. Elliott या फिर Mr. Dow. नाम याद रहता तो अच्छा बात है. So this is again what Dow Jones theory studied as primary and secondary movement. Mr. Ralph Elliott said that there is impulsive pattern and corrective patterns. What is primary movement? What is very similar to the primary movement is called as the impulsive patterns, and the corrective patterns are actually the opposite. That is like the secondary movement. So impulsive patterns is the main trend. So if your highs, when you look at the chart over here, chart hai, your successive highs are higher. It's going up, it is going down, going up, going down, going up, going down. अब देखो चार्ट आपको ऐसा ही दिखेगा, but successive high points are higher than the previous high, and hence we are in the bull market. Why? Because the price is going up, then it is going down, but then when it again goes up, the high is higher than the previous high. But so this wave 1, wave 3 as well as wave 5, 1, 3 and 5 are impulsive or basic directional movements, basic impulsive movements, whereas waves 2 which is pulling it down and wave 4 which is pulling it down are basically corrective movements. So जो primary and secondary Mr. Charles Dow बोलते हैं, Mr. Ralph Elliott is saying as impulsive and corrective. That is it. So this is about Elliott wave, nothing which is very important. So if we go back to the important questions, do we have anything important over here? So we have done chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 6, जो बड़े बड़े चैप्टर्स अपने खास करके हो गए. ये सब जो सिक्योरिटी वैल्यूएशन वगैरह तो एक एक दो दो पेजेस के, कुछ खास बड़ा है नहीं. So and in the important questions we have done challenges to efficient market as well, so this is also done. Acha, next is the reverse stock split. This is page number 16. The only item which is there, again it's not as much asked in the new syllabus, but security valuation there is just one question. Reverse stock split, have we studied about this? Yes. Reverse stock split is nothing but share consolidation. What do you mean by share consolidation? Well, in case of share consolidation, let us say you are having a share with a face value of rupees 10. You consolidate 10 such shares and make a single share. This is called as a reverse stock split. We have done this earlier as well. Why do companies do a share consolidation or reverse stock split? Well, most of the times when there is a reverse stock split, in these cases, in case of a reverse stock split, there are companies जिसका शेयर प्राइस एकदम कम हो गया, इसको अपन बोलते हैं penny stocks. So over here the share prices would have fallen significantly. If the share prices have fallen significantly, they are very less, 10 पैसे, 20 पैसे, 30 पैसे, 40 पैसे, 50 पैसे, 1 rupee, 2 rupee. अभी इतना कम prices में कितनी बार you might be removed from the index. A lot of fund managers might sell off your company, and hence we want to kind of make your company at least appearable on the screen and not a very penny item, and hence we consolidate. If we consolidate 10 shares and आज अपना market price 3 रुपए का है, if we consolidate 10 shares, it will become a 30 rupees market price. It is still respectable. Market price बढ़ा नहीं सकते तो at least share को जोड़ के price increase कर देते. Yes, okay. So what is a reverse stock split? So this is the one and the only question. So you'll obviously take this as important, otherwise कुछ खास mock papers में आनी है. Why? Because mainly इसके ऊपर आपको समझ आएगा, valuation के ऊपर आपको bond valuation, there is a lot of theory actually if you go to see the Macquarie duration, modified duration, Gordon's formula, but उसके ऊपर सम्स आएगा ना, तो इंस्टीट्यूट ने इसके ऊपर theory पूछा ही नहीं. They are saying that जो चीज हम सम में टेस्ट कर सकते हैं उसको क्यों theory में वेस्ट करने का. Almost all questions that you see in the past that have come, and they might not be very representative because past में जो theory थे 3 अलग टॉपिक से, इस्लामिक फाइनेंस पे बहुत सम्स आते थे, इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल सेंटर पे आते थे, फाइनेंशियल रेरा, IRDA, वो सब अभी निकल गया. बट इफ यू सी एवरीथिंग जो सम लिंक्ड है, लाइक CAPM, दे हैव नॉट आस्क्ड यू इन योर मेन एग्जाम. व्हाई? बिकॉज उसके ऊपर सम्स आ सकते हैं. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई सेड व्हाट वाज इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम अ चैप्टर पर्सपेक्टिव. लाइक वैल्यूएशन वाज एन इंपॉर्टेंट चैप्टर, इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर थियरी. उसके ऊपर हार्डली कभी थियरी कुछ आता ही नहीं है. थियरी है बट एग्जाम में आता नहीं है. You might have assumptions of Gordon's formula. You have Macquarie duration as theory, but वो institute generally sum के through पूछ लेता है, and hence we don't have to channelize our efforts over there. In any case, if it comes as a theory, we are capable of writing. अगर आपको sum solve करने को आता है, numbers आप कर सकते हो, तो theory तो आप लिख ही सकते हो. But securitization उसके ऊपर numbers के ऊपर कोई सम ही नहीं है. Startup finance, pitch book, angel investor, हमने सुना ही नहीं है क्या है. If you are broadly aware के वो सब क्या है, you can always write the theory answer. Read this and you are good to go. I'm sure about it. So there's reverse stock split. When we look at reverse stock split, what is a reverse stock split? Well, this is a process whereby company decreases the number of shares outstanding by combining the current shares into fewer or lesser number of shares. What is the reason why companies do this? To avoid delisting from the stock exchange. Certain stock exchanges have a regulation कि एक particular price के नीचे जाता है, you will have to delist them. Avoiding removal from constituents of an index. Again, NSE, BSE के जो index है top 50 shares, उसमें भी आपके एक particular level के नीचे जाता है, they might remove you. Most important, मेरे हिसाब से पहले 2 तो सिर्फ भरने के लिए इंस्टीट्यूट ने डाले हुए, ये सबसे important part है. To avoid the tag of a penny stock, if the price of a company goes below a limit, it may be called a penny stock. In order to improve the image of the company and avoiding this stage, the company will go for a reverse stock split. And lastly, to attract institutional investors and mutual funds, this is also important. ये point 4 है. is also important. Why? Because they will not be very keen on studying companies which have such a low price. Okay, so this is about reverse stock split, and that takes care of your chapter 4. Portfolio, none of the question has ever come in all the 4 attempts, and even RTPs, if I'm not wrong, I've taken most of the questions, if you see, from the practice manual of the old syllabus. So this is not at all important. So यहाँ पे अगर कोई चीज important है तो जबरदस्ती अपने कुछ लिखने का जरूरत नहीं है, तो हमने लिखा है nothing specific. So if there's just one question in MTP which had come, mock test paper, but other than that there's nothing at all. Just glance through this and proceed ahead. Do not invest a lot of time. Explain the asset allocation strategies. How do you allocate your money across assets? So your asset allocation strategy, there are 4 asset allocation strategies. It's the basic theory thing. We'll just go through it. Integrated asset allocation. So under this condition, what do? You integrate under this strategy capital market conditions. यानी आज का overall market scenario कैसा है, with the investors' objectives and constraints, and along with that, so investors' objectives, children education, buying a house, along with capital market, कि भाई capital market is very volatile, it is stable, उसके हिसाब से अपन बोलते नहीं भाई तुम्हें अगर घर खरीदना next 3 साल में, market is very volatile, we would not recommend you to invest in the equity market, put your money in debt, buy the house, then once you have surplus money, then you go into equity. Integrated, so you focus on investors' objectives along with capital market conditions. Strategic asset allocation, there is a strategy that you have in place. You develop an optimal portfolio mix. You develop, जैसे target debt to equity ratio, as a strategy you have developed that your target debt to equity ratio is 40-60, and hence you will look at your risk returns covariances, and there is an optimal portfolio mix that you will set up. A tactical asset allocation and insured asset allocation. What is a tactical asset allocation? As a tactic, you look at the risk tolerance. You see that young people are generally more prone to take more risks, older people are lesser prone. So you look at the risk taking, risk tolerance ability, and insured, ये तो safe है. Risk exposure is adjusted. So this is like a hedged portfolio. Insured asset allocation. अपन एक CPPI पढ़ा था, अगर आपको याद रहेगा, constant portfolio proportion insurance. So if there is a higher floor, अगर आपको याद रहेगा question 34 of derivatives, more ability to take risk. So this is like an insured asset allocation कि भाई इतना floor के नीचे जाना नहीं चाहिए, उसके ऊपर का जो रहेगा उसमें अपन gamble कर सकते हैं. So this is these are 4: integrated, strategic, tactical and insured. ये 4 words आपको याद रहने चाहिए. Write a note on stock lending scheme. We have discussed this when we did a question of, I think question 28 or so, 27 or 28 of Somu, who had short sold in portfolio management. He had short sold his share, and we said that यार short sell कर दिया है तो weight negative कैसे हो सकता है, because he has borrowed the share, and that is a stock lending scheme. So under the stock lending scheme, this is what they have explained. Lenders will lend their share to a borrower. The borrower will use them to give the delivery, and the lender will have to be given some return. Lender will have to be given some return. Generally, this is a very efficient mechanism because this prohibits a fictitious bull run. ये अपन ने तभी भी डिस्कस किया था that if you like a share, what will you do? You will buy. If you don't like, what will you do? You will do nothing. आप सिर्फ शेयर को गाली दे सकते हो नहीं. अगर आपको पसंद नहीं, आप शेयर को शॉर्ट कर सकते हो. नहीं, शॉर्ट करने के लिए हमारे पास शेयर तो होना चाहिए नहीं, not necessary. You can actually borrow a share from someone who has it. And hence, this is the stock lending mechanism. They've just kind of explained about stock lending. You can go through. It's just there in the practice manual. We have discussed theory as well. While doing portfolio, Somu limited questions, Mr. Somu question. And how is the stock market index calculated? Now, this is interesting. It's a little fascinating. I mean, I don't really expect a question to come on this, but you should kind of be thinking. I mean, I hope you must have thought that यार Sensex अगर हमें दिखता है, let's say 38,000, निफ्टी हमें दिखता है 50,000 नहीं, sorry, 12,000. I mean, if I remember correctly, roughly these are the levels of current Sensex and Nifty. यार ये कैलकुलेट कैसे हुआ रहेगा? A lot of students say हाँ वो तो क्या है, 50 निफ्टी has 50 shares, तो 50 shares का टोटल करो. अरे ऐसे टोटल करने से 12,000 आ जाएगा क्या? 30 शेयर, ये क्या 30 शेयर टोटल करके 38,000, 50 शेयर टोटल करके 12,000, ऐसा थोड़ी ना होता है. नो. सो व्हाट हैपेंस इज you set up a base year. Sensex is an BSE is old and then Sensex का base year older year है. Nifty National Stock Exchange is a relatively new index and उसका base year relatively recent वाला base year है. You set up a base year and base year का for example आपने value 100 रखा. For example, base year Sensex का लेटेस्ट से 1900s में है, Nifty का around 2000s में है. So National Stock Exchange was set up in the year in 2004 or 5. BSE was around 1800 and something, and Sensex came into existence in the 1900s, the 30 share index, and hence this is an older base year. So what happens is you take the market capitalization. This is just fascinating for you to know कि calculate कैसे होता है. There are Sensex has 30 stocks. ये 30 stocks का market capitalization. How do you calculate market capitalization? The price of a share into the number of shares. So ये आपको मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन 1 शेयर का, 2 शेयर का, 3 शेयर का, 4 शेयर का, वैसे 300 शेयर का टोटल मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन. तो क्या ये सभी का टोटल मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन सिर्फ 30,000 रुपया होएगा क्या? नहीं. यू विल टेक द टोटल मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन ऑफ ऑल दिस 30 शेयर्स which will be in lakhs of crores, and you will take this for day one के कितना है. Let's say this comes to 2,500 crores and ये day one का है let us say, and let us say you go to day two. day two का आप टोटल करो, ये सभी का मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन let us say day two पे 2750 करोड़ हो जाता है. इतना तो चेंज होता नहीं कभी. सेंसेक्स 10% आपने कभी देखा नहीं रहेगा इतना चेंज होते हुए, बट जस्ट फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. सो लेट अस से योर बेस ईयर, द बेस ईयर्स वैल्यू, फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स से डे 0 वाज द बेस. अभी ये तो सिर्फ बोलने के लिए है, वो बेस ईयर तो बहुत पुराना है, बट डे 0 वाज द बेस. सो लेट्स से दिस इज 100. सो विल से 100 was when it was 2500. Now it has become 2750. So this is 2750 upon 2500. एक दिन के बाद का, let's say ये day 1 was the base year for example. So this is 100 into 2500 upon 100 into 2750 upon 2500. So ये 110 हो गया आपका. अच्छा, अभी आपका day 3 का अगर आप market cap निकालो, day 3 का ये total करते हो तो let's say this comes to 2800, which means you will now go to 110 as a starting point. We'll say 110 जब भी था तभी 2750 था, अभी हो गया 2800. तो सेंसेक्स कितना होना चाहिए? 110 into 2800 upon 2750, and hence this becomes 112. And this is how your Sensex and Nifty values are calculated. A base year is set and changes in the market price of shares is calculated on a daily basis. Shares included in the index are those which are traded regularly in high volumes. So ये सबसे बड़े companies हैं. If the trading stops, it is excluded. Some other company will replace it. 30 तो 30 ही रहेगा, 50 ही रहेगा. Following steps are included. Calculate market capitalization of each individual company comprised in the index. Total market capitalization by adding all the individual market capitalization, जैसे अपन ने किया. Compute the index of the next day. Requires index value and the total market capitalization of the previous day, and index value in our example 112 for day 3 was indexed on the previous day which was 110. Total market capitalization of the current day is 2800 upon 2750 was for the earlier day, and this gives you 112. This is how you see, just for your knowledge. इसके ऊपर तो ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूट ने कुछ बताया नहीं, at least न्यू बुक्स में, but just for your knowledge, it's there in the old practice manual. So I thought it was a little fascinating for you to even know. So this is how stock market index is actually calculated. Fair. Again, it's practice manual. No MTP, no RTP, nothing. Then comes P notes. P notes क्या रहता है? ये अपन ने काफी बार अपन ये प्रेस में देखते हैं. FIIs, foreign institutional investor. Can a foreign investor just come one fine day walking and invest in the Indian shares? No, he can't. गवर्नमेंट इज वेरी वरिड के कौन रियल यानी कोई फॉरेनर, जैसे अभी चाइना का देखो क्या हो रहा है. गवर्नमेंट इज वेरी वरिड. चाइनीज सम ऑफ द बैंक इन चाइना टुक अ स्टेक इन HDFC बैंक एंड गवर्नमेंट मूव्ड वेरी फास्ट एंड दे सेड दैट भाई अभी ऑटोमेटिकली चाइनीज कंपनी इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर सकता, वो आपको अप्रूवल लेना पड़ेगा फॉर एग्जांपल. सो दैट इज व्हाई वी वांट टू नो हु इज इन्वेस्टिंग, एंड हेंस ओनली फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टर्स हु आर रजिस्टर्ड विद SEBI कैन डायरेक्टली इन्वेस्ट. नाउ Foreign institutional investor, now there's someone who's based outside India, he wants to invest in India, he cannot directly, he has to invest through foreign institutional investor, and an FII will have to open a sub account. And in that sub account, FII will say I am Citibank US and मेरा एक client है which is, let us say, Mr. Warren Buffett, for example, and he wants to invest. So Mr. Warren Buffett is a sub account of Citibank, and through that they can invest. Now this is a very long and a time consuming procedure, and hence P notes have been given. What is P notes? P notes means a FII issues P notes directly to, जैसे GDR होता है Global Depository Receipt, वैसे एक P note होता है. P note is issued by the FII directly to the investors outside India, and that gives a claim to the investors in the FII directly. So international access to Indian capital market is limited to FIIs registered with SEBI, and other investors interested in investing in India can open their account with any registered FII, and FII gets itself registered with SEBI as a sub account. जो अपन ने बताया, there are some investors who do not want to disclose their identity or do not want to get themselves registered with SEBI. तो इसके लिए SEBI को ये नोट से बहुत प्रॉब्लम है. SEBI had even in the past banned once P notes. And SEBI does not like this at all, but the government, for whatever reasons, wants capital to flow in, or I mean, we should not say this, but a lot of times politicians also want their, not all of them, but ill-gotten money they want to invest, and अगर सभी का identity disclose करना पड़ेगा तो problem हो सकता है. So I mean, for whatever political reasons, P notes were allowed for a very long period of time, but SEBI has been against it all throughout because the identity is unknown. It gives rise to what is called as hawala and money laundering. The foreign investors prefer P notes for the following reasons. Some investors do not want to reveal their identity. That itself is suspicious. Why would you not want to reveal your identity? They can invest in Indian shares without any formalities. Yes, it's easier for them, but then it is risky for us as a country, and hence SEBI is not in favor of this. Saving in cost, as there is no office to be maintained and no currency conversion. FIIs are not allowed to issue P notes to Indian nationals because they can directly invest. Okay, so this is just about P notes. Okay, so this is about portfolio, nothing as such specific which is important. Securitization, we have said that the entire chapter is important. Do not take a chance with that. Mutual funds, again nothing specific, nothing in particular which is important. The first question which is there, we have studied this earlier as well, different methods for evaluating the performance of a mutual fund. Three methods: Sharpe ratio, the return of the portfolio minus RF upon standard deviation; Trenor ratio, the return of the portfolio minus the risk-free rate upon the beta; and Jensen's alpha. So these are the exact same things. अपन ये तीनों चीज लिख के भी रखा हुआ है, but it's actually asked in the old syllabus as such. देखो old syllabus में ना ये सब securitization, startup finance, all of this was not there, and hence they used to ask questions from topics which are there only. Even there in old syllabus, if you go to see, there was 16 marks dedicated to theory, but वहाँ पे एक पूरा question था जिसमें सिर्फ theory आता है. It's not with every question. But there were no other topics as such, and hence आपका जो questions आते वो topics से ही आते थे, like mutual fund, derivatives, portfolio, and you can see most of the times portfolio के जो questions है, mutual funds के questions है अपने old syllabus के हैं. But in new syllabus there are dedicated theory topics, so उसके ऊपर आपको first preference देना है. But nevertheless we will not skip this, so we are studying this. जैसे the next thing that is there, it's a part of new syllabus. RTP of November 19, दो कॉन्सेप्ट है म्यूचुअल फंड में, एक साइड पॉकेटिंग का कॉन्सेप्ट आया था एंड एक एक्सचेंज ट्रेडेड फंड का. सो दिस इज एन एक्सचेंज ट्रेडेड फंड. जैसे इफ यू वुड बी अवेयर व्हाट इज एन एक्सचेंज ट्रेडेड फंड, इट इज अ फंड ऑन अ पर्टिकुलर कमोडिटी. इट इज लाइक यू वांट टू इन्वेस्ट इन अ कमोडिटी बट यू डोंट नो हाउ टू इन्वेस्ट डायरेक्टली इन अ कमोडिटी लाइक कॉपर, सिल्वर. जैसे अभी गोल्ड का एक ETF आके गया, अगर आप ध्यान रखते रहोगे तो इन द मंथ ऑफ May देयर वाज अ वेरी सक्सेसफुल गोल्ड ETF which the government had launched, exchange traded fund. It is a fund where you can invest the money and the fund will invest money in, let us say, a commodity, for example. So this is an exchange traded fund and you will invest money in the exchange traded fund, which is a gold exchange traded fund, and that fund will get all the money and will invest it in gold, for example. The movement of that fund will replicate the movement of gold prices. So that is like an exchange traded fund. You get an indirect exposure. So over here, exchange traded funds were introduced in US in a particular year. India में कभी आया तो around 2002 के आसपास है. It's a hybrid product that combines the features of an index mutual fund and stock, and hence it's called as index shares. That's fine. ETF can be bought and sold like any other stock on the exchange. So like there is a unit of a mutual fund, वैसे एक exchange traded fund का भी unit होता है. They can be bought and sold at any time during market hours at prices that are expected to be close to NAV. There's no paperwork involved. You can just go through this. Achha, some of the important features of ETF are: it gives the investor the benefit of investing in a commodity without physically purchasing the commodity. So India में gold ETF काफी successful रहा है अब तक. So that is it is launched by an asset management company who will invest in gold and these assets. Investor does not need to physically store the commodity. Gold में तो चलो storage इतना ज़्यादा जगह नहीं लगता है, but if you are having an ETF on iron or copper or something, oil for example, so उसमें काफी अपने को space लगे. ETF combines a valuation feature of a mutual fund or unit investment trust, which can be bought and sold at the end of each trading day. You might not probably value this as much, but it is not as easy to buy and sell iron and copper on a daily basis. Gold अभी भी चलो ठीक है, ज्वेलरी वगैरह आपको पता है कहाँ से होता है, you can buy and sell gold. But if you want to invest in a commodity, but through a liquid mode, कि भाई अपने को जब भी बेचना है अपन बेच सकते हैं, then ETF acts as a very very good mechanism. So this is exchange traded funds. You should go through this. Again, there is this side pocketing जो नया आया था. अभी ये काफी students confused हो गए थे. I think ये May 20 RTP में भी आया था, if I'm not wrong. But ठीक है चलो, RTP of May 19 में तो था ही है, May 20 में था शायद. But it is there in a recent RTP. What do you mean by side pocketing? Now this is something which we even see the recent Franklin Templeton schemes which have gone bust. What happens is there might be certain problematic assets in a mutual fund, and there might be certain liquid assets. Now a mutual fund might be worried कि भाई ये जो problematic और illiquid assets है, वो अगर अभी there is a sudden selling pressure, there's a sudden selling pressure, open-ended funds can be redeemed anytime, then I will not be able to sell these illiquid assets very quickly. I will not be able to sell these illiquid assets very quickly, and hence I put them into what I call as a side pocket. I say कि अगर कोई redemption करने का है ना, if you have to say that I have to have enough money, then I have to have enough of liquid assets. I will keep these illiquid assets in a side pocket and try to sell them. But जैसे कि real estate, it does not sell overnight. So if I'm forced to sell overnight, I'll have to sell at a very low price, at a disadvantageous price. So over here, what I will do is these illiquid assets, I'll put it in a side pocket, and if investors come and say कि भाई तुम मेरे को भी, I will say that I don't have enough liquid funds. Let's say I had 2000 crores. 2000 crores में से 1000 is illiquid, 1000 is liquid, and if 1500 के redemptions आते हैं, then I have to sell 1500 worth of assets. I will say that I can sell only 1000. You will have to wait for some time till the time I can sell those assets which are kept in my side pocket, and then I will give you the money back. Otherwise, I will be forced to sell at a very disadvantageous price, and hence the investor's return will be lower. That is what side pocketing means. Side pocketing in mutual funds leads to separation of risky assets from other investments and cash holdings. You are separating, putting in the side pocket risky assets from other investments. The purpose is to make sure that the money invested in a mutual fund which is linked to stressed assets gets locked until the fund recovers the money from the company or could avoid distress selling of these illiquid securities. The modus operandi, that is the way in which it functions, is very simple. Whenever the rating of a mutual fund decreases, जैसे Franklin Templeton का हुआ था, the fund shifts its illiquid assets into a side pocket so that the current shareholders can be benefited from liquid assets only. So they will be benefited, or they can take redemption against the liquid assets. Consequently, the NAV of the fund will then reflect the actual value of the liquid assets. अपन बोला कि भाई अगर तुमको redemption चाहिए तो illiquid assets नहीं है. You cannot force me and say कि because NAV में तो क्या होता है, all assets minus liabilities divided by number of units होता है, and the investor might say give me the money. Now, if I were to sell these illiquid assets, I'll have to sell it at dirt cheap prices because redemption तो मेरे को 2 दिन में करना होता. And hence I create a side pocket, put that into the side pocket if my rating is reduced, and अगर redemption होता तो liquid assets के against ही होएगा वो. Side pocketing is beneficial for those investors who wish to hold the units of the main funds for the long term. Why? Because yes, currently वो illiquid रहेगा, but that does not mean it is generally illiquid. If you are forced to sell, then what will happen is the NAV will collapse. Therefore, the process of side pocketing ensures that liquidity is not the problem, even in circumstances of frequent allocations and redemptions. So even if there are frequent redemptions, you have liquid assets to the extent you can redeem. Side pocketing is common internationally. However, side pocketing has been restored to befriend the investors of genuine returns. So it's not a very common practice in India. In India, the recent fiasco of ILNFS, if you're aware, has led to many discussions on the concept of side pocketing, as ILNFS and its subsidiaries have failed to fulfill the repayments due to severe liquidity crisis. So in India, ये तो सिर्फ general discussion है. Fair. So this is about side pocketing. Basically, the important words, the illiquid assets will be put into a separate side pocket, and the NAV will reflect the NAV of only the liquid assets. ओके यहाँ पे कुछ ज्यादा आपको पीएचडी करने का जरूरत नहीं, बेसिक ये चीज थोड़ा याद रखने का और आगे बढ़ जाने का. मनी मार्केट म्यूचुअल फंड. व्हाट इज मनी मार्केट? मनी मार्केट म्यूचुअल फंड इज अ शॉर्ट टर्म, वेरी शॉर्ट टर्म म्यूचुअल फंड. लाइक करंटली बैंक एफडीज आर गिविंग, ये अभी बहुत पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं मनी मार्केट म्यूचुअल फंड्स. व्हाई? बिकॉज बैंक एफडीज आर गिविंग नेक्स्ट टू negligible return. In fact, there have been articles, and rightly so, they have said that the return is actually negative if you consider the inflation. Inflation अगर 6 और 7% है और बैंक एफडी में आपको 5% मिल रहा है, that means you are actually losing purchasing power. You are actually losing that purchasing power. So over here, when we look at money market mutual funds, what do you mean by money market mutual funds? Well, in case of money market mutual funds, these are short-term investment funds where call money, short-term money, एकदम जो short-term assets रहता है उधर उन लोग invest करते हैं, but they give you a return which is higher than the bank FD. So safe assets, you are not investing in equity. For the short term, you need debt only. You want to keep your money in safe assets, but you don't want to own the bank FD. It's a very low rate, so money market mutual funds can be used. So that is for money market mutual fund. What about the direct plan in mutual fund? What do you mean by direct plan in mutual fund? What used to happen was, in case of a mutual fund, the next question that you see, there's also practice manual questions not there in the MTP, RTP, etc. Quite big. When a mutual fund is set up, the structure of a mutual fund is there is a sponsor. ये अपन next वाला part भी यहाँ पे discuss कर रहे हैं, how to establish a mutual fund. ये chart के through अपन discuss कर लेंगे. There is a sponsor. For example, आपने HDFC top 200 सुना रहेगा, तो HDFC is the sponsor. The sponsor sets up a trust, म्यूचुअल फंड ट्रस्ट. जो पैसा आएगा सभी का वो पैसा ट्रस्ट में पड़ा हुआ रहेगा. द स्पॉन्सर सेट्स अप अ ट्रस्ट इन विच केस द इन्वेस्टर्स पुट इन मनी. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर 100 करोड़ का फंड है तो एचडीएफसी ने 40 करोड़ डाले और आउटसाइड इन्वेस्टर्स ने 60 करोड़ डाले, तो टोटल 100 करोड़ हो गए. अभी ये फंड है वो किसके बेनिफिट के लिए यूज होने वाला है? दिस इज गोइंग टू बी यूज्ड फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ ऑल द इन्वेस्टर्स इंक्लूडिंग द स्पॉन्सर एज वेल. तो वो मैनेज करने के लिए अपन एक एएमसी अपॉइंट करते हैं, असेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनी. कैन बी एचडीएफसी असेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनी इटसेल्फ, दैट्स फाइन. सो the board of trustees are appointed, same like securitization, so that the interest of investors are not jeopardized. पैसा मैंने ले लिया एंड वो पैसा मैं यूज करता हूं ना कि सिर्फ एचडीएफसी के फायदे के लिए, इट कैन बी यूज्ड फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ ऑल द इन्वेस्टर्स. सो द बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टीज विल ओवरसी and they will appoint the asset management company, and the asset management company will invest in the market assets. It will invest in market assets on behalf of the board of the trustees, and the board of trustees will, when the redemption happens, they are holding it on behalf of the investors. This is how a mutual fund functions. They have to be registered with SEBI. Now what happens is, a lot of times a sponsor, when he was investing, he also has to invest through the regular manner, and hence ये जो सब transaction cost etc. सब लग जाता है. आपने शायद म्यूचुअल फंड में पढ़ा रहेगा एंट्री लोड वगैरह, बट व्हेन आई एम द स्पॉन्सर इन्वेस्टिंग डायरेक्टली, आई शुड बी इन अ पोजीशन टू डायरेक्टली इन्वेस्ट, एंड हेंस recently a direct plan has been announced whereby a direct investment can be made, a parallel plan. So investor जो इन्वेस्ट करता है वो यूनिट्स, एंड जो स्पॉन्सर इन्वेस्ट करता है वो यूनिट्स, वो थोड़े अलग हो सकते हैं. सो asset management companies have been permitted to make direct investments in mutual fund schemes even before 2011, but there was no separate plan for these investments. अभी सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स के लिए प्लान है. These investments were made in distributor plan itself, means जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास से जाके स्पॉन्सर को खरीदना पड़ता था. स्पॉन्सर ने 40% पैसा डाला, उसने बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टीज अपॉइंट किया, एएमसी अपॉइंट किया, बट अल्टीमेटली उसको भी पैसा इन्वेस्टर्स के साथ ही डालना पड़ता है. नाउ देयर इज अ डायरेक्ट प्लान and were tracked by a single NAV, one of the distributor plans will means जो आप खरीदते हो आप distributor से खरीदते हो, आप directly AMC से नहीं खरीदते हो. Therefore, an investor was forced to buy mutual funds based on NAV of the distributor plans. However, things changed with the introduction of direct plans by SEBI. Mutual fund direct plan schemes are those where asset management companies or mutual funds do not charge distributor expenses, trail expenses and transaction charges. They can be directly, there can be direct plans. There are two ways in which you can interpret direct plans. I'll explain both of them. एक है sponsor directly invest कर सकता है, and secondly, the NAV of direct plans are generally higher in compared to the regular plans. Studies have shown that direct plans have performed better than the regular plans for almost all mutual fund schemes. I'll just explain this in slightly more simpler language. जैसे अगर आप सब्जी लेने जाते हो, sabzi, yes, vegetables. You go to the vegetable vendor, he charges you, let us say 10 rupees or 20 rupees for, let us say 250 grams of let's say cauliflower. If you go to the farmer directly, direct plan, you know that he is actually buying these vegetables from a particular farmer. If you go to the farmer directly, can't you buy it at a cheaper price? Yes, you can buy it at a cheaper price. So it's exactly same cauliflowers. So you have cut out the distributor. Earlier क्या था, SEBI required कि आपको किसी को भी sponsor लो, investor लो, जिसको भी investment करने का, it has to be through distributor only. There had to be an intermediary in the middle, जिसके through ही आप ये buy कर सकते हो. आप directly नहीं कर सकते हो. After 2011 it is permitted now. अभी जिसके पास access नहीं है, पता नहीं है कौन है, they can always buy through the distributors. जैसे आपको घर खरीदना है तो आप directly buyer seller के पास जाके भी खरीद सकते हो, या फिर एक बीच में intermediary कोई एक ब्रोकर है उसके थ्रू भी कर सकते हो. ब्रोकर के थ्रू करते हो तो आपको ब्रोकरेज लग गया, डायरेक्टली करते हो तो ब्रोकरेज नहीं लगेगा. इन अ सिमिलर वे ओवर हियर आल्सो यू कैन डायरेक्टली गो एंड बाय, or you can buy indirectly as well. So if you are buying directly, you save that brokerage. So that is a direct plan where you are not buying through the distributor. It's not compulsory, you can buy it through the distributor as well, but in a direct plan, you will buy directly and not through distributor. So you have actually bought directly. So आपको थोड़ा आपने कॉस्ट बचा है ना कंपनी का, तो आपको थोड़ा ज्यादा बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए as compared to those investors who have actually bought through distributor. Distributor does not charge you any commission, it charges the mutual fund a commission, and hence people who buy directly would say कि मेरे पास क्या incentive है, why should I, because there's a single NAV. If there's a single NAV in the market, then what is the incentive for me to actually save mutual funds money? Mutual fund does not want to appoint distributor, but एक इन्वेस्टर बोलेगा मेरे पास क्या इंसेंटिव है, वाई शुड आई, मेरे को तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर कभी कुछ चार्ज नहीं करता है, वो तो कंपनी को चार्ज करता है, वाई शुड आई go and buy directly from the company. So now you are allowed to have two NAVs. One is people who have bought directly, those NAV would be slightly higher. People who have bought through the distributor, the regular, would be slightly lower, because जो लोगों ने distributor के through buy किया, कंपनी को उसके लिए cost pay करना पड़ा, तो NAV थोड़ा कम हो जाएगा. जो लोगों ने directly buy किया, कंपनी को cost pay नहीं करना पड़ेगा, तो NAV थोड़ा high हो जाएगा. So that is a direct plan. Okay, so this is about direct plan. How to establish mutual fund, you can just go through. This is just pure reading, especially just focus on the chart over here and understand, nothing much. Open-ended and close-ended, we have discussed this in our theory as well. In an open-ended fund, it is open for entry and exit whenever you want to. Fund size is flexible, this is fixed. Close-ended, why is it fixed? Because वो 3-4 दिन ही खुला रहेगा, जितना पैसा आएगा it will stop like an IPO. Open-ended, whenever investors want, they will come and invest money. Liquidity provider is fund itself. यहाँ पे stock market. If I want to buy and sell close-ended fund, I'll have to sell it on the stock exchange. Here, I will go directly to the fund itself. Sale price is NAV plus load, if any. This is of price which might be a price which is different from the NAV. Availability, it is available from the fund. Here it is available from the exchange. Intraday trading here is not possible because NAV is at the end of each day, and here intraday trading will come along with brokerage, and hence there is some cost as well. So this is about mutual funds. Then comes the dreaded chapter of derivatives, but the good news is there's nothing to dread over here, because there's hardly anything that has come in the exam, at least with the new syllabus. This is just one question: what do you understand by embedded derivatives? The word derivative, 3 features we have written about derivatives. What are the 3 features of derivatives? It should have an underlying, so there has to be an underlying. no initial or nil investment and settlement at a future date, an embedded derivative. यहाँ पे example से same अपने theory लिख के रखा है, forwards, futures, options, swaps, etc. An embedded derivative is a derivative which is embedded, stitched into, like a convertible instrument, for example. A host contract, an embedded derivative is a derivative that is embedded in another contract, that is the host contract. जैसे अपन अगर फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग पढ़ेंगे तो उसके अंदर फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स में आएगा कन्वर्टेबल डिबेंचर्स एटसेट्रा, दे हैव एम्बेडेड डेरिवेटिव्स. दिस इज स्टिच. एम्बेडेड का मीनिंग क्या रहता है? द एग्जांपल दैट आई इवन गिव ओवर देयर इज इफ देयर इज अ वॉच एंड देयर इज अ डायमंड स्टडेड वॉच, व्हेन यू आर बाइंग द डायमंड स्टडेड वॉच, यू आर बाइंग टू थिंग्स. यू आर बाइंग द वॉच as well as the diamonds. Diamonds you're not buying expressly but indirectly, which are embedded inside the watch. In a similar way, when you're buying the convertible debenture, you're buying the bond, but along with the bond you're buying an option, a call option to buy shares of the company as well. So that's an embedded derivative. That is about embedded derivative. Second is distinguish between futures contract and option contract. इसमें तो क्या बड़ा बात है? Distinction between futures and forward. Futures is an obligation, option gives you a choice. Futures, there's no choice, there's an obligation. Margin versus premium. Options come attached with the margin. In futures you just have to give a deposit, which is options come with a premium, that is a non-refundable one-time cost. Margin on the other hand is a deposit, it is refundable. Limited versus unlimited gain or loss. In case of options आपका loss is restricted to the amount of premium. Futures your loss is unlimited. Longer versus shorter duration. Generally option contracts will have a shorter duration, but that is not compulsory. So these are these 4 points. We have even discussed this while doing the syllabus. Straddle and strangle. If you remember, straddle is one call, one put at the same exercise price. One call plus one put at same exercise price. And strangles also involve calls and puts, but at different exercise prices. Generally, straddle is undertaken by those people who are uncertain about a price move, can go up or down. For straddle to make profit, there has to be a significant price move in either one of the two directions. Straddlers can be costly. Strangle, essentially you try to reduce the cost by taking those options where premiums are lower, and hence strangles help you in reducing the cost. That is it, straddle and strangle. Explain cash settlement and physical settlement in derivative contracts and the relative advantages and disadvantages. Cash settlement is also called as net settlement. What do you mean by net settlement? You settle by differences in prices. You kind of look at the difference in prices. Now if you have taken an equity future at 100 rupees, the price becomes 120. You have a choice of paying 100 and then taking the share with you. That is physical settlement. Or you say that rather than I paying you 100, you giving me the share, increasing the transaction cost, you pay me the net 20 rupees. That is the cash settlement. That is the cash settlement. Physical settlement would mean you will take the physical delivery. It's relatively expensive, costly, and cash settlement makes it a lot more liquid. आपको पहले तो शेयर खरीदने के लिए 100 रुपए का बंदोबस्त करना पड़ेगा. यहाँ पे तो ऐसा कोई टेंशन ही नहीं, जो नेट डिफरेंस इन प्राइस है वही पे करने का. सो जनरली फिजिकल सेटलमेंट हेल्प्स इफ द प्रोडक्ट इज it is scarcely available and you need the product for your own consumption, so physical settlement help करता है. Otherwise, if the product is readily available, even with a cash settlement, you can go to the spot market and buy. So almost all futures contract, forward contracts, not forward, I'm not very sure, but जो exchange trade होते हैं, futures and options, most of them settle on a cash basis only. We have discussed the settlement as well, so this is just that theory. Question number 5 is on the next page. Marking to market. We have again discussed this. What is marking to market? At the end of each day, अगर आपने margins के जो questions पढ़े थे, question 1 to in your derivatives, at the end of each day, you would mark the contract to the closing market price of that day. And if there's any gain or loss, if there's a gain, that is given to you. If there's a loss, that is recovered from you from your deposit or margin. If there's a gain, that is added to your margin. So you do the mark to market. Implies the process of recording the investment in traded securities at a value which reflects the market value of securities on the reporting date. नीचे एग्जाम्पल है, 4 assumptions of Black and Scholes model. Again, this is just in the practice manual. अब देखो, एक भी अब तक एग्जाम क्वेश्चन आया नहीं इसमें से. जो भी आपने, एक आया हुआ है शायद ये एम्बेडेड डेरिवेटिव्स का. इसके आगे ये तो ओल्ड सिलेबस का है. RTP क्वेश्चन, again MTP question of old syllabus and practice manual question. You can see that it's very important from some perspective, relatively less important from a theory perspective. Black-Scholes options, assumptions, well, European options are considered, there's no transaction cost, we have not considered brokerage, etc. Interest rates are known, stocks don't pay dividend, if dividend is paid, तो आपको थोड़ा adjustments करना पड़ता है. Returns are normally distributed, we are using the normal distribution value, and variance is constant, so a standard deviation does not change. So these are the assumptions, you can just quickly go through. Then you have the foreign exchange exposure and risk management. Again, I think there's not, ये सब old syllabus के questions है, nothing specific over here. As far as I remember, nothing is asked in the main exam as yet. So this is RTP of the new syllabus, RTP of the old syllabus, MTP, practice manual. Nothing asked. Foreign exchange always comes in the exam, but not the theory. So we'll quickly discuss exposure netting. We have discussed about netting. What is netting? You try to net the receivable and the payable. So over here, your exposure might involve a payable. You try to net it off with the receivable. Your exposure might have a receivable. You net it off with the payable. Your exposure might be a buy asset. Cover rate आपने देखा रहेगा. You might have bought dollars. You would want to sell the dollars. If you have sold dollars, you might want to buy the dollars. You try to net off your exposures. So that is what they are referring to when we say the exposure netting. As the word goes, exposure netting refers to offsetting exposure in one currency with exposure in the same where exchange rates are expected to move. Should be offset. So this is netting of the exposures in such a way that the gains and losses can be offset. Generally exposure netting happens against the same currency only, but यहाँ पे वो different currency भी लेके रखा हुआ है, provided the exchange rate movements are going to offset. This is very complex exposure netting, but अपन मान सकते हैं कि भाई same currency में रहेगा तो obviously वो exposure netting हो ही जाएगा. Nostro, Vostro, Loro. We have discussed this and written notes as well. Nostro is my account with you. So that is SBI's account with the Swiss bank. Vostro is your account with me. That is a Swiss bank's account with SBI in rupees. And Loro is a third party's account with a third bank. So that is Nostro, Vostro and Loro. We have discussed this, discussed the concept of purchasing power parity. We have spent a lot of time behind this as well. Purchasing power parity is in two forms, the absolute purchasing power parity theory and the relative one. Relative one is also called as the inflation rate parity theory. The purchasing power parity theory is based on the thought that the prices of the same product or same basket of goods across the world has to be the same if they are converted into a uniform currency. And that is what determines exchange rates. But then why should these exchange rates change? Well, because the prices of these goods would undergo a change. So purchasing power parity theory focuses on inflation and exchange rate relationship. So absolute form is called as law of one price, suggests that prices of similar products in two different countries should be equal when measured in a common currency. And hence exchange rates are determined. The relative form says that, well, this, as inflation is different in different countries, the prices of goods will change in different proportions in different countries, and hence the exchange rate will be a function of the changes in prices. And ये अपन ने IRP का inflation rate parity theory का formula apply किया हुआ है. Then is leading and lagging. We have discussed leading and lagging as well. Again, it's an old syllabus. Sorry, I think my mic audio dropped. Good to know that you guys are still hearing. Yes. Transaction translation. So we were discussing about, I think we might have, I was just discussing about leading and lagging. In case of leading, broadly speaking, you will prepay, maybe to earn a discount. In lagging, you will postpone payment, maybe because you're getting a favorable interest rate, or maybe you want to lag it in order to net off. So you are a receivable, you have a payable later, you want to lag it so that both of them can be netted off as well. अच्छा, then was exposures. Exposures तीन type के हो सकते हैं. There is transaction exposure if there's an export and import transaction. Then in case of an export and import transaction, there can be an actual foreign exchange gain or a foreign exchange loss. That is transaction exposure. Translation is just converting from an accounting standpoint. You have a foreign subsidiary. That foreign subsidiary has assets and liabilities in dollars. Now you want to consolidate it with your own operations, and hence you translate it in your own currency. That is translation exposure. And economic exposure or operating exposure is the exposure that you face because there's a change in the demand. Because the exchange rate changes, your underlying demand might actually undergo a change. अपन ने एक क्वेश्चन 45 या कुछ पढ़ा था, एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन पढ़ा था ओमेगा कंपनी का on operating and economic exposure. That is where we have written this theory as well. Okay, next you have what is the meaning of interest rate parity. अरे यार ये तो अपन चैम्प है इसके अंदर. Interest rate parity के अंदर क्या रहता है? Interest rates across the world are expected to be the same in real terms. The differences are attributable to inflation, and as a result, the interest rate parity theory is that same theory. So over here, वो अपन लिख सकते हैं F by S is equal to 1 plus rate of India upon 1 plus rate of US, or in whatever form that they've mentioned. So this is a note on interest rate parity. We have done interest rate parity. So the things that we have covered, like securitization we had not, pitch book we had not, अपन ने थोड़ा detail में discuss कर दिया. Things we have actually covered. I can just run you through with the hope that while you are revising this, you would in any case know what interest rate parity is, which means, to be honest, these 54 pages are actually real study of around 30 odd pages. Because अगर आप देख रहे हो futures, options, close ended, open ended, इंटरेस्ट रेट पैरिटी, परचेसिंग पावर पैरिटी, ये सब आपको ऐसे ही आना चाहिए. आप ये लैंग्वेज में ना लिखो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. 4 मार्क के लिए आपको लिखना, आप अपने लैंग्वेज में लिखो, आराम से, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. So it's a real study of around 30 odd pages which are new, like application of VAR, like let us say financial risk, like let us say pitch books, like let us say angel investors, like securitization. ये सब आपको थोड़ा better पढ़ना पड़ेगा. Okay. Fair. So that takes care of foreign exchange. The chapter took us a month. The theory took us less than 10 minutes. So the next is international financial management, the chapter that we just about completed. So there are a few questions over here as well. We have given one important question, that is instruments of international finance. We'll discuss that. But otherwise, what are the main objectives of international cash management? Cash management. Acha. We have done one question, if you remember, where question number 41 foreign exchange mein tha, where we had cash in India, in US and in UK. US and UK had surplus, India had deficit. So we were thinking that internationally, should we pool all the cash back to India at today's rate, or keep it in the respective currencies and then convert at the forward rate? So that is your international cash management. You're trying to manage cash. The objectives are to minimize the currency exposure risk, to minimize the overall cash requirements of a company as a whole without disturbing the smooth operations. So you can probably transfer the funds from a country which has surplus to the ones which have deficit, to minimize transaction cost. ये सबसे important objective रहता है. यार फालतू में banks को transaction cost नहीं pay करना है हमें. To minimize the country's political risk. If a lot of your cash or currency is in a country which is politically unstable, you would want to shift it to a country which is stable, to take advantage of economies of scale as well as reap benefits of superior knowledge. So if you have larger deposits, even if you go to see your FD rates where your deposits are larger, you get more favorable rates. So 5 crore के ऊपर आपने शायद effort नहीं किया रहेगा, because 5 crore के ऊपर किसके पास surplus cash होता है. But अगर आपके पास है, then bank gives you a much more favorable rate as compared to what you invest your 5,000 or 10,000 or 50,000 rupees. So you can pool that money together and actually get a slightly better return on your investment as well. Niche objectives, main objective is to minimize the transaction cost. You manage in such a way that risk as well as transaction cost are minimized. ओके उसके बाद ये वाला जो क्वेश्चन है उसको इंपॉर्टेंट आप मार्क कर सकते हो. इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स ऑफ इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंस. The institute gives you I think 5 instruments. There is euro bond. ये euro bond misleading है. You will think a euro bond is a bond which is denominated in euros. नहीं, it is a bond which is in the European Union but denominated in currency which is other than euro. अरे क्या बोल रहा है? Yes, ऐसा उल्टा है ये bond. A euro bond is an international bond that is denominated in a currency which is not native to the country where it is issued. आपको समझ में आ रहा है? उल्टा है. अगर जर्मनी में इश्यू हो रहा है यूरो का बॉन्ड, दैट इज नॉट अ यूरो बॉन्ड. बट जर्मनी के अंदर येन का बॉन्ड, डॉलर का बॉन्ड, ऑस्ट्रेलियन डॉलर का बॉन्ड इश्यू होता है, दैट इज अ यूरो बॉन्ड. सो दैट इज व्हाई आई वांट यू टू रीड दिस प्रॉपर्ली. यूरो बॉन्ड इज exactly opposite of what you think it is. It is an international bond that is denominated in a currency which is not native to the country where it is issued. Not native to the country where it is issued. For example, a yen floated bond in Germany and a yen floated bond in France. Well, these are euro bonds. Foreign bonds. Acha, what do the words foreign bonds mean? These are debt instruments denominated in a currency which is foreign to the borrower and is denominated in a currency which is native to the country where it is issued. So for example, यहाँ पे if a British firm, जो example देख लो, is placing dollar denominated bonds in USA, is selling foreign bonds. So for the British issuer, it is of a different currency, but it is native to the currency of its actual subscribers. That is a foreign bond. फुल्ली हेज्ड बॉन्ड्स, यहाँ पे करेंसी का प्रोटेक्शन दिया जाएगा. इन फॉरेन बॉन्ड्स द रिस्क ऑफ करेंसी फ्लक्चुएशन एग्जिस्ट एंड फुल्ली हेज्ड बॉन्ड्स एलिमिनेट्स दैट रिस्क बाय सेलिंग इन फॉरवर्ड मार्केट. सो अ ब्रिटिश फर्म, लेट अस से, हैज ऑलरेडी कन्वर्टेड द डॉलर कैश फ्लोस इनटू पाउंड्स एट फॉरवर्ड रेट. सो दैट इज अ फुल्ली हेज्ड बॉन्ड. एंड फ्लोटिंग रेट notes would obviously mean notes which have LIBOR or some rate of interest as underlying. So and euro commercial papers are short term money market instruments. They are short term with maturities of less than 1 year and designated in US dollars. यूरो है तो अगर वो यूरो बॉन्ड्स आपने देखा तो उल्टा है, यूरो के अंदर रहेगा वो, यूरो के अंदर यूरो बॉन्ड्स आर नॉट इन यूरोस, so this will be denominated in the US dollars. So 5 types of bonds. The euro bonds, which is bonds which are probably issued in currency which are other than euros. Foreign bonds, they are bonds which are foreign to the currency of the issuer but they are native to the currency of the subscribers. Then is fully hedged bonds. In case of foreign bonds, the issuer is subjected to exchange rate risk, he hedges it, then it is a fully hedged bond. And floating rate bonds are linked to let's say floating rates of interest. Euro commercial papers are short term instruments. External commercial borrowings, these are borrowings which are taken outside India, and predominantly they are taken because they come attached with a lower rate of interest. So international institutions like IFC, International Financial Corporation, ADB, AFIC, CDC, these are international bodies जिसके पास से अपन जाके foreign loan लेके आ सकते हैं. External commercial borrowing. Complexities involved in international capital budgeting. अरे आज सुबह का क्लास सब देखो, परेशान हो गए अपन वो परफेक्ट लिमिटेड के सम के अंदर. दैट इज सो मेनी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज इन्वॉल्व. टैक्स रेट्स, एक्सचेंज रेट्स, probably repatriation restrictions, 50% current year, 50% next year. All of these are factors. So if you see, cash flows have to be converted into currency of the parent organization. So अपने को डॉलर में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ा था. Are quite different from project cash flows. Profits remitted to the firm are subjected to tax. You can clearly see in the home currency as well as host country. US, UK, US and India दोनों में लग रहा था. But let us say sometimes in one of the questions you had tax credit, in one of the questions there was no tax credit. Foreign exchange risk, forward rates you had to calculate. Inflation impacted the exchange rates as well as the cash flows. Yes, inflation. Restrictions imposed on cash flow distribution. For example, 50% in the current year, 50% in the next year. Okay, political risk. So there are many factors. आपको 4-5 भी याद रह जाते बहुत है. So basically, factors for international capital budgeting is the tax rates, the repatriation restrictions, the exchange rates, the inflation rates. Okay. So that is question number 4. This is from the recent RTP, I think. Yes, this is from May 2020 RTP. Question number 5 is debt routes. This is same actually. यहाँ पे this is same as question 2. ये देखो ये सभी सिर्फ एक सिंडिकेटेड बैंक लोन्स, एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट है कि भाई अब जैसे एक्सटर्नल कमर्शियल बोरोइंग्स, दिस इज अ सिंडिकेट ग्रुप ऑफ बैंक्स कम टुगेदर एंड लेंड टू यू. Otherwise euro bonds, foreign bonds, euro paper, external borrowings. So this is same as question 2 basically. There's nothing different. सिर्फ एक आध दो पॉइंट एक्स्ट्रा डाल के रखा है. इम्पैक्ट ऑन जीडीआर ऑन इंडियन कैपिटल मार्केट. जीडीआर और ग्लोबल डिपॉजिटरी रिसीट वी हैव डिस्कस्ड एंड वी रिटन अ डिटेल्ड नोट इन आवर फॉरेन एक्सचेंज चैप्टर. ग्लोबल डिपॉजिटरी रिसीट इज अ रिसीट वेयर investors or holders of that receipt are entitled to the underlying shares. These GDRs are denominated in the foreign currency. The impact of GDR in the Indian capital market is now you have a much more larger pool of investors to look, not just the Indian retail investors, a larger pool is shifting from the GDR market is shifting from Bombay to Luxembourg. It's an actually European center. There's an arbitrage possibility in GDR issues. Why? Because pricing in GDR, जैसे काफी लोग ये यूज करते हैं, Nasdaq में Infosys के ADRs listed है and India में Infosys का प्राइस लिस्टेड है. दोनों में थोड़ा प्राइस डिफरेंस आ सकता है. US investors might not daily track the Indian price. Indian investors might not take the US price, but an arbitrager can track both the prices. He can buy in the Indian market, sell in the US market. If it is cheaper in India, expensive in US, for example. It is no longer independent from the rest of the world. It is actually dependent. So globalization, Indian retail investors are sidelined to some extent because now you can, if Indian retail investors say कि मेरे को तुम्हारा कंपनी पसंद है, can actually go and raise money from outside India as well. And that is it. उसके बाद तो normal चीज़ है. Interest rate risk management. There is this new term over here. यहाँ पे भी again nothing specific. There has been not even a single exam question which has come over here. Interest rate is a nightmare if we have just generally just recently done this, but इसके ऊपर MTP वगैरह में एक दो questions आए हुए हैं in new syllabus. You can see MTP two questions have come. Otherwise हमने practice manual old के लेके रखे. Practice manual. There is nothing which has come in the main exam, so it is not very important, but we'll just quickly try to discuss this. I can understand that you must be a little, it's a little boring, and that's why theory is something that you can self-study. You sit for a day, read all of this fairly quickly and wrap it up. But just that you are aware of the broad things on the content, so we're just investing some time and discussing it over here. What do you mean by cheapest to deliver in the context of interest rate futures? अभी interest rate futures, if you remember for bond futures, अपन bond futures कैसे calculate करते थे? 100 minus let's say 4% is equal to 96. अरे but ऐसा कोई 96 पे bond भी तो available होना चाहिए ना? You are saying कि चलो today's market rate of interest is 4%, हमने bond denominate कर दिया 100 minus 4 as 96. अरे but 96 पे bond कौन सा है? Then you will have to go and search for that bond. There might be a government of India bond or a bond of a credit rating that you have agreed. उसमें से जो सबसे cheapest to deliver bond रहता है वो अपन लेते हैं. So what is the cheapest of to deliver? Because in practice you might not necessarily have a bond at every interest level. You might say that interest rate is changing from 4 to 3.9. अरे but 3.9 के ऊपर कोई bond तो होना चाहिए ना. So you will take the nearest, the cheapest possible bond which is different from there, and hence एक conversion factor आएगा. वो conversion factor exchange देता है. अपने को कोई as a student नसीब से कुछ इस पे लेना देना है नहीं. CTD is a bond that minimizes the difference between the quoted spot price of the bond and the future settlement price. Why? Because future settlement price is based on 100 minus the interest rate rule. अरे but ऐसा 100 minus interest rate पे कोई bond भी तो होना चाहिए actually. तो you will try to look at a bond which is closest to the future settlement price, and that is what you will take. It tries to minimize the differences between the quoted spot price of the bond and the future settlement price, which is adjusted for the conversion factor. हमने conversion factor पढ़ा है नहीं पढ़ा है, बस अपने को ये CTD का कोई problem आया ही नहीं था. But theory में there can be a case, and as a result, exchanges will actually give conversion factors because the exchanges might have quoted a bond as 100 minus 4 at 96, but there's no bond at 96. There's a bond at 95 and 94 and 93, and you will take the cheapest to deliver bond. And that bond is not exactly comparable to the bond that we have quoted, so exchange a conversion factor देगा जो आपको दिया जाएगा. It is called CTD because it is least expensive in the bond in the basket of deliverable bonds. You can use any of the bonds, but this is cheapest to deliver. CTD bond is determined as the difference between the cost of acquiring the bonds for delivery and the price received by delivering the acquired bond. The difference gives rise to profit and loss of seller of the futures. अच्छा, प्रॉफिट और लॉस अपन कैसे यूजुअली कैलकुलेट करते थे? यूज्ड टू टेक द फ्यूचर सेटलमेंट प्राइस माइनस डायरेक्टली द स्पॉट प्राइस, बिकॉज अपन मानते थे कि भाई 96 है तो 96 पे एक बॉन्ड होगा, बट अगर नहीं है तो देन फ्यूचर सेटलमेंट प्राइस इनटू द कन्वर्जन फैक्टर एंड देन माइनस द कोटेड स्पॉट प्राइस. अच्छा, एग्जाम में आने का नेक्स्ट टू नील्स आंसर, बट अगर आ जाता है देन रिमेंबर, if there is a question which comes in interest rate futures where a cheapest to deliver bond is available, then a conversion factor will also be given. Then futures का जो प्राइस है वो आपने प्राइस अपना 100 minus 496 ले लिया, but वो may not be the price which is the spot price of the bond which you are getting as delivery, and hence a conversion factor will be there. So conversion factor let's say is 1.99, then तो आपका जो प्राइस आएगा बॉन्ड का let's say 96 rupees into 0.99 हमें करना है, and that will be the future settlement price. Let's say conversion factor is 1.05, देन उसको 1.05 से मल्टीप्लाई करना. क्या हमें कन्वर्जन फैक्टर कैलकुलेट करना? नेवर. इट इज कैलकुलेटेड बाय द एक्सचेंज एंड गिवन टू अस. वी जस्ट हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट व्हेन वी डू फ्यूचर्स माइनस स्पॉट, we in the futures price we have to adjust the conversion factor. So over here this is into the conversion factor. Acha, then is commodity swaps. There are two types: fixed floating swaps and commodity for interest swaps. Over here what is fixed floating? There are like fixed to floating swaps in interest rate swap, but यहाँ पे underlying आपका commodity होता है और कुछ भी नहीं है. Second, commodity for interest swaps, they are similar to equity swap in which the total return of a commodity in question is exchanged for some money market rate. So एक side पे एक रिटर्न रहेगा फॉर एन इंस्ट्रूमेंट लाइक इक्विटी और कमोडिटी, और दूसरे साइड पे एक मनी मार्केट रेट लाइक इंटरेस्ट रेट रहेगा. जस्ट गो थ्रू करने का, आगे डोंट रियली स्पेंड अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम इन अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड डूइंग अ पीएचडी ऑफ व्हाट ईच ऑफ दीज मीन. It's not really required, to be honest. Wherever it was required, we have done it at a lot of length, even in our practical course. Give the meanings of caps, floors and collars. We have discussed this. Cap is nothing but the maximum interest rate to be paid, like a call option. Floor is nothing but the minimum interest rate that you are supposed to be receiving, usually used by the lender, like a put. And collar is a combination of call and put. What is swaptions? Now this is something which is new. Swaption is nothing but, as the name goes, a swap plus an option. अरे क्या है ये? It is an option to enter into a swap. अच्छा, कोई जरूरी है? नहीं. Now you have taken a loan and आगे जाके आपको पता नहीं है इंटरेस्ट रेट कैसे जाएगा. स्वॉप है, बट स्वॉप में फिक्स्ड आपको मिलेगा, फ्लोटिंग जाएगा. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इट्स अ फिक्स फॉर फ्लोटिंग स्वॉप. नाउ यू डोंट वांट टू एंटर इनटू अ स्वॉप इफ द फ्लोटिंग रेट इज फेवरेबल. लेट अस से आपने फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन लेकर रखा और रेट्स ऑफ इंटरेस्ट एकदम कम हो गए, तो आपको स्वॉप नहीं करना है. स्वॉप करोगे तो आपको फ्लोटिंग रेट मिलेगा एंड यू हैव टू पे द फिक्स रेट. बट यार आपको टेंशन है कि अगर फ्लोटिंग रेट्स बढ़ गए तो एंटर इनटू अ स्वॉप्शन. When you enter into a swaption, you are entering into a option to enter into a swap, which means that the first interest payment date you will see the LIBOR. You will see कि LIBOR एकदम ही ऊपर चला गया. अपन ने फ्लोटिंग रेट पे बोरोइंग लेके रखा हुआ है. वी आर वरीड, सो वी से चलो स्वैप करते हैं. लेट अस एंटर इनटू अ स्वैप वेयर आई विल पे यू द फिक्स रेट एंड यू पे मी द फ्लोटिंग रेट. ऑन द अदर हैंड, इफ द फ्लोटिंग रेट रिड्यूसेस, सो वी आर वेरी हैप्पी. अगर हम स्वैप करेंगे तो विल हैव टू पे द फिक्स रेट एज वेल. वो हमें नहीं करना. So it is an option to enter into a swap. That is what is called as a swaption. It combines the features of option as well as swap. It's an option on an interest rate swap basically. A price depends on various factors. Swaptions can be used as an effective tool. So basically you can just go through advantages, quite obvious. That वो आपको risk cover भी देता है, but it is going to going to give you a risk cover, but then if the exchange rates or interest rates move in a manner which is favorable to you, will not exercise. But like every such thing, it will come as with the premium. So options है तो premium आएगा. अपने swap के question में premium नहीं पड़ा रहेगा. Here there is an option, so it will come attached with the premium as well. And then there is a significance of LIBOR, London Interbank Offer Rate. This is the international benchmark rate, which is the interbank rate, which is used as a base, a reference for so many international transactions. It is a base rate. So it is monitored by a large number of professionals and private individuals worldwide. So it acts as a guiding force on what the interest rates are. So that is about इंटरेस्ट रेट्स. यहाँ पे कुछ खास है नहीं, सिर्फ आपको स्वॉप्शन क्या है पता होना चाहिए. दैट इज ऑप्शन टू एंटर इनटू अ स्वॉप, cheapest to deliver forward futures contract, because the exchange might have entered into a futures contract, but there might not be a bond to bond based on which the actual delivery might happen. So let's say if there is an actual delivery, there has to be a comparable similar bond which is cheapest to deliver, and a conversion factor उसके लिए आपको दिया जाएगा. Then comes corporate valuation. Again, there's nothing specific over here. A note on buyback. We have done buyback earlier. And what is the impact on the PE ratio? What is buyback? Generally, when you have surplus funds, you can actually enter into a transaction whereby you buy back your own shares so that your number of shares reduces, EPS increases. As you are utilizing the money in a much more efficient manner, the investors will rate your company to be a slightly more valuable company, and hence the P ratio would also be higher. So impact of buyback, the P ratio may also change. The P ratio may rise if the investors view buyback as positively. Generally it rises, or may fall if the investors regard buyback negatively. EPS तो बढ़ेगा ही बढ़ेगा, because if it is utilization of surplus funds and all else constant, if your number of shares reduces, profit remaining almost constant, your EPS will fall. But market price is EPS into PE ratio. If investors react positively कि अच्छा कंपनी ने कैपिटल अच्छे से यूज कर लिया, तो परसेप्शन इंप्रूव होएगा, तो PE ratio might increase. If investors would believe कि यार ये क्या है, कंपनी ने गलत चीज कर दिया, it has done a bad decision, then the PE ratio might actually fall, depending on investor perception. Nothing specific important over here. And last is the chapter on mergers and acquisitions. A caveat over here, almost everything that you see in mergers and acquisitions is from the old syllabus theory. New syllabus पे आपको hardly कुछ theory, आप देखो यहाँ पे old दिखेगा, बहुत कुछ, सब कुछ old. This is the only thing that you can see in the new syllabus. इसके अलावा सब कुछ old ही है. This is old and old. So there is just one question, if you really go to see, which is from the new syllabus. Otherwise everything in mergers and acquisition from a theory perspective is old, so it is less important. तो इसके लिए अपन ने यहाँ पे सिर्फ एक रिवर्स मर्जर जो ओल्ड सिलेबस में बहुत बार है वो लिख के रखा है, बिकॉज अभी वो न्यू सिलेबस में भी है, तो maybe you can get a theory question on that. Otherwise you can just glimpse through the other topics, and this is the last topic for your theory. Just come. So we'll quickly discuss this and then we'll head to the last chapter, that is chapter 1, which is general theory. What is reverse merger? Reverse merger that you see in accounts is different from the reverse merger that is spoken over here. Reverse merger is not an accounting thing. It is when a smaller company is acquiring a larger company. So generally a big company takes over a small company. However, when a smaller company gains control of a larger one, then it is called as takeover by reverse bid. So this is like a reverse merger where a smaller company is taking over a larger company. Is typically when a SIC unit, a larger company gets SIC unit is acquired. So for example, when Tech Mahindra, which was actually smaller than Satyam Computers, actually acquired Satyam Computers, which was a larger company, because Satyam Computer, on account of the fraud, had become kind of a SIC unit. So this is typically the case, or for certain tax benefits. So reverse merger takes place when the acquired company is a financially weak company, the acquirer, that is small company, already holds a significant proportion, or when people holding top management position, the acquirer want to be relieved of their responsibility. So this is where reverse merger works. Acha. Next is a short note on carve out and its difference from the word spin out. What does the word carve out mean? A carve out means that so there are two things. So equity carve out can be defined as a partial spin-off in which the company creates a new subsidiary and subsequently brings out an IPO. It should, however, be noted that parent company retains control. Only a part of the new shares are issued to the public, which means money is received. But in case of spin-off, there's no money received, no money, as only shares of the subsidiary are issued to the existing shareholders in the form of dividend. In fact, shares are not issued to the company, they're issued to the shareholders. So in case of a carve out, money is received if shares are sold to outsiders, and shares received by the selling company. And in case of a spin-off, it is only shares, but these are received shares which are received by shareholders of the selling company, not the selling company directly, but the shareholders of the selling company. Okay, what are the reasons for demerger or divestment? Typically to maintain focus on your core areas. Company getting too big to handle, might require urgent cash. So various reasons for demerger. We have discussed this while doing mergers chapter as well. Okay, then comes buyouts. And the only question that has come in the RTP, the difference between a management buyout and a leveraged buyout. What do you mean by buyout? As the name goes, it is a buying out of the entire company, not just a 10, 15 or a 30% stake. It is buying out the entire company. A buyout happens when a person or group of persons gain control by buying all or the majority shares. Then what is a management buyout? As the name goes, the management of the company buys out. There was this one question of Mr. Smith, if you are aware, काफी बड़ा Vencap and Mr. Smith of question number 9, I'm not remembering, I think 19 or 18 का question था, बहुत ही बड़ा question था, Vencap and Mr. Smith ka, where the management, that is Mr. Smith, came together with Vencap and actually bought out the entire division. So this is management of the company. Management is CEO, CFO, etc. coming together and buying out the company. The company's employees actually coming together and buying out a company. That is called as a management buyout. And a leveraged buyout, as the name goes, is you use debt, leverage to buy out a company. You don't have enough money. So a fund or a private equity fund, venture capital fund, whoever, even a management, can actually take a huge amount of loan and using that loan buy the money, buy the stake from the existing shareholders, and now work really hard and pay off that loan from the existing money that is generated. So a leveraged buyout where you end up taking a lot of leverage, a lot of debt in order to pay out the existing owners, and you pay out that leverage by your performance. So what is a management buyout? As the name goes, it is a buyout initiated by the management team. And leverage buyout, which is financed entirely or partially यूजिंग बोरोड फंड्स. सो ये दोनों लाइंस आप याद रखो. उसके अलावा नीचे तो एक एग्जांपल है टाटा एंड टेटले का, सो यू कैन रेफर दैट एग्जांपल इफ यू वांट टू, बट अदरवाइज ये वाला पार्ट है उतना आप पढ़ लोगे तो दैट इज सफिशिएंट. ओके, सो बायआउट्स आर बाइंग आउट, बाइंग कंट्रोलिंग स्टेक. Management buyouts, so management team buying out that controlling stake. Leverage buyouts are buying out that existing stake using borrowed funds, either entirely or at least more than 50%. So this is question number 4. Question number 5 is synergy. Synergy is 2 plus 2 equals to 5. The value of the company, if it is operating separately, company A, company B, and if they come together, the combined value is greater. That is what is the meaning of synergy. Is the value of A and B is greater than the value of A plus B. Why is synergy helpful? It helps in cost savings or strengthening. Let's say one company is very good in marketing, one company is good in production. You come together and you can earn synergy benefits. They have common assets, common expenditures which can be reduced, and that gives you synergy benefits. So this is about synergy. You can just read economies of scale. You can come together, actually have a much bigger company, get better terms from suppliers because you're buying in much more bigger bulk quantities. So synergy gain is the value of synergy minus the cost associated with the merger, which means आपको कितना जो transaction cost है premium pay करना पड़ेगा, उसके सामने synergy का value कितना है, merger evaluation. Defending a company in a takeover bid, there are some big names, you just remember those names. I'll just discuss a few of them. So if there's a takeover bid and the existing management does not want to sell, they just don't want to sell, then what can you do? They can divest. They can do a divestiture, demerger, and in the demerger, I will give up the shares to some other player. Crown jewels. Crown jewels is the strategy where whatever is your crown jewel, the asset behind which the acquirer is after, you actually sell, or in certain cases that happened earlier in Kuwait around a decade or two back, where a lot of people are acquiring Kuwaiti companies. So they actually burned, वो तो शेख लोग कुछ भी कर सकते, they burned their oil wells कि भाई ठीक है तुमको मेरा oil wells चाहिए ना, मैं मेरा oil wells जला देता हूँ. So I mean then the acquirer loses interest. So it's very stupid strategy that is to burn your assets, but nevertheless a lot of companies actually sell their crown jewels off to someone else. That's the best asset that you have. Poison pill is again you make your company so unattractive. You do something, take huge amount of debt or something, take your company so unattractive that an acquirer goes away. White knight. White knight would mean ये जैसे, I mean this is just for understanding. This had happened when, let us say, Arcelor, which was a French company, was getting acquired by Mittal Steel. Mittal Steel by Lakshmi Mittal. He's the biggest, I mean the richest Indian NRI as such. So a French company did not want, for whatever reasons, to get acquired by an Indian company which was smaller, and hence they approached us, a Russian company called as Severstall, to actually buy them. So they said कि यार मेरे को अगर बेचना है ये, चलो Arcelor जाने वाला है, तो rather than selling it to, let's say, Arcelor, let me try to sell it to Severstall or CSN करके और एक steel company था. So these are white knights. Golden parachutes would mean probably I give huge, जो मेरे managements है जो काफ़ी अच्छे है कंपनी के, उसको मैं बड़े बड़े पे आउट देके उनको मैं रिटायर करवा देता हूँ. बोलता हूँ चला हुआ अभी कंपनी, हमारे जो टॉप मैनेजमेंट साइंटिस्ट है उनको सब मैंने रिटायर करवा दिया. So this is golden parachutes. Green mail, Pac-Man defense. Pac-Man का जो गेम था वैसा वो अपने आप को ही खा जाते हैं. So various, I mean these are just defense strategy names. You can just jot these down. इसके ऊपर नोट आने का चांस नेक्स्ट टू नील है. इवन ये ओल्ड सिलेबस का पार्ट है. Financial restructuring is very similar to internal reconstruction, where you want to restructure your balance sheet. You enter into an internal reconstruction scheme whereby you're trying to write off your existing losses through a scheme of internal reconstruction to restructure your balance sheet and actually revive your business opportunities. क्या होता है वो loss होता है ना बहुत बड़ा बड़ा, these big losses, and people don't want to trade with you. So you want to write off your losses and you approach the court for a scheme whereby you can write off your losses and at the same time have a company which has a slightly clean balance sheet. So this is financial restructuring. And merger failures. The reasons for potential failures are generally overpayment. You are very ambitious and you end up paying a lot more. The values of synergies are overestimated. Post-merger integration is one of the most difficult things. Employees of both the companies do not really integrate as well, and there are a lot of psychological barriers, like we saw about Arcelor and Mittal Steel, a lot of psychological barriers. So these are the reasons why mergers can actually fail. Most of these questions again I can see are in old syllabus. In fact, new syllabus में एक question है वो भी RTP में आया हुआ. There's no question that has mergers has come in every new syllabus paper as a sum, not as a theory question. And then the last इसके बाद का जो chapter था was actually startup finance. We have actually done the chapter on startup finance, and then comes the last. And if you found this slightly boring, and unfortunately it was, welcome to the king of this. This is undoubtedly the most boring chapter that you will have, and that is why I strongly recommend you do it at the end. Otherwise, वो starting में वो पढ़ने में आप you will be put off, and you will not actually go to the slightly more interesting topics as well, like you have for securitization and stuff. Okay, so this is the last chapter, but इसके ऊपर भी आपको question आ सकता है as such. And two important questions that we have outlined. यहाँ पे देखो अपन instruments of international finance we have done. This is like the euro bonds, foreign bonds, floating rate bonds, euro commercial papers, and reverse merger. A smaller company acquiring a larger company, like Tech Mahindra acquiring Satyam. And the first two questions, linkage or interface between financial policy and strategic management, financial goals and sustainable growth. ये chapter में काफी सारा gas है, theory है. We'll just try to quickly discuss this, but you'll have to read this. Unfortunately, there's no concept that I can explain because these are general things. Discuss briefly the key decisions which fall within finance strategy. Strategy में क्या आता है? Financing decision, that is raising funds, cost of capital वगैरह. Investment decisions, that is investing of funds like capital budgeting. Dividend decisions on how much of the dividend should be paid. And portfolio decisions on whether surplus funds are there. तो projects में नहीं तो किधर कौन से कैसे portfolio हमारे investments का बना है. अच्छा, the next question is very important as you go to see. The linkage or interface between financial policy and strategic management. Again, this is an extension of question number 1 only on how your financial policy will affect your strategic management, how your dividend policy will be affected by your strategic management, your financial policy, how your investment policy will be affected. So, the interface of strategic management and financial policy will be clearly understood if we appreciate the fact that the starting point of an organization is money and the end point is also money. So, that is the main objective, to maximize wealth. No organization can run an existing business and promote a new expansion project without a suitably internalized, mobilized financial base. So your financial policy involves raising funds. So your financial policy involves raising money. And strategic management would involve managing that money. Sources of finance and capital structure are the most important dimensions of a strategic plan. The need for fund mobilization to support the expansion activity of the firm is very vital, and for any organization, the generation of funds may arise out of ownership of capital and borrowed funds. So, जैसे आपके जो strategic management के अंदर आपको financial policy में funds कहाँ से आ रहे? You will either borrow money or you will use your own funds. Company may issue equity shares, preference shares for raising money. Policy makers should decide on the capital structure. ये सब financial policy है. Financial capital structure in such a way that your debt to equity ratio does not hamper your overall strategic goals. However, the ratio is ideal form differs from industry to industry. Another important dimension of strategic management and financial policy interface is the investment and fund allocation decision, जो ऊपर भी अपन ने पढ़ा था. So आपको लिखना है यहाँ पे sources of finance, then investment decision like capital budgeting, where should these funds be deployed, and your allocation. A fund planner is to frame policies for regulating investments in fixed assets and restraining of current assets. कि कितना मैंने funds raise किया और fixed assets में जाना चाहिए, current assets में जाना चाहिए. Investment proposals mooted by different business heads may be divided into 3 groups. One, proposal for addition of a new product, increase in the level of operation, and cost reduction and utilization through a new approach. Basic आपका सिर्फ theory है, frankly. There's nothing much to explain, and hence I'm reading it. Then we come to the last freelance. Dividend policy is another area for making financial policy decisions which affect. A close interface is needed to form the policy. Dividend policy deals with the extent of dividend to be paid. वो सिर्फ आपको language में package करके दिया हुआ है. Basically, if I were to put this in a nutshell, what are we trying to do? We are trying to actually formulate a financing policy whereby we are going to raise money from borrowed funds, from equity funds, in such a way that it interfaces, integrates with our strategic objectives of investment of funds, of distribution of funds as dividends. Okay, so ये आपको read करना पड़ेगा, काफी बार आया हुआ है, तो you can't just escape this, and this kind of continues. So you can just go through it, you will see. What makes the organization sustainable? specific steps. क्या बात है अभी ये तो, I mean, this is not, this question 3 is again very similar to question number 5 over here, question 3 and 5. How financial goals can be balanced vis-a-vis sustainable growth. So this is similar to question 5. So let's focus on question 5. I think वहाँ पे ज़्यादा बार ये टाइप का क्वेश्चन आया हुआ है. इनफैक्ट न्यू सिलेबस में RTP, MTP काफ़ी बार आया हुआ है, तो इसके टाइप्स का एक सोल्यूशन लिखने का ट्राई करते हैं. What is sustainable growth? Sustainable growth is focusing on the long term. तो यहाँ पे क्या है, sustainable growth can be helpful for planning and healthy corporate growth. This concept forces manager to consider financial consequences of sales increase and to set sales growth that are consistent with operating and financial policies of the firm. Often, a conflict can arise if the growth objectives are not consistent with the value of organization's sustainable growth. For example, जैसे एक fuel manufacturer है, a fuel manufacturing company runs an advertising campaign for conservation of environment. अभी ये तो counter intuitive है. My goal is to sell fuel, and fuel, if I sell, is going to increase the pollution levels. However, I run a campaign to kind of educate consumers on how to use fuel judiciously so that the environment can be protected. They are actually conflicting. However, on a long run basis, it is a brand image that you are developing whereby you are actually telling the world that, well, you know what, yes, my business is to sell fuel, but I want to, जैसे electricity companies encouraging you to save electricity consumption, counterintuitive है. They have so many energy conservation programs, but ये तो actually energy ज़्यादा use होता है तो उनका sales ज़्यादा होएगा. But these are counterintuitive. On a long run, for sustainable growth, you want energy conservation. For short term, for financial goals, you want more sales. So over here, you want to balance them. So that is the note about it. Question. So that is what, this is just the example, you can just go through it. So you're trying to balance sustainable growth, that is long-term growth, even if it is at the cost of short-term financial objectives. आपको दोनों balance करना है. Okay, then enumerate strategy at various levels. 3 levels आएगा. एक हो जाएगा corporate strategy, that is the overall level. Then is a business strategy, that is a managerial level. And third is the functional strategy, that is the grassroots, ground level. The process of strategic decision making, again, this is largely an old syllabus question. There has to be a strategic decision making, a clear and reliable, realistic strategy. Resources, right management team, nothing to explain as such. Financial planning, अभी इसके ऊपर किधर इतना लिखने का, तो फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग का अपने को 3 चीजें, फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग करने के लिए 3 कंपोनेंट्स है. There is financial resources, you have to assess what your resources are. Financial tools, what tools you have to utilize that, and the goals. So these resources and tools should be deployed in such a way that your ultimate organizational goals are actually met. And that takes care of question number 1 as also your theory. So we have just discussed the theory, to be honest. I did not even discuss this in earlier classes, but I mean, I just find that it is helpful if आपको 2-3 घंटे का एक ओवरव्यू दे दे. सो जब भी आप गो थ्रू भी करो, यू आर अवेयर ऑफ व्हाट इज देयर. वी हैव नॉट एंड वी कैन नॉट रियली डिस्कस ईच एंड एवरीथिंग लाइक इन क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. ये आप गो थ्रू कर सकते हो और एग्जाम में आपको ब्रॉड पॉइंटर्स बना के आपको लिख के आने का. बट प्लीज डू नॉट लीव दिस सेट इज वर्थ अराउंड 20 मार्क्स फॉर श्योर. आपको इसमें से कम 5 क्वेश्चन में से 4 क्वेश्चन तो इसमें से आने ही आने. एंड दिस हैज also been replicated in the past, so I mean, please do not leave this. Yes, you focus a lot on concepts and stuff, but आपको unlike the old syllabus and the new syllabus, you'll have to attempt the theory, so please do not leave this. Okay, and that is it. So that takes care of our theory as well. Okay, so just give me a second, please. So you're done with the theory part. So now we are done with our syllabus then. So a couple of things, few quick pointers. Have taken a lot of your time again. I'm sure you are terribly hungry as well as slightly tired with all that you have gone through since morning. But I'll just take not more than 10 minutes of your time, and before we say sayonara to each other, okay? So SFM. Now SFM is paper 2. you have to employ a slightly different strategy in SFM as compared to what you employ in financial reporting paper 1. I mean, if you have we have just completed your paper 1 as well just recently. We have discussed the strategy to be employed over there. In strategic financial management, a slightly different strategy is required because of two things. First, it's comparatively a lot more shorter than financial reporting is in terms of its volume. It is less. Even आपने अपने नोटबुक्स देखे रहेंगे, आपके FR में जितने नोटबुक्स गए उससे हमने SFM में थोड़े कम नोटबुक्स जाते हैं because the topics are relatively less. Even the institute's module are 4 modules for financial reporting, 2 modules for SFM. Now the volume is less, but the thing is the institute has kept it as paper 2. Financial reporting has a larger volume, but institute says, well, you know what, that's paper 1. You can study whatever before the day of your exam. That is not the case in paper 2, and in paper 2 you have to do shortlisting. So while you are preparing, typically according to me, for SFM, in your first reading, you should take anywhere between around 100 to 110 hours as compared to FR, which might take around 130 to 150 hours. So you should take around 100 to 110 hours for your SFM. All the sums, all the chapters which we have done, उसका exam में representation आएगा. Unlike your financial reporting where there are so many indices जो actually exam में आते ही नहीं है. SFM valuation will definitely come in your exam. Portfolio will definitely come. Foreign exchange will definitely come. Derivatives will definitely come. These जो आपने tier 1 में mark करके रखे, the important topics. What are the important ones? Valuation. इसका आपको definite exam weightage है. Mergers. Portfolio, derivatives. When I say derivatives, this is a larger term, includes even interest rates, and forex. ये आपको एग्जाम में आने वाले. Which are the less important ones? Well, so this is for a practical sum perspective. From a practical sum perspective, which are the less important ones? Well, risk management. Well, you have international financial management, corporate valuation. Mutual funds is somewhere in the middle. I mean, it is one topic which has come in some papers. Some I'll put it up only. Mutual funds ऊपर ही रखते हैं, वो portfolio के साथ extension है. So these are the topics. ये तो आपको बहुत अच्छे से आने चाहिए. ये वाले जो topics है वो आपको आने ही चाहिए. अच्छा, from where do we study, sir? Do we study from our notes only? Yes, you will study from our notes only. So while you're doing the first revision, you do it from our notes only. The new study material. So there is old course. There is old course practice manual, and there is new course study material. Now, new course study material has a lot of theory and few sums. Lot of theory. Do we need to refer the theory? A clear no, not needed. Sums almost all covered. Almost all covered. So you don't need to specifically refer to those sums which are given in the illustration, but there are I mean, for new course study material, you can keep it aside. There's not much in SFM. Old course PM. अच्छा, ये हमने FR में नहीं डिस्कस किया था because FR में accounting standards का था old course PM. You don't have to touch it. But SFM, you have to do it. In fact, there are good sums. Most of the questions, and in fact, all concepts, all of them are covered, but most of the questions have been covered. All concepts covered, and most questions have been covered. There are a few questions which we have deliberately left out. हमने थोड़े homework questions में डाले, थोड़े हमने not more than 5% to 10%. We have deliberately left out so that you can practice. वो आपको new sums, new numbers, and SFM में institute ने काफी सारे same concept के ऊपर sums भी देके रखे हुए. So I would strongly recommend you refer the old course practice manual, and in the old course practice manual there are certain topics, certain chapters, and I want you to write this down, which are not covered. So you do not go to that. Old course and new course में वो थोड़ा फर्क है. I'll just give you the chapter numbers. Those chapters you don't have to study, at least from a sum perspective. So just give me a second. There is, so you will, so there is in the old course PM not applicable. You can write the chapter numbers which are not applicable, जो आपको नहीं पढ़ने हैं, and applicable. Applicable में क्या है? There is chapter number 1 which is applicable, 2 is not applicable, 3 is not applicable, 4 is not applicable. तो ये आपको पढ़ने ही नहीं है. 5 is applicable. वहां पे नाम थोड़ा अलग है, इंडियन कैपिटल मार्केट्स बोलते हैं, बट चैप्टर नंबर 5 इज सिमिलर टू योर डेरिवेटिव्स चैप्टर. चैप्टर नंबर 1 इज थियरी. वहां पे नाम है ना एकदम ही अलग अलग नाम है. इंडियन कैपिटल मार्केट नाम लिख के रखा है. इंडियन कैपिटल मार्केट इज एक्चुअली डेरिवेटिव्स एंड इंटरेस्ट रेट्स. Derivatives and interest rates. So that is chapter number 5. This is applicable. Just a second. You will write this down please. Otherwise वो old course PM में आप लोग थोड़ा घूम जाते हो, वो समझ में आते हो, नाम ही अलग है. Then chapter 6 is applicable. This is valuation. Security analysis नाम है. This is similar to valuation that we have done in our books. Chapter number 7 is portfolio only. वो तो same ही नाम है. You can easily read this. This derivatives is a little problematic. Chapter 8 financial services not applicable. वो factoring वगैरह के साथ pertain करता है, which is not applicable to us. Chapter 9 is mutual funds applicable. Mutual funds applicable. Chapter number 10 money market not applicable. अच्छा, चैप्टर नंबर 11 दिस इज एप्लीकेबल. दिस इज सिमिलर टू अवर इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट. ये जो अपन ने चैप्टर पढ़ा था ना, वहां पे एफडीआई एफआई वो सब लिख के रखा है. इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट इज अवर चैप्टर. चैप्टर 12 योर फेवरेट फॉरेन एक्सचेंज एंड चैप्टर 13 इज मर्जर्स एंड एक्विजिशंस. Do we have to solve the entire practice manual? No, it might appear to be a thick book, but उसमें कम से कम 80% of things are covered in your classwork, and if you add even the homework, then around 80 to 90% are covered from the classwork and homework. There's another 10%, which is still a reasonable amount of stuff that is to be referred, and this is good for practice. So I would, even if you are in the new syllabus, old course practice manual has good sums which have the capacity to come in the exam. New course practice study material does have some, but they are not as many for you to practice, and most of them we have kind of covered in class. So I mean, if you want, you can just glance through it. Theory तो आपको देखने का जरूरत ही नहीं. It's a lot of theory, and if you have a lot of time and reading pleasure, you can refer that. But otherwise, if you are short on time, which I think you are, then you can keep it aside for a later date. This is general theory, a lot of general theory given. So it's a good course. It's good for education, but it's not as good for the exam. So unfortunately, we would have to keep it as a second preference. If you have a lot of time, refer it, but otherwise you can keep it as a second preference. And in case of theory, as we have said, for theory, the important chapters, your theory, you have to do the entire compiler, the 50-page compiler that we have given, with a specific emphasis on securitization and startup finance. Does not mean you just refer only these two. Do not read between the lines. And startup finance. बराबर. अच्छा, आपका फर्स्ट रीडिंग कितने रीडिंग चाहिए? देखो यहां पे प्रैक्टिस आपको लगता है. SFM is practice. You have to sit with a calculator and solve. You just can't read the problems. Also, while you are referring this, I would strongly recommend that you split the questions in each chapter. The questions in each chapter into 3 levels. लेवल 1 ये आपको खुद को अपने प्रिपरेशन के हिसाब से करना है. 2 and 3 बाजू में सिर्फ लिख के रखने को, ज्यादा टेंशन नहीं है. व्हाट इज लेवल 1 क्वेश्चंस? द फुल क्वेश्चन नीड्स टू बी रिफर्ड बिफोर द डे बिफोर द एग्जाम. द फुल क्वेश्चन टू बी रिफर्ड. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जब भी अपन बॉन्ड्स के चैप्टर में देख रहे थे, योर फर्स्ट चैप्टर वैल्यूएशन ऑफ बॉन्ड्स, देयर वर सो मेनी सम्स. स्टार्टिंग में अपने 5 या 6 सम किया, अपने सिर्फ वैल्यूएशन ऑफ बॉन्ड्स किया. उसमें से कोई एक सम जो सबसे एडवांस सम है, वो आप लेट्स से टीयर 1 में डाल के रखो, तो एग्जाम के दिन के पहले आपको वही देखने का. डज इट मीन यू नॉट सी द अदर सम्स? नो. व्हाट आई वुड वांट यू डू इज टेक अ हाइलाइटर, कीप अ हाइलाइटर, and if there is a new adjustment, for example, in one of the questions you have a 6 monthly bond, so you highlight in the question and in the solution the impact of that adjustment. So on the day before the exam, you will just see in one of the questions, यहाँ पे हाफ ईयरली बॉन्ड है, आप देखोगे हाँ ये हाफ ईयरली है. अच्छा, हाफ ईयरली का क्या इंपैक्ट है? उसमें स्टार्टिंग में 3 या 4 अपने वर्किंग नोट्स बनाए, जहां पे अपने बोला कि इंटरेस्ट विल बी हाफ, नंबर ऑफ ईयर्स विल बी डबल, एंड दैट्स इट. यू हैव डन दैट एंड यू आर प्रोसीडिंग. यू डोंट हैव टू रिफर ईच एंड एवरी कॉमा द डे बिफोर द एग्जाम. यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू इन 1.5 days. Financial reporting will take 6 days, 5 to 6 days before the exam to cover your entire course. SFM भी अपन 5-6 दिन रख सकते थे, बट अपने उतना टाइम ही नहीं बचा, तो अपने को फिल्टरेशन लगेगा ही. एंड देन यू हैव tier 3, the questions which you can skip the day before the exam. Remember, till the time of the second revision, and even if you're doing the third revision, you will read each and every question. But for the day before the exam, there are certain questions. जैसे फॉरेन एक्सचेंज का क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 देखो, वो सैम्प्रस रैकेट्स का क्वेश्चन है, उसमें सीधा इंटरेस्ट रेट पैरिटी लग के एक फॉरवर्ड रेट आ रहा है. क्यों आप बोलते चलो ना यार 1 मिनट तो लगे, वो 1-1 मिनट करके आपका 4 घंटा निकल जाएगा. सो वो एग्जाम के पहले पढ़ने का नहीं. वहां पे फॉरेन एक्सचेंज में देखो, आई थिंक क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 है, 3 और 4 है, सिंगापुर डॉलर वाला का. एंड देन क्वेश्चन नंबर 7 है या 6 है, वेर यू हैव दिस बिग टेबल ऑफ फ्रेंच फ्रैंक. वो 2 क्वेश्चंस आपने पढ़ लिया, आपका फॉरवर्ड प्रीमियम डिस्काउंट सब हो गया. So you will have to, when you are revising, and I'm not giving you these numbers right now because आपको खुद से हर एक क्वेश्चन पढ़ना. अदरवाइज क्या होता है, इट्स एन अनरिटन रूल के सिर्फ आप फिर इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस पढ़ते हो, वो गलत है. यू हैव टू रीड ईच एंड एवरी क्वेश्चन इन द फर्स्ट एंड इवन इन द सेकंड रीडिंग. इट्स जस्ट दैट द डे बिफोर द एग्जाम यू आर शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम, सो यू नीड टू हैव दिस फिल्टरेशन मैकेनिज्म व्हिच यू कैन क्लियरली स्किप. आपको क्वेश्चन भी नहीं देखना, सोल्यूशन भी नहीं देखना. On the day before your exam, on the day before your exam, theory का तो पूरा शीट आपको पढ़ना है. Why? Because आपका शॉर्ट टर्म मेमोरी बहुत अच्छा रहता है, लॉन्ग टर्म मेमोरी इतना अच्छा नहीं रहता है. न्यूमेरिकल्स कॉन्सेप्ट्स यू कैन रिमेंबर, थियरी यू कैन नॉट रिमेंबर एज वेल. सो यू हैव टू डेडिकेट एटलीस्ट 3 hours on the day before your exam just to read the theory, around 10 to 15 pages an hour and 50 pages. So आपको कम से कम 3 घंटे रखना है और थियरी पढ़ना ही है, बिकॉज वो एग्जाम के पहले आपको रिटेंशन आना चाहिए उसका. Do we need to study the RTPs? Yes. The recent RTPs जो भी sums relevant थे हमने include कर दिया, but it is good for a practice. So the new course RTPs, do not go to the old course because there will be certain topics जो आपको conflict कर देंगे. So skip that because RTPs में तो पूरे 20 questions कर, आपके पास टाइम है तो आप old course देके filter करो. Otherwise, new course RTPs you will definitely have to study. How many readings are needed? Bare minimum 2. 3 is the apt for SFM because it needs more practice. And every reading is with a calculator and a pen. It is not just reading and understanding. नहीं, otherwise आपको solution याद रखेगा, उसका कोई फायदा नहीं है. You have to solve on your own. आपको रफ में करना है, रफ में करो. यहाँ पे इतना प्रेजेंटेशन का टेंशन नहीं. यू नॉट प्रिपेयरिंग शेड्यूल 3 फॉर्मेट ऑफ बैलेंस शीट. रफ में करो, बट कैलकुलेटर पे खुद करो, उसके बाद आंसर देखो. लेट इट बी रॉन्ग. दैट फर्स्ट रीडिंग विल टेक स्लाइटली मोर टाइम, दैट इज फाइन. इफ यू अंडरस्टैंड द एग्जैक्ट पॉइंट्स यू आर गोइंग रॉन्ग, डू नॉट रिफर द सोल्यूशन. ट्राई ऑन योर ओन, डू इट इन रफ. आई हैव नो प्रॉब्लम इन दैट. But use the calculator and a pen and solve it. Do not just solve it. Do not just read it. SFM is not something which can be read. It's not a standard. It's not a law. It is a numerical. It has to be practiced. Specifically, bid and ask, deposit, borrowing, all of these are very tricky concepts, right? Call put, whether it should be exercise, not exercise. ये सब आपको सोचना है, document करना, उसके बाद solution देखना है. Otherwise, you are in for a very tough time. This is very scoring. It's quite scoring. The volume is lesser as compared to. So if you look at your 3 practical papers, there is FR, there is SFM, and then there is costing. Costing now has a lot of theory, a lot of case studies, and open-ended questions are going to come. So costing is going to become a little challenging. Your financial reporting is in any case a monster. It's worth 2 papers. It's quite big. SFM is that paper where you can really score, and people have actually scored 80s and 90s quite well. So this is where it is close-ended. Yes, you might get a few tricky questions, but otherwise, if you do our notes, practice the additional questions from the practice manual. If possible, I'll try to again make a compiler for the additional questions only. I have that in mind कि जो अपने questions हमने हमारे book में नहीं cover किए हुए हैं, वो आपको एक जगह पे मिल जाएगा. Concepts सभी covered है. All concepts are covered, but कितनी बार एक ही सम 2-2, 3-3 बार का टाइप का होता है, अलग अलग वैरायटी रहता है. So we have covered all concepts from the material, but I'm planning to kind of make a compiler for the additional questions, additional practice questions that are there in the old practice manual, so you don't have to flip over each and every page. जो आपके बुक्स में नहीं, it will not be more than a few pages. I mean few meaning हर एक चैप्टर में आपको 5-6, 7 से ज्यादा questions नहीं आएंगे. Otherwise we have covered everything. Okay, so that should be it. Apart from that, please be focused in your preparation. These are tough times, but I'm very confident that this will pass. Tough times for everyone, but well, it is only the challenging times which make a good professional or a successful individual. If everything is going hunky-dory, well, there's nothing much to do. I mean, everyone is succeeding, everyone is doing really well. It is these difficult times. A lot of students and probably yourself included, even myself included, are kind of finding it a little difficult to focus, channelize your energies. These are all just kind of probably excuses which your laziness is giving to you. So ensure that we have even discussed this earlier, this is your last exam. You have to study for this properly. You have to give it your best. If you want to make a career in finance, if you want to make a lot of people keep on telling you, nahi uske liye MBA chahiye, CFA chahiye, kuch nahi chahiye, aap apna financial reporting, SFM barabar se padho, dono papers. You are well equipped to handle the best of MBAs and best of CFAs. You can get through the best of financial institutions. Do not be dejected. But उसके लिए आपको अच्छे से SFM पढ़ना पड़ेगा. सिर्फ 4-5 illustrations पढ़ा, 2-4 रूल याद रख लिया, वैसा नहीं रखेगा. आपको पता होना चाहिए that coupon rate and yield to maturity में क्या relationship है, वो क्यों bond price के साथ related. The question why is very important. This opens the floodgates of finance for you. Trust me. And financial services is something which almost every student dreams of going into. I mean, I'm not generalizing, but as far as I get queries, people either want to make a career in tax, they want to make a career in finance. Finance में आपको चाहिए कि आपको investment banking में career करना है, fund management में career करना है. All of these are excellent propositions. In finance, you have so many openings. You have commercial banking, you have equity research. Equity research के लिए आप क्या CFA भी इसके साथ करते हैं काफी लोग. वो आपको valuation में सब सिखाया गया. You have investment banking, mergers and acquisitions वगैरह के अंदर सब कुछ है. Treasury, foreign exchange and derivatives. You have been equipped with all the skill sets. All you have to do is you have to think and practice more. If you just do it from an exam perspective, you will probably pass the exam. But in the larger scheme of things, this is probably your best paper, which gives you a lot of insights into the world of finance. A lot of students may not be comfortable with numericals, numbers. That's fine. You have to get over your fears. And well, this is an exam where you have to score 50 marks. You can go wrong every alternate question and still pass. So don't let those fears and other distractions kind of distract you. It is I mean, I can't just overemphasize the importance of this exam, and especially the preparation in today's scenario where you need a lot of motivation, and that motivation does not come from YouTube channels and referring to preaches from influencers. No, it comes from within. You have to, I mean, why are you doing this? Why are you investing 20 years of your life, your parents' hard-earned money and your stipend? You have gone through articleship. Well, it should actually count, right? It will count if you become a CA and kind of move ahead in life. And trust me, there's nothing more that you guys can give to all your professors. For all of us, I mean, if you are more successful, and now what I see are so many of our students going overseas, going into IIMs, going into Bangalore, Ahmedabad, going into the best of corporations, starting their own businesses, and nothing gives us more satisfaction and happiness. And I really, really hope that you guys should be working as hard and try to make us equally proud. So I think that should be it. It has been a very good time teaching you guys, especially in the new environment. And I'll again apologize to you if there have been certain technical issues or things where you have not been able to kind of the bufferings or laggings. But thank you very much for the patience that you guys have shown. And I really hope to see you guys soon. And hopefully things should normalize, and by the time your exams are given and you are ready with your sweets, things would have definitely normalized. I would be looking forward to see you guys at least then, and wish you all the very best. Do well, take care, stay in touch. Do let me know in case you have any queries, and I'll be really happy to solve them at the earliest possible opportunity. So this is Bhavik Chokshi then signing off, and have a good day. Have good study preparations, and do please keep in touch. Let me know if you have any queries, and goodbye, good luck, have a good time. Bye-bye.